All right, mic check. Here we go. We are now in the first round. Just about a little over 2 minutes has passed for the Michelle Waterson Gomez versus Robertson fight. So here's Robertson right now at the first round, 320, 319, within the clinch positions that we're seeing right now. Hey, we're going to be live for this fight, and we're going to cover all the fights that have just passed. By the way, shout out to Andre Arlovsky for fighting at his age that he's at right now. Jillian Roberts just scored a takedown at this current moment of time. Michelle Waterson is stuck in the side control position. And shout out to Martin Boudet for the decision win over Andre Arlovsky. A very close 50-50 fight. The Ray Tersuria versus Carlos Hernandez. Now, we've heard a lot about this kid. 10-0 now in the UFC. And Ricky Simon versus Vicentes Oliveira. Now, this whole entire fight with Vicentes, as we are watching Jillian Roberts laying on top of Michelle Waterson right now in the full mount position, Waterson is stuck and trying to get back into the half guard position. This fight, the striking was definitely on the side of Vicentes, right? And he walked at him with absolute reckless abandonment, not even really giving him any respect at all, meaning he wasn't scared of his striking whatsoever. That was until at the very last round, right, where he sort of kicked his leg off. He checked it. Okay, Ricky Simon checked a leg kick that was a calf kick, actually, and it really messed up Vicentes. And it sort of changed the whole entire course, but nonetheless, he outstruck him, got taken down himself, but Ricky Simon was really shooting for those takedowns, just one after another, constant attempts, and that was the matchup, and that's what we got so far. And right now, it's still the same. We got Jillian Roberts on top of Michelle Waterson as we are concentrating on the current fight right now, as we have now been updated into the current fights of UFC 303, headlined by Pereira versus Prochazka for the second time, with the unfortunate incident of Conor McGregor not being able to join us tonight. But nonetheless, Conor McGregor remains to still be in the headlines, even though we are right now witnessing Jillian Roberts dominating Michelle Waterson at the current moment. Now she's looking for an armbar position after that ground and pound position. And Michelle Waterson is fighting out of that armbar. She's trying to adjust and roll out of this position. A whole lot more safe than the original position that she was in right now. So like I said, even with Conor McGregor not being present tonight, we couldn't help but make him the topic of discussion, right or wrong. He's a topic of discussion. Look at all the videos that have been circulating all throughout this week when it comes to combat sports. It was all focused on Conor McGregor, ties with the Irish mob, threatening witnesses and things of that nature. I mean, it just goes on. And then Khabib, of course, was the real big topic of this week. I'm showing you guys my catalog in a current moment of time to sort of give you a perspective on what was the news coming this week in terms of Conor McGregor, even though he's not fighting, still a big part of the news. Obviously, the new video that I have right now, check it out. Khabib's raid gym, raided again. Here's the full details post-terrorist attack in Russia. It's going pretty good right now in that views. The other one is Carl Froch mocks Anthony Joshua, which all of it I filmed this morning and now up and available for you guys to check out. But right now we are going to head into the second round of Michelle Waterson Gomez versus Robertson as we concentrate on this fight in the current moment of time. We will go back and talk about those other subjects later on throughout the night. So here we go. Michelle Waterson and Jillian Roberts. There's a front kick by Michelle Waterson, and now she's stuck up against the cage. Jillian Roberts going for a single leg attempt. Michelle Waterson fighting out, but unfortunately gets taken down and I believe put into a side control position. So the grappling exchanges have been on the side of Jillian Roberts in the current moment of time. So guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. The most hardworking MMA channel in YouTube in the current moment of time, because guess what? I'm going to give you guys analysis on different angles that are beyond MMA. Sometimes you got to understand, a lot of channels will go out and do the basic kicks and punches, meat and potatoes of MMA. What I want to do is give you the news, geopolitics, what's going on in the streets, international gangster stories, crime drama that's going on in the United States, in particular, California, LA, and New York, Chicago, and anything that I can cover to my circumference, on top of explaining geopolitical matters that is going on in MMA, which is, by the way, my biggest niche, in my humble opinion, a niche of its own. Geopolitics and MMA. Now, I know there are other people that are doing it, but guess what? I can give you a military perspective, understanding that just by having experience in the Marines. I can give you from a gang perspective, understanding the California gang politics that have been going on here since I've moved here in 2006 or so. And giving you angles of what is going on in the geopolitical world, because I've spent some time in the Middle East. I've gone and lived in Egypt for 6 months just to learn Islam. And these are some of the things that I can share in terms of some of the knowledge that I can express while giving you guys the kicks and punches of MMA. So as we are doing that right now, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are checking out Robertson on top of Michelle Waterson right now in a half guard position as she is throwing elbows from the top position in the half guard, trying to transition, and Michelle Waterson basically doing absolutely nothing as she is stuck in this position with absolutely no answer to it. Because right now, Jillian Roberts is really getting the best of these exchanges in terms of the grappling. Now she's on mount position in the current moment of time. 209, 207, 206 of the second round. And now she's throwing elbows from the top, throwing ground and pound positions as Michelle Waterson has her one arm controlled, but still Jillian Roberts is able to maintain top control. Now she has a knee on belly as she is trying to transition into the full guard position. Now she's on top of the full guard position. And now really high on the chest as, okay, now Michelle Waterson sort of scrambled out of that position now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. The most exciting mixed martial arts channel in the history of YouTube that I will present to you. In between the fights, I'm going to show you guys some of my content of why you should subscribe to this channel and what sort of things I can offer you, and some of the new content that I've been putting out lately. Thank you guys for being here with me and covering these fights with me. You could have been anywhere else, but you are here with me in the audio form. But it's not for any other reason other than just, hey, you know what? Most of you are not watching these fights to watch a person on their video. Now, do I have videos where I show myself? Of course. I show you when I'm driving. I show you when I'm in the office. I show you when I'm in certain positions in, let's say, the gyms outside with, let's say, arenas or any circumference that I'm at, whether I'm in Sacramento or LA. I show you what is around me. But when you guys are reacting to fights, I don't think you're really interested in watching the video. At least I'm not. So I'm going to treat it as the way that I want the content to be consumed. And right now, Michelle Waterson is now in top stacked guard position as she is defending from an arm bar that Jillian Roberts has attached on her. And now is the end of the second round, and we are heading into the third round. So in between, I'm going to show you guys the content that I have going on in the current moment of time, right? Uh, Khabib's gym raided again. Here's the full details. Post-terror attack in Russia. Carl Froch mocks Anthony Joshua. I sort of react what Carl Froch did and the response that Anthony Joshua made, which sort of gives you a little bit of a cultural understanding to how people respond to insults, and in particular, Anthony Joshua sort of flashing money in the face of Carl Froch. And the day before that, obviously, Khabib and terrorism accusations, which then leads to this today. The news that I have just been giving you with Khabib's gym, and then the suspect that was supposedly part of his gym. Okay, so now let's go back to the fights. Third and final round for Michelle Waterson versus Jillian Roberts. Good fight for Michelle Waterson so far, but again, she's doing all right, meaning that she's doing all right enough to really stay in the UFC, but not enough to really win this particular fight in this current moment of time. I don't see her winning this fight at all. I don't think anybody really sees her winning this fight at all, but here we are. Once again, just being out grappled within the first 30 seconds of this fight and just basically dragging her around. Yeah, the grappling of Jillian Roberts is just way too much for Michelle Waterson right now. Yeah, I agree with Joe Rogan's commentary there. He said that the only way Michelle Waterson can win this fight is using the range. Well, Jillian Roberts is doing quite a great job of just basically taking her down, keeping her there, and Michelle Waterson not going anywhere. Now they're stuck in a north-south position right now, still transitioning around, going to side control, and still remaining in side control with no response from Michelle Waterson other than just defending all the transitions that Robertson is trying to go for. And by the way, guys, if you're listening to this right now, I'm giving you a technical breakdown of the fight, the positions in which most other MMA YouTubers there just really don't understand, nor do they really see what's going on, nor do they train to really see what's going on. I'm giving you guys that while also talking about geopolitical matters that are going on around the world, while also talking about street politics and everything in between. So like and subscribe, because it is the most epic mixed martial arts channel, I swear to you, that you will ever run across in your entire life. So here we are, Jillian Roberts now into the mount position on top of Michelle Waterson. And Michelle Waterson has no response to this other than trying to kick up and buckle up. But once again, Robertson is just riding way too high right now while she is controlling her top position. And with no response for Michelle Waterson once again, with 2:25 left into the third round. Don't forget to like and subscribe, as I am giving you guys a play-by-play breakdown of what is going on in the fight and what Michelle Waterson needs to do. So what she needs to do is get away from this high guard position that Robertson is on right now, meaning that she needs to, if she kicks up like this, now she ends up and gets scrambled right into her back. Now she has to try and figure out, maybe get into a side, and I'm sorry, not a side, a half guard position in order to secure a much more safer and less dangerous, vulnerable positions. But unfortunately, right now, Jillian Roberts is on her side and giving her punches from the top. And Michelle Waterson now stuck back into the half guard position, with Robertson probably going for another transition once again. Obviously, some of the people left because they did not want to hear all of the breakdowns. But hey, listen, this channel, I can offer a little bit of everything. You're not going to always like the technical breakdowns of what I'm talking about, because maybe it's um, too martial arts nerd for you. But at the same time, I also talk about other things that sort of relate to MMA from a current events point of view. But here we are in the current moment of time with 50 seconds left into the third round. The same story as it goes from the first. Jillian Roberts on top, constant barrages of ground and pound and constantly changing transitions, but right now remaining into the full guard position as she is pounding away towards Michelle Waterson, controlling her head from the back position, sort of as a plum position. So this guy right here asks, "Why are you this and that?" What kind of question is that? Why are you? Again, you really have an intelligence of a fifth grader, in all honesty. Look at this comment right here. Why are you this? Right? Like, what is that supposed to somehow get me angry? For a guy, by the way, that doesn't have any picture that resembles him to any kind of degree, doesn't show his face, and then he says, I'm joking. Well, no problem. I don't mind the banter and all that if you say that you're joking or this and that, but just remember, if you want to try to roast here, hey, I'm going to roast back. It's a joke. I know. But hey, listen, I don't know where you come from or how you interpret things or how you go about things. You got to understand, man. Different people come from different cultures, right? I don't know what you intend by that. And another thing, I don't even know who you are. Obviously, you're an anonymous person, whereas me, I'm trying to become a YouTuber. On top of that, I put videos out for myself with myself out there and showing you all the different things that I do and all the different things that I know about MMA, which, by the way, I'm going to share with you right now as we just ended the third round with Michelle Waterson and Robertson probably getting a decision on that one. This is what is currently in my catalog right now. Khabib's gym rated again. Carl Froch mocks Anthony Joshua. Here's some of the popular videos that I've had in the past. Obviously, the Davis versus Ryan Garcia fight was a very big one. Speaking of a big boxing fight, how about this? David Benavidez versus Canelo. Now, that fight hasn't happened yet, but obviously it's a popular video in my catalog right now based on the fact that it's a fight that a lot of people want to see, but for whatever reason, there's a lot of politics involved, but the Saudis are now involved in boxing. So what is the excuse other than Canelo's side? Check that out. How about the time when Sean Strickland won the middleweight title? I made a video about that, and the UFC is not happy. That was 9 months ago, and I was right, because guess what? Sean Strickland's not getting a title shot, passed them over for a guy that he beat just because they know that it was a bigger fight. By the way, Jillian Roberts just won by decision right now. She's now being interviewed by Joe Rogan as we speak. So I also talk about my interactions that I had with Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland once came to my Facebook page and he said something to the extent of, well, Muhammad loves the trees, but not the women. And this was in regards to when the Saudis had gone, and I'm going to answer your question in a second. This was in regards to when the Saudis went and paid for Brazil to have fire equipment based on the forest fire that they had going on. So basically, he went and tried to take a snag at Islam, and he then goes and blocks me because then I call him out for it. And yeah, so that's my little interaction with Sean Strickland. My favorite boxer I do things is, who's my favorite boxer? I'm going to say Terrence Crawford and Hamza Shiraz. By the way, I'm affiliated with a guy that is with Hamza Shiraz. His name is Zain Musa Boxing. Check out his channel that is on YouTube. I've done a few contents with him. Come check that out. That's also available on my catalog. Michelle Waterson right now is crying. What is going on? I believe that she is probably, okay, she's retiring. So how about that? Michelle Waterson is retiring. All right, how about this? 20. 20-minute mark. All right, so I'll mark this down right here. 20-minute mark, Waterson retires. Who would win, Biden or Trump? Man, easy question. I do things. It's Trump. Obviously, he's the bigger guy. He seems to be a lot more coordinated than Biden right now. Hands down, Trump got that victory right there with flawless victory, mind you. So right now, we are witnessing the retirement of Michelle Waterson. What do we have to say about this? I got to tell you, back when I competed for an amateur Muay Thai title back in 2010, Michelle Waterson was already a seasoned pro. And this was back in 2010. And one of the things that really intrigued me about Michelle Waterson's style is that, okay, from what I understand, she's half Thai, right? Her father is Michelle Waterson. I believe she's okay. Her mother is Thai, and her father is obviously a white Anglo American, right? But being that she's Thai, she fights in a karate style and grew up doing karate. Now, I thought this was very intriguing during the time that I was training and competing in amateur Muay Thai at a state title level. Now, why is it that it was intriguing to see somebody like Michelle Waterson? Well, because I come from a Taekwondo background. I've won a domestic Taekwondo title in the bronze medal in the point fighting sparring matches when I was 10 years old. And this was 12, I think. This was in 1997. 1997, I believe, that I had won this bronze medal. So I understand that particular style. Right. And then I went into Muay Thai. And because I competed in Muay Thai using karate stances, it gave me sort of a different, what is this? A different advantage. So seeing Waterson compete during that time was sort of inspirational because you see somebody that mixed the Thai and the karate style together, which I think is a very effective style to use in striking, whether you're a male or female fighter. So that's one of the things that's really intriguing about her career and her style, that she sort of influenced, if you know, during that time, if you were tapped in to the mixed martial arts culture, the Muay Thai culture, all of that. Because obviously back then it wasn't the Conor McGregor era. It was the George St. Pierre era, the Anderson Silva era. So the ones that were really into MMA were the ones that were really in it for the niche aspects of it. And by the way, they mentioned earlier that Michelle Waterson competed when it was just a thing that they wanted to do and not so much for money. Now, what did I do things here say? Would you rather have super good jiu-jitsu or super high-level Muay Thai? Well, I think I'm going to be biased on this one. I'm going to say high-level Muay Thai. And this is a very good question. I do things, by the way. Shout out to you, by the way, for giving some really good questions here. But first, who do you think is winning, Alex or Jiri, and why? I'm going to answer that question in a second. With I do things, I'm going to answer your question first. So as you know, I've won a state Muay Thai title in 2010 here in California, right? So I'm obviously going to go with super high level Muay Thai. Now, why is that? Because in MMA, 70% of MMA, 70% of MMA is Muay Thai. Think about this. The kicks, the punches are there, and then the clinching, which, by the way, I've done a lot of my Muay Thai fights using clinches to win. I'm going to show you some pictures right now. If I can, let me see if I can pull it up just to give you an example. And then I'm going to get to the gentleman's question later with Jiri versus Alex and why. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on just a second. All right. Okay, here's one. Here's one I can show you right here. So in some of the Muay Thai fights that I've done, obviously, I've used a lot of knees and clinches. And if you know how to kick and you know how to punch, I'm telling you, man, and that's how you can tell that that's me. That's my, distinct tattoo that I have right there. This is how you know that that's me, because obviously in the amateurs, they have you wear headgear and whatnot. So the knees and yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, let me find something else here. Some other competition photos in the amateur days of Muay Thai. But yeah, that's why I say Muay Thai 70%. It's all there. It's all there. 70% of it. So okay, here's my one MMA fight that I did in Reno back in 2012. So that was against Hugo Valdez. That went to a no contest. He illegally kicked me while I was shooting in for a single leg. But yeah, so another okay, yeah, so this was right here. This was the 2010 uh amateur championship that I had won right here. Um, so yeah, to answer your question, I don't want to make it about me, but just I guess kind of sharing you a little bit of my credentials or whatever, uh, and letting you know why I can, I guess, give you some kind of authority into this question is. I'm going to be biased about it. Just a full warning. Obviously, I'm going to say Muay Thai. I train in Jiu-Jitsu. I train in grappling. I've done it for years, but I will say I'm going to have to go with high level Muay Thai if I would have to go with one or the other, because it's 70% of MMA and you basically have everything there is to it, right? So the question is, who do you see winning, Alex or Jiri? I'm going to go with Alex only because he's too crisp in his striking, right? And if we're talking about, let's say, the wrestling aspect of it, I think his takedown defense is solid. Jiri is going to have to do a lot, right? And if I don't know, man. I just don't think that he can take him down, and he's too sloppy. His hands are down, and I think that Pereira is going to catch him as a result of that. Mr. Bork says, I believe Prochazka will use his wrestling against Pereira. We'll see. We'll see. He needs to. He needs to, because, look, Alex Pereira is a very high-level striker, and as a result of that, well, he has no chance in that department. He needs to do something different. He needs to force scrambles. All right. In other words, like, let's say he dives in for an ankle pick or dives in for a leg lock attempt, right? Just basically dives right in on the floor and goes for a leg lock attempt straight away, right? That's the only way. Otherwise, if we stay on the feet, it's going to be a problem for Jiri. So right now we are waiting for the next fight that is coming up. All right, let's see here. Yeah, so we are just waiting for the next fight to arrive. Let me see if I can play one of my videos that are short, that's a little bit short, that could sort of, yeah, blend into this stream. Let me show you guys this video today that I showed you with Carl Froch mocking it. All right, check this out. 60 seconds from now, like and subscribe. I'm going to react to this particular video right here.
He's called me a prick, and I've gone back to him and said, who are you fucking calling a prick? And, he's come back and said, I don't like you. I'm like, fair enough, you don't like me. But all I've done is been honest and give constructive criticism on what you've done since losing to Ruiz and Usyk and where you're going now. You're fighting Dubois.
This was a video that I just released today, by the way. Guys, like that video, and not only that, hey, run up the views on that one. Play it twice if you have to. Help me become the biggest YouTuber in the MMA space. Oh, we got a comment. Let me address this comment real quick. So the comment is, when I was watching Pereira and Prochazka 1 and saw how Prochazka wrestled, I thought Pereira is done. You know what, M Rock, I got to be honest with you. I think that you have a point. you know what? This is what's different about me with other MMA YouTubers, right? If they are set on a particular narrative, they don't want to be wrong and they don't want to admit when they're wrong. Hey, by the way, I'm one of those people that wants to get better at things. So if you want to criticize me and give me a reasonable explanation to the criticism, I'm more than going to welcome it because I want to get better and I want to do better. And guess what? In order to get better, you sometimes have to listen to constructive criticism and not destructive criticism and negative aspects of just putting somebody down for the heck of it. Do I play PS5? No, but I do have an Xbox One. I'm trying to get the next one, but I don't know. I just haven't, right? You know, I'm not much of a video game person. I mean, look, I play GTA. I'm happy with that. Sometimes I get on and play UFC, but that's all about that I play is UFC, maybe a little bit of boxing and GTA. I'm a simple man at that. So let's get back to this content while we wait for the fight to go on.
Pretty good, by the way. And then you've got your £10 and your £20 notes rolled out on your bed. He's saying, "Get on my level. Get on my level." Levels. It's all about levels. Where's the humble guy gone? Where's remain humble? Stay humble.
Yes, my man. I do predictions, by the way. Not all the time, but sometimes. But when I do, I'm going to let you know about it. But I don't do predictions all the time. Let's just say that. But one thing I will do is cover the sport full time, and that's for sure. But I do have a lot of predictions just to answer your question.
Remain humble. You can relate. And as I said, your wealth is in character, not in material objects.
Listen, he's talking about levels. He says, I'm not on his level. But he's talking about money. Fair play to him. He's made a fortune. He's smashed it. But let's talk about levels in terms of legacy and fights and career wins. A little fat kid from Mexico made him quit, for fuck's sake. He spat his gum shield out and is looking around looking for the corner, looking for people in the crowd to help him out.
All right, guys, I may play that video later. If I may not, if you want to watch that video, it is titled Carl Froch Mocks Anthony Joshua No Longer Friends. Because right now we are going to go into our next fight that is happening right now. And I will read this comment right now. Dinkelstein writes, it depends on Jiri. Got hit a lot against Rakic. Very true at 300. And by the way, that's another thing to consider. All the leg kicks that Jiri Prochazka took, I think is going to play dividends when we are going to witness this fight tonight. But who knows? We never know, right? But if we can mix it up, I can see him winning. If he mixes it up, I can see him winning. Now, here's the thing. In order for him to mix it up, as you say, he needs his legs. And right now, his legs are not all there. So right now, next fight that we are going to react to right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Thank you for everybody around the world that is tapping in with me for this UFC 303 live stream. And here we go. Round one, spinning back kick. Jamori versus Peyton Talbot. The guy that we've been really excited to see, and this is the reason why there's a lot of people that are piling in right now in the live stream. Oh, and that is a right cross by Peyton Talbot, and he knocks him down and just finishes him right there. Are you going to show us the live video of UFC 303? Hey, how about this? I do things. You try and open a YouTube page, and you do it, and guess what? Your channel is going to get taken down. So go watch it, but go listen to me, because guess what? This is the reason why I'm not doing a video on this, because I already show you myself in videos all throughout the week in my videos. On top of that, I don't think you're really interested in seeing somebody's face while you are watching a fight. This is what I don't get about live streams, right? When it comes to fight reactions, but to each its own. I get it. It's just for me, I wouldn't do it. The UFC would copyright things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. M. Brock says, when I watched the stare down between Prochazka and Pereira, Prochazka looked like he feels the pressure. I think Pereira have a better mentality right now. For sure. Look, the thing is, he's a stone cold killer. And by the way, shout out to Peyton Talbot for that right cross right there that he just took him down. Boom, and his head bounces right on the floor as he hits, and now ground and pounds him and goes for the finish. Great debut. So to respond to this right now, yes, Pereira is a stone cold killer through and through, right? He's always going to be the more mentally focused one. Now, with Jiri, obviously, he's going to be nervous like the stereotypical fighter of most, right? Everybody is scared. But there are some guys that just walk in there really fearless. And I think Alex Pereira is one of them, primarily because of the experience that he has going on. And just the simple fact that he is somebody that loves doing this because he knows what he's doing in there. Mr. Brock says, and then Prohachka saying that Pereira uses black magic. Yep, he definitely feels the pressure. So I'm glad you brought this up. So from what I understand, Pereira is a Muslim convert. And obviously, being that you are now watching a Muslim MMA channel, I know a thing or two about Islam, and black magic is extremely forbidden in Islam. And by the way, it's a death sentence in some countries when it comes to punishment, especially in Saudi Arabia, in Indonesia, definitely in Chechnya and Dagestan. This is punishable by death row, okay, if you practice this particular magic. So Alex Pereira, delving on that, I think is a bit of a deviancy in terms of Islam. But then again, why would we believe Jiri, considering that he's going to fight him and he needs narratives to drive up an interest in his mind to get motivated? I don't think he's Muslim anymore. He took the Shahada years ago and promotes alcohol. Okay, so that's a very good point. That is a very good point right there. This right here is a very good point. I don't think he's Muslim anymore. He took the Shahada years ago and he promotes alcohol. So that is the unfortunate thing about it. Yeah, he definitely does promote alcohol, and that is, that is a no-no in Islam. No. You can't do that. Haram, brother, haram. Haram, brother. You are no longer Muslim, or you, brother, are, we take you away from the fold of Islam and you are no longer with us. Okay? That's it. Goodbye. Goodbye, Alex Pereira. You can wear a cross now, Crusader. Just kidding. All right. So, and I heard he do like pagan rituals, but I don't know to lie, but I don't want to lie, Okay. Yeah, no, that's we're on the same page, bro. I don't want to do that either, right? Because I don't want to desecrate. Here's the thing, right? It's very haram in Islam to talk about a Muslim in a very negative manner, especially if you don't have any proof of it. So there you have it. All right, and there it is. Peyton Talbot with the win. So what else is next now, right? We got Peyton Talbot with that knockout. Michelle Waterson just now retired. What else here? Charles Jourdain, that's a good fight. The featherweight fight. Okay, that's a good one. And then my boy, Andre Feely, representing Sacramento, California, where I'm from. So there it is, man. We got some good fights ahead. Man, you know what? Joe Pfeiffer against Marc-Andre Barriault. How about that? And there's a good fight right there. Now let's go into the main card after that. Ian Garry and Michael Venom Page opening the main card. And then Myra Bueno Silva, Macy Chiasson. Yay. And then Anthony Smith and Roman Dolidze. Yeah. Brian Ortega, Diego Lopez. Yeah, I heard that's canceled. So if that's please, hey, anybody on the live stream right now in the live chat, let me know if there is anybody that knows and can confirm whether this fight is still going on with Brian Ortega and Diego Lopez. I don't know why they're saying that it was that it's off now. I don't know if that's true, but we'll see. In the meantime, while we are waiting for the next fights, of course, I have to take this opportunity to promote my catalog. But let me play something from my catalog right now, boxing related. And this is what's great about my channel. Hey, look, this is an MMA channel, but guess what? I could switch it up with boxing as we are waiting for an MMA fight. And in between that, I may talk about some LA street stuff or geopolitical matters within a drop of a hat. Here we go. Carl Froch mocks Anthony Joshua.
Now, he got punched from pillar to post. The referee's looking at him. Do you want to carry on? Do you want to keep fighting? And what's he done? He's quit on his feet. That is embarrassing. Something the Cobra would never, ever do. And you could take that to the bank.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It's not something that you won't do, but at the same time, it's something that hasn't happened to you yet. And I think there's a slight difference in understanding that. You see, just because it's never happened in your career, it doesn't mean that it can't happen. But you do have the moral high ground as to say, well, you know what? That's never happened to me. So therefore, I can use that as a low-hanging fruit against you, being that you did quit against Andy Ruiz. Now, did he really quit? Look, this particular topic is not for this particular subject. What this particular subject is really all about is trying to understand how people react when, let's say, you try and diss them. Now, look, here's the thing, right? This whole aspect of being humble and this and that, let's be real. A lot of fighters are not humble, and you can't blame them. Okay? Like, is it great if they are? Yes. Like I said, I've given high praises to George St. Pierre, to Khabib Nurmagomedov, to Lennox Lewis, to all these combat sports figures that really are humble. But you can't expect Anthony Joshua to really be like that, even though he plays up to that character. Now, why does he do that? For sponsorships, plain and simple. He's with Under Armour. He's with a whole bunch of other commercialized advertisements that really gets him the bag more than his actual fight purses, or just completely doubles his fight purses on top of his sponsorships. So this is the reason why he is the way that he is in camera. But behind the scenes, to be honest with you, Anthony Joshua is just like anybody who grew up in the hood, who grew up in a very rough neighborhood and this and that. What about this one part of the video where he starts showing Carl Froch the money? Well, first off, what did this even start? Hold on a second. Let's find out. Let's see where this even started.
I don't like you. Fair enough, you don't like me. But all I've done is... So he's called me a prick, and I've gone back to him and said, who are you fucking calling a prick?
Oh, okay. So here it is right here. There seems to be... hold on right here. So who the F are you calling a prick? Okay. So it was a text message exchanged, and somewhere along the lines, Anthony Joshua had decided to confront him about it. Let's see here.
So he's called me a prick, and I've gone back to him and said, who are you fucking calling a prick? And, he's come back and said, I don't like you. Well, fair enough, you don't like me. But all I've done is been honest and give constructive criticism on what you've done since losing to Ruiz and Usyk and where you're going now. You're fighting Dubois. There's no need to get personal. No need to start on a man's hooter. It's looking pretty good, but...
Yeah, so this is an automatic response with anybody, right? Anytime you criticize them, whether they are athletes, whether they are artists, rappers, or actors, anytime you criticize them, the one thing they always pull out is the money. They say, well, how about this? You ain't on my level, or this and that. Let's be honest, Anthony Joshua, a lot of people are not on your level, and that includes a lot of people that are in your team. Here's the funny thing about being broke or calling somebody broke or something like that, right? Like, you realize that you being in a privileged position, there's a lot of people in your team that are not. And so, because you want to use this low-hanging fruit argument to get at Carl Froch, who, by the way, is also a multi-millionaire boxer, also makes money now as a pundit for Sky Sports and whatever TV networks are willing to give him a deal. He makes a pretty decent amount of money, considering the fact that we live in a time era right now where a lot of people are having a hard time buying groceries, paying their bills, and things of that nature. Well, who exactly are you trying to flex towards, right? Because in hindsight, yes, I understand this is what you got to do when somebody tries to banter at you, when somebody tries to diss you, or somebody tries to talk down to you. You got to get them back straight away. I understand that. However, you're not thinking about the people that are in your crew. You're not thinking about the people that are still living in the struggle, that are still in the hood, that are still in these destitute places. And yet, you want to use that as a way to diss your ops or diss your opponent or diss whoever you're beefing with online to make a point while not knowing that you're talking about the situation or even worse situations. Never mind Carl Froch. How about the people that are in worse off situations than that? And you decide to bring that up. But that's the reality of it. Just understand that whenever people have some sort of quarrel of any kind, they're going to use low-hanging fruit arguments as a way to get the other guy back. Now, did we really solve anything by delving into this particular reaction? No, but it is entertaining, and it is worth knowing that just because you're at a stick measuring contest with another person or another person online, it doesn't mean that you go out and diss a situation that some of your friends may be in. But don't forget to like and subscribe. That's all that I have. Next topic. So, breaking news, Khabib's gym has been raided by the FSB security forces in Russia in response to what had happened during the terrorist attack that had happened in Dagestan, which left a Catholic priest or an Orthodox Christian priest unalived based on getting his throat and a whole bunch of different synagogues getting blown up and things of that nature. So, very tragic in that end, right? And obviously, one of the people involved was a supposed alleged member of Khabib's camp, in which Khabib later proclaimed that he was no more than just a person that came to the gym, that trained, that did his camps there, which, by the way, let me explain in mixed martial arts context, okay? A lot of guys train in different gyms. There's a difference between training at a gym and being an actual member of a particular team. Now, let's say, for example, I'll give you some experiences of mine in Team Alpha Male. Okay, so Uriah Faber, Chad Mendez, and you can go back to the days of TJ Dillashaw, Cody Garbrandt, Joseph Benavidez. The list goes on and on. Now, Andre Feely, who, by the way, is fighting today at UFC 303, that's Team Alpha Male. Now, are there guys that have came to Sacramento to train at Team Alpha Male? Yeah, 100%. It doesn't mean that they are members of Team Alpha Male. This is the same story that we are dealing with this particular guy that has supposedly done horrific things in the name of whatever cause that he's trying to, I guess, do it under, right? But Khabib even came out and said, this is something that is condemnable, right? Like, why would I not condemn this? Is it even a question to condemn these horrific actions? And he goes on to explain that he was a guy that just came and trained a couple of times in that camp. He was a 2-0 fighter, by the way, right? And the Russians had decided to go and raid him now. Would the Russians do this if they were, would the America do this if it was Khabib in America having a gym here and things of that nature? My answer is no. Look, we have a different set of laws here that they do in Russia. I'm going to put it plain and simple. They operate out of emotions, and here we operate out of objectivity, evidence, and burden of proof. None of that matters in Russia. You see, all they know is that, hey, you know what? Khabib, this guy, they known each other. But at what extent did they really know each other? Just like what I had just mentioned to you about the Team Alpha Male situation, or most MMA gyms around the country. Most people train in different gyms. It doesn't mean that they are members there. There's guys that are not members of Greg Jackson's camp that will literally go there and train for maybe a couple of weeks or something like that. George St. Pierre, I don't think he's a full-pledged member of Greg Jackson's camp, but he has done camps there. There are people that go out and train with Faraz Zahabi up in Montreal, but it doesn't mean that they are part of the TriStar gym, nor will Faraz Zahabi walk them out to their fight. This is the same situation. This guy has never been cornered by Khabib in the 2-0 fight, the 2-0 fights that he has. Has Khabib, Islam, or any of the Team Eagle guys that are recognizable to the public ever walked this guy out? And the answer is no. So why is it that the Russians are raiding Khabib? Well, this is a reason why you're here, is for me to discuss this. Obviously, one, he's Dagestani. If you don't know what that means in Russia, that's literally being black in America. Because obviously there was a time where the Muslims of Russia had a conflict with mainland Russia, okay? And a lot of that hatred stems from those particular historical events that took place with their conflict going on from the 1800s. You can go back to the 1600s and so on and so forth, right? There's a vast history of Muslim and Christian conflict within that region. And obviously over the years, when Khabib became a big superstar in Russia, it didn't really matter as much, at least not in the mainstream level, to where you would see Putin invite Khabib just after Khabib had defeated Conor McGregor. And the same thing with Islam Makhachev, the same thing every time Khabib won a UFC title fight. He would come back after the Dustin Poirier fight, after the, the Justin Gaethje fight. So it kind of showed, you know what, there's Russian unity amongst Muslims and Christians, right? And that's not fake. Let's be honest about this. Nothing about that is fake, okay? Because Abdul Manap has trained guys that are not Muslim. He's trained with different Russians. He's trained with different nationalities. So they're not these guys that are, let's say, Muslim only and don't mess with anybody else. Obviously, Khabib comes out here in the United States. He trains in Northern California. He trains in San Jose. He trains different fighters from America. He helps Bilal Muhammad, who is American. Yes, he's Muslim, but he's American, even though he's American with a Sunni Muslim background.
All right. So I will probably play the rest of that later, but right now we have a fight that is ready to commence with Charles Jourdain. All right, here we go. So latest comments we had on paper, Anthony Smith beats Roman Dolezzi, and he says, bro, Anthony Smith is better than John Jones on paper. Tell you what, that's an interesting take. Let me know why you feel that way. Also, Dinkelstein, let me know why you feel this way as well. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence with Charles Jourdain versus Silva. Here we go. Round one. Body kick by Jourdain opens up. Thank you for all those that are tapping in around the world. Don't forget. Oh, what is that? Looks like some little Street Fighter leg sweep going on right there. Thank you for all of those that are tapping in worldwide. Don't forget to like and subscribe, as I am about to demonstrate why this is the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Yeah. So come like and subscribe as we are covering UFC 303. And shout outs to the ones that are tapping in around the world, as Charles Jourdain is tapping in with those little bit of those jabs here and there. I Do Things says, I think John Jones, I think he beats John Jones because he is better. Well, okay. Better, I guess, in a way that you believe he is a much more well-rounded fighter. I can't blame you for that. Dinkelstein says, I think Anthony Smith has a lot of experience as opposed to Roman, but Anthony Smith's chin is questionable. Indeed. All right, so round one right now. Charles Jourdain attempts a high roundhouse kick, but misses. Here we go. Now they're back squared up. 337, 336 in the first round. Silva versus Jourdain as we are tapping in for UFC 303 live from Sacramento, California, the Sunshine State. Shout outs to everybody from around the world. And I'm looking forward to Andre Fili. By the way, when Andre Fili comes up and fights, I got a story for you guys because as you guys know, I train out here in Sacramento and I've been living out here in Sacramento for quite a while. So I got a story, a little positive story for Andre Fili when we get into his fight. Right now, it is Charles Jourdain and Silva. Like and subscribe to the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, and I'm about to demonstrate why I am the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. And not only that, I'm going to show you guys my catalog, all the videos that I have, just to show you exactly what it is that I'm packing and what it is that I'm offering to the world in this MMA stage of YouTube. So here we go. Charles Jourdain gets a takedown. Now he is going for a guillotine, but then they both get scrambled right back up. Kicks right on top as they are getting right back up. 222, 220 of the first round. Charles Jourdain throws another high kick. Now we are at 214 of the first round with Silva versus Jourdain. He gets backed up into the cage, circles right around. 205, 204, 203 into the first round. Tap in. So as the fight is going on right now, this live stream is brought to you by Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. Oh, what is this? There's a knockdown by Silva. He knocks down Jourdain and he dares him to get right back up. He's like, hey, get up. Get up. Oh, what is this? A flying kick or flying knee of some sort. 128, 127, 126 of the first round. Charles Jourdain is hurt right now. He is hurt badly, and he is being circled around right now. Oh! All right, he shoots in for a double leg. Trying to take him down. Here we go. Here we go. Now they're in the clinch positions right now. They break away. Front kick by Charles Jourdain. Double jab. In between the rounds, I'm going to continue playing that highly anticipated video of Khabib's gym being raided while we are witnessing this fight right now. So we're going to have a little bit of everything. We're going to have, obviously, the coverage of the fight, but not only that, we're also going to have a full coverage of other things that are going on around the world. How about this? How about Wack 100? Trying to bail out Keefe D as Charles Jourdain takes down Silva right now. There's a little armbar attempt on the part of Silva right now. 1 second left. Boom. All right. Now let's get to the video that I was playing earlier. Just only 60 seconds and we'll be right back.
Understand this. I don't think that it was called for with the reasons that the Russians had to go out and raid Khabib. But at the same time, I hope that they do find out that, hey, there is nothing going on. This man is a sportsman. He's never involved himself in politics in any kind of way, other than the fact that Islam Makhachev in the recent times has called out to people for, let's say, being aware of what's going on in Palestine, right? That's the most political that that team has ever gotten. And really, on a mainstream level, there's really nothing outrageous or radical about that. Even myself, I'll tell you, as neutral, not neutral, I'm not going to say that I'm neutral on the subject, but I will say, I understand if.
All right. Well, I'm going to play that later on. Obviously, if you want to check it out, Khabib's gym is rated. It's on my catalog. We are right now in round number 2 of Jordan and Silva. Or you can wait around for the live stream while I replay that. Well, not play it, but play it from where it had left off. So a whole lot of exciting things, exciting content to drop for you guys. By the way, that video was me, obviously, if you don't recognize the voice. But yeah, I just don't do videos on live streams just simply because I don't think you guys are interested in seeing a person when you're more interested in the audio. See, most of the live streams that do the fights, like the MMA Gurus, the Lucas Tracy MMA, the Rigos, Joe Rogans, and all that, like they do video, they do visual, but I don't know if you're really interested in seeing that. For me, I'm just interested in her audio, and I'm more concentrated on the fight. So that's the reason why I do it. But nonetheless, here we are. Charles Jourdain shoots in for a double leg takedown, has Silva pushed up against the fence right now. Shout out to everyone from around the world that's tapping in. Drop a comment, drop a subscribe, drop a like, drop a share. Oh, Charles Jourdain just got knocked out. He just got knocked out. Charles Jourdain just got knocked out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he knocks him out. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. What an amazing knockout. Amazing knockout. Wow. Absolutely amazing knockout. Who saw that coming? I did not see that coming whatsoever. That was an amazing, amazing, amazing knockout. Jean Silva, that is now his 10th consecutive win. By the way, shout out to everyone from around the world. Thank you for all those new subscribers right now. Please come join the party and subscribe as we drop some of the hottest content. So we are, look at this. It was an uppercut. So what he did was he controlled his head. By the way, that's a Muay Thai position. So going back to this question that one of the people had on the chats, I Do Things says, would you rather have good jiu-jitsu or high-level Muay Thai? My man, I just answered the question for you right there earlier, right? You wrote this question back 5:08. This is 5:47. So about 40 minutes ago, you said this, right? And 40 minutes later, we now find out exactly why. So great knockout. Great knockout on the part of Jean Silva. Good winning streak he has going on. And once again, the ESPN is on an event break in progress. So I'm going to play the video that I had previously played while we wait for the official decision.
You are an Israeli soldier, and let's say your family gets kidnapped, captured, bombed, or things of that nature, and you want to join the IDF to counter that. On the other side, I could understand if you're...
Guys, like and subscribe. Watch this while you are watching the post-fight interview, okay?
A wannabe Hamas member. First, you're a wannabe Hamas member, or not even thinking about Hamas at all. Then all of a sudden, a bomb drops down in your home, kills your entire family, and now you want to go do something about it. Now here comes these guys, Hamas, who will offer that to you. And this is the reason why you are where you're at in that hypothetical situation, right? So I understand both sides. However, the fact that I will go out and say, yeah, you know what, care for the Palestinians, aid the Palestinians in their hardships and this and that alone, you would be surprised how many people get at me, whether online or even, let's be honest, right, online personalities that have serious issues with me taking that particular side, right? Or not even taking a particular side, because let's be honest, unless you're actually in that war, you're not taking any sides. Sure, you can favor one side or the other, but the reality is you're not really doing anything, right? You're just sitting in the sideline. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not encouraging or telling anybody to go one way or the other. I'm just saying that that's really what it is. So for Khabib, when you say that he's sort of in that same light, yes, is there conflict in Russia amongst Muslims and Christians? You have Ramzan Kadyrov, who is the leader of Chechnya, right? He was appointed by Vladimir Putin. His father, Akhmat Kadyrov, the father of Ramzan Kadyrov. Him and Ramzan Kadyrov were both former jihadist revolutionaries who became state-sponsored rebels or state-sponsored rogue militants and what have you, right? So in other words, Putin gave them a position and now they control Chechnya, which that in of itself is a conflict, an inner conflict amongst the Chechnyans and the Dagestanis. But they have to listen to Ramzan Kadyrov. They have to be on his side. They have to support him because just like anywhere else in the world, if you don't do that, you know, bad things happen to you, right? So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that Khabib has been neutral this whole entire time. Hasn't had any particular quarrels with the Russian government, other than, of course, the taxes that he was charged with or something that I don't know the full details of it, but obviously from what we know within public information, it's really him not paying $3 million worth of taxes. It's no different than the Wesley Snipes situation or any Hollywood or athlete that believes they don't have to pay taxes or this and that, or somehow just miss out on doing it for whatever reason because they were too busy doing other things, a whole multitude of reasons, right? Now, I think to myself, does Khabib have a sense of quarrel against the Russian government for doing that? Sure. But there's levels to quarrelsome with governments, right? It doesn't mean that you want to do extreme things. And once again, take a look at the live stream that I did regarding this particular subject with Khabib. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't a live stream, actually. It was a video that I did regarding this particular topic. So I had to get back here and do this video again because apparently the Russians did raid his gym. Now let's get on to the subject of Conor McGregor. He goes and says, I was right all along. And weirdly enough, Tommy Robinson shares the tweet of Conor McGregor. And I've mentioned in this particular channel before, I have a video of Tommy Robinson and Conor McGregor, where Conor McGregor was talking about how he wanted to run for public office in Ireland. And the response that he...
All right, so I do things to answer your question. I'm going to say it like this. What do you think? What do you think? I'm definitely not a soy boy, so I let you answer that. But speaking of which, I thought it was a great segue to sort of cut that off. I'm going to continue playing it. I just wanted to answer your question straight away. I thought it was a great segue into that. I will play that Conor McGregor, Tommy Robinson video that was done 9 months ago later on as we are watching these fights, because guess what? There's a lot of pauses in between these fights, right? So it's good that at least I'm going to use that time to play my catalog for you guys to enjoy.
He had towards the migrant crisis going on, where they had some illegal immigrants stabbing local Irish people, and he wanted to say something about it. And so obviously it became a Tommy Robinson situation. For those of you that don't know who Tommy Robinson is, he is an anti-Islamic activist in England, former or current soccer hooligan. And yeah, he's within that mix of that political sphere of things. So I urge you to check out that video. There's a lot that goes into that video that sort of relates to what is going on in today's time frame and what's happening. But anyways, Conor McGregor is using this as a low-hanging fruit to try and antagonize Khabib. He's got after Ali Abdelaziz for supposedly being on a plane during 9/11, and for whatever reason, I don't know what he's trying to incite with that. I don't know what he's trying to imply with that. I don't know if he's trying to say that Ali Abdelaziz was one of the hijackers, or if Ali Abdelaziz was involved in 9/11, which is crazy enough to say. But you have to understand and read between the lines. Just because Conor McGregor says it, it doesn't mean that it's true. Everybody's having this hashtag saying Conor was right, Conor was correct. Well, what exactly was he correct about? That somebody on his team committed an act of terrorism? Look, you got to understand there's 6 degrees of separation that we have as human beings, meaning that who I know, you may know at a mutual level based on the mutual friends that they have. If you understand what I mean by saying that, and if you don't, just rewind back 20 seconds from this particular video and analyze what I just said. 6 degrees of separation. In other words, everybody knows everybody. You're going to run across people that are some of the worst human beings in the world and you don't even know it. You've ran across some of the worst people in your family, in your workplace, and even just passing by at the subway or some public transit, or just being in traffic in the middle of LA or in the middle of Sacramento or whatever. You run across some of the worst people in the world. And some of them you'll actually interact with, and some of them you won't. And then some of them will actually be in your gym and you won't even know it. You won't even know what they're about. You ask anybody that is an expert in terrorism, one thing that they will tell you is that you just don't know when something is going to clack off, right? You don't know when something is going to go down. You just don't know if somebody has an intent to harm you in any kind of way until they actually do. And once again, just like in the last video, I've said there's really nothing that you can solve out of this. I try to solve every issue in every video. I try to give a detailed breakdown. I try to give, let's say, a ribbon wrapped into this story as a present to you, right? And not only that, with conclusions. Sometimes there's just not any conclusions to anything. Sometimes some things are just ongoing. But I have a feeling this particular story won't be the end of it. Why? Because the Russians don't operate like America in terms of due process. So in other words, when they go out and investigate, when they go out and do raids, it's not done out of reason or evidence or anything other than historical significance, which, by the way, you could see that in Vladimir Putin in the way that he talks about wars, in the way that he talks about certain regions and taking it over and bringing it back to the old glory of Russia. So yes, this is the type of terms that they talk under, not the terms of what is going on right now or what is happening in the current moment of time, but rather their own feelings and their own subjective opinions rather than objective facts. So that is all that I can offer you right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right. So to answer this question right here, are you an active fighter or do you just train? My answer to that is I am no longer an active fighter and I do just train. And well, because of that interesting question, I may play a few training videos somewhere down the line, or if we are still waiting for the fight, you know what? I'll play some training videos right now just to kind of give you guys an example of where I sort of match at. So let me see if I can find some footages here. Hold on, just bear with me. We are still waiting for the next fight. Man, in between these fights, they have very big gaps, but hey, you know what? At least it's given me an opportunity to sort of entertain you guys at a different level, right? At a different spectrum of things. So let me see if I can pull out some videos. Here we go.
decent conversation with me. It's going down. Cause I'm around. 50 Cent, I just dance. What up, blood? What up, blood? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? What up, blood?
By the way, this is me training while fasting during Ramadan.
What up, blood? What up, gangsta? It's going down, cause I'm around. 50 Cent, you know how I get down. What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? Yeah, blood. What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? It's rough as fuck, so you can't see what's in it. When it comes to push, I'll be there in with it. Have your legs wide open so I can dive on the it. Bitch, be strong as fuck, scream my name like a ghost. Don't compare to no nigga, cause I ain't the nigga you use. One of the make me speak to green, my heart is big. When you bag on your hoe, they don't compare to my business. Nigga respecting my crib, or I have no respect. I was raised in the deal, so everybody intense. Chunky love in my face, but niggas hating their dishes. That's why I don't fuck with these niggas, cause they feel like bitches. Taking my time with my lyrics, so motherfuckers can hear it. If you rock with a nigga, then you can feel in your spirit that I'm the nigga they fear. People thinking I'm quick, yeah, the crowd so you love me. It's the one that they cheer. Just going down, cause I'm around. 50 Cent, you know how I get down. What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta?
What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, gangsta? Hey, so what do you guys think? I mean, that's me right now. I mean, that's 39 years old. I don't know how too many 39-year-olds that can train like that, let alone 39-year-old UFC fighters. So, you let me know if I earned your subscribe on that one, okay? Because I think I do. So, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, let the world know how you feel about me, and let them know that this is the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. So, who saw the press conference? What did you guys think? What about Garry sort of hinting at the fact that he had spies, or what do you call it? He caught Michael Venom Page trying to gather around some spies or something like that. I don't know what's going on with that, but that's quite interesting. Well, Cub Swanson and Andre Feely are on right now. And I promise you guys Andre Feely's story. So here it is. So I hang out at this hood somewhere in the Northrop area in North Sac, right? In Sacramento. So I've seen Andre Feely around, trained with him and this and that. And I remember like, man, you know, I forget how hood this dude is. So seeing him in that part of town, you know, I saw him at a gas station. I was like, hey, what's up, man? How you doing? You know, I think he was with his girl or something like that. So we didn't really have a long conversation or anything like that. So it was just like a kind of a pass and go, say what's up, hi, and this and that. And yeah, that's what it is. You know, Andre Feely hangs out in the hood, and that is my story that I can share with you guys as we are now witnessing Andre Feely going in there with Cub Swanson. And I urge you guys to like and subscribe to the most epic mixed martial arts channel that you will ever witness on YouTube. That is if you go and you blow me up to the world by liking and subscribing to this channel, inshallah. So we are now waiting for that fight to commence as we are heading into what part of the fight are we heading into right now? So the second to the last fight before the end of the prelims, and obviously 7 o'clock. Ooh, I can't believe it. 7 o'clock. It's going to be Ian Garry and Michael Venom Page, but it's not 7 o'clock straight away. You know how it is. They sort of delay it a little bit. They sort of kind of tease you or kind of have a Joe Rogan talk, sort of introduce the main card, talk about what had happened in the prelims. You know, that fight will probably start somewhere at 7:20 the most. Just right before 7:20, the Ian Garry and Michael Venom Page are going to fight. What I mean by that is they're going to be announced in the cage right around that time. My estimation. We'll see. And shout outs to the new subscribers out there. Subscribe. You never know. I may just shout you out. And you know what's weird? They don't really show you who subscribes to you, right? Now we have 333 subscribers. How about that? A little lucky 3 we got going on here, huh? 303 subscribers. So let's see here. Play something else from my catalog. Right. Check this out. Check this little keychain that I got in Universal Studios, right? It has the Universal Studios symbol on it. So I was thinking, what if Khamzat Chimaev had his own Universal Studios biography and movie, sort of like what you saw with the Tupac film, the Biggie film, their own biop. You got that in John Lennon, I believe, some other artists. Very famous people get these, right? Especially sports superstars. Not all the time. I haven't really seen a Michael Jordan one other than Space Jam, which is loosely based on his life. But here's what I wanted to say about Khamzat Chimaev, right? I'm quite concerned about his particular future participation and why. I got to tell you, it's not going to be a guarantee that he's going to come back. And if he does, it's not going to be a guarantee that he's going to come back strong or match fit or maybe even the way that he used to be, or at least where we thought his prime was going to be. Now, I got to tell you, the reason why I started with the whole Universal movie intro or whatever is because I wanted to sort of tell you that what is going to happen with his career and where is it going to be over and how is it going to start and where is it going to go. When Khamzat Chimaev, right now there's a lot of unknowns going on because the typical movies that you see where there is a plot and a twist and the hero being able to overcome the odds, sometimes that doesn't happen in real life. You see, in real life, unfortunately, a lot of heroes pass away. A lot of heroes don't make it. A lot of heroes don't get those people out of that burning building in time. And that is the horrific, tragic end of reality in many of these real-life heroes. And that's literally what you could probably witness out of Khamzat Chimaev. He was on his potential to becoming one of the best in the world. All he had to do was get a title. Right now, he is treated as if he is the champion. The millions upon millions of followers that he has on social media, the backing that he has from the Russian government, and in particular, Ramzan Kadyrov. On top of that, his support from the hardcore mixed martial arts community, I got to tell you, there's a lot to be expected out of this guy. All right, so Andre Feely and Cub Swanson are about to fight. We are back live. So I'm going to be coming in and out and basically playing some old videos. Not old videos, actually. A lot of these are the latest videos that I have in my catalog right now. But right now, round one, Andre Feely, Cub Swanson. Round one, 455, 454, both switching stances. Jab attempt by Andre Feely, switching stances at the same time. 447, 446 of the first round. By the way, I have Andre Feely's story. You guys can rewind back a couple of minutes to check it out. Sort of seeing him in, well, a strange place. But yeah, let's, nothing bad. Obviously, it's a very positive story. It's just not a place I didn't think Andre Feely would be at. But either way, here we are. Oh, there's a hook right there by Cub Swanson. He connects right on Andre Feely. 411, 410, 409. Don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe. Just like Cub Swanson just tapped in on that leg kick right there. A leg kick by Feely as well. Constantly switching stances. Now he sort of throws a hook while he was doing that. And I feel like anytime, there it is, little high kick right there, unexpected by Andre Feely, really mixing it up. Really great job by Andre Feely mixing it up. Yeah, good kick to the body by Andre Feely. Still switching those stances right now. Still switching stances as he's circling right around the cage. Nice in and out slip by Andre Feely. Head movement really on point. Still switching stances. Cub Swanson sort of still trying to corner him into the back of the cage. Little oblique kick right there to the knee. Hook attempt by Andre Feely. Low kick by Andre Feely, 230. Now in the midpoint, 230, 29, 27. High kick by Andre Feely. Yeah, Danny Castillo doing a very good job on the corner of Andre Feely right now. 215, 214, 213, 211 of the first round. Oh, right up top by Cub Swanson. Tries to go for a leg kick. Sort of Feely checks that, and now they're sort of brawling right now. 150 left into the first round. Yeah, the movement of Feely is really good. Lunging in by Cub Swanson sort of misses it. Now they're both in the clinch positions right now. Exchanging knees into the clinch. Cub Swanson backs up Andre Feely into the cage. Still in the clinch position. Feely, back position, has a wizard. Turns him around. Gets him off. Back squared up once again. 110, 109, 108, 107 of the first round. Still switching stances by Andre Feely. Oblique kick by Cub Swanson. Sort of in a karate stance in Cub Swanson. And Andre Feely still switching those stances. Which, by the way, really leaves Cub Swanson to be very reluctant. And some of the shots that he threw, he just got rocked right there. Andre Feely catches him. And he's back right up again. 36, 35 of the first round. 30 seconds left. Andre Feely circling right around, right on the outside as Cub Swanson's walking him down. Cub Swanson switching stances himself, looking to lunge right there as he backs Feely into the cage. Feely fakes a kick, jabs, switch stances at the same time. Very good. I really like these stance switching by Andre Feely, right? Very Terrence Crawford-esque like. What do you think? And that is the end of the first round, which I will give to Andre Feely. And I'm probably biased by saying that. Andre Feely could get beat up in the second round, and I'll probably say Andre Feely, to be honest with you. But objectively speaking, yeah, Andre Feely got the best of those exchanges. Let me know what you guys think. So far, let's see how many people we have tapped in from around the world. Right now, at least 323 people from around the world have visited our live stream right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe as I offer you the most epic mixed martial arts combat channel in the history of mankind. Let me give you a couple of seconds of examples for that before the fight. And now he's out, which, by the way, is now being replaced by the guy that knocked him out. And that right there, in and of itself, is a very ironic story for its own unique story and set of drama. All right, so a little sample of that. Khamzat may never fight again. It's on my catalog. Check it out. Run up the likes. Run up the views. You know what? Just play all of my videos randomly, all in different tabs if you have to. Just please like and subscribe. We are now round 2 with Andre Feely and Cub Swanson. And Andre Feely, with the wrestling exchange that he just got the better of, now he takes Cub Swanson down with that takedown attempt. And that is one thing that we definitely will offer in Team Alpha Male, is a combination of just mixing it up, doing great on the feet as he did in the first round, and still right now, still switching stances, confusing Cub Swanson in his approach right now. 4:15, 4:13 of the second round. Ooh. Right hand for Swanson. They going back and forth right here. 4:05, 4:03, 4:02 of the second round. Like and subscribe. Run up the likes, run up the subscription. Help this channel become the biggest mixed martial arts channel the history of mankind has ever seen, because I offer you content that is the greatest content mankind has ever seen. And I will guarantee you that. And Feely is trying to guarantee himself a win right now. Single leg attempt, pushing Cub Swanson right up against the fence. Cub Swanson's trying to maneuver himself out, trying to use those knees to alleviate Andre Feely away, while also sort of pushing a different direction to escape from, while he has a wizard on Andre Feely in this clinch position right now. 310, 309. Breaking down fights in ways that the announcers, commentators, and other live chats are not showing you. For example, the wizard that Cub Swanson is wrapping up on Andre Feely right now. Sort of using that to alleviate any type of leverage that Andre Feely has as he's pushing Cub Swanson up against the fence. And here we go. Now, he needs to get out of the fence. That's what Cub Swanson needs to do here. 2:30 left. Now Cub sort of switches it around with a body lock position into the cage grappling that they are engaging in right now. Now they both broke off back into the feet. Ooh, he landed that right hand right there. Cub Swanson landed that right hand. There it is. Andre Feely attempting a double leg takedown. And after this, we got Joe Pfeiffer versus Marc-Andre Bolut. the current fight we are at right now. Still knees with Cub Swanson pushing Andre Fili up against the fence. There we go. Now they're back up on the feet with just 1 minute left into the second round. Yeah, Cub is definitely walking Andre Fili down, but Andre Fili's doing a very good job at circling, not only at switching stances, giving him different looks. Oh, now he's just walking forward at him, but then Andre's sort of countering those shots as well. Here we go. Andre Fili once again with that double leg attempt. Now fence wrestling at the current moment. Just less than 10 seconds now into the second round. Good fight so far. Body lock by Cub Swanson. All right. All right. That is the end of the second round. Now moving on to the third round. Can't wait. All right. A little sample of make out of that whole entire fiasco. And again, the UFC as a machine wins because as that machine goes, one piece is missing. They can bring in another missing piece in order to fulfill whatever is needed to facilitate the next card coming up, which is Robert Whittaker and Ikram Ali Askarov. Now, this particular video is not so much of a breakdown between that fight. It's not so much of that stylistic matchup and how it's going to go, or the competitive architecture in the UFC, meaning that if Ikram was to win, it would move him up to maybe the top 10. All right, back at it right now. Oh no. Here we go. Back at it. Here we go. Sorry about that. All right, back at it. Third round. 447, 446 of the third round. Ooh, high kick attempt by Cub Swanson. Yeah, the announcers are saying it's 1-1 in the scorecards. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how much points I give for Cub Swanson just moving forward, but I see it as 2-0 Andre Fili. But Andre Fili could definitely cap off this win right here with a very good performance. Oh. Yeah, definitely throwing bombs right here. Nice. So he goes for a single leg and transitions right into the ground. And now he's got Cub Swanson down on the ground with a body lock position right up against the fence. Cub is about to be warned not to touch the fence by the referee, Jason Herzog. Little knee right there from the body clinch. Body lock, body clinch position. 3:33 left into the third round. Yeah, it's really smart of Andre Fili to use the grappling approach, right? Considering that, look at it like this, right? You got to try something different every time. Okay? It's important that you try something different. There's moments where Cub got the better of the boxing exchanges, and you got to mix it up with him. It's just what you got to do, right? It's just what you got to do. It's a smart thing to do. Hey, it's mixed martial arts. You do exactly what the art says and go mix it up. Andre Fili circling around. Oh, high kick by Andre Fili right there. Yeah, good right hand by Andre Fili. Andre Fili's not switching stances as much anymore. He's sort of just fighting in this. Okay, there it is. He's sort of doing it too, but not in the frequency that he did in the first round. Or is he? Or is he just, yeah, I guess kind of slowing down on it? Look, at some point, switching stances does either get you tired or it puts you in a position where, you know what, I'm going to do less of it as the rounds go on and as I'm getting tired. And obviously, we got about a little more over than 1 minute left. 113, 111, 110, 109 of the third round. Here we go. Body kick attempt by Andre Fili, exchanging some punches right there in the pocket. 102, 103. He did rock Fili on that one. Andre Fili with a single leg attempt. A lot of takedown attempts by Andre Fili here. And you got to wonder how will the judges see that. All right, there it is. All right. This is what I wrote on my social media page. I'm going to show you guys a little bit of some this is what I wrote on my social media page right here. All you jiu-jitsu weirdos who marry into the Gracie family and as a man actually change your last name to Gracie. What a joke you are. The superior Muslim fighters. And here it is, Eric Trilogy. He's a guy that I trained with, by the way, in Team Alpha Male. He says, I'm a Gracie jiu-jitsu fighter and I am sick on the mats. And he is. This is what I wrote in response. What did I write in response? And you kept your last name. Yeah. You never been to Pakistan, a new generational lads. They're literally are literally women as soon as they open their mouth and motherfuckers don't even know how to what. Oh wow. Okay. That's an interesting one. Okay. Let me give that one a wow. All right. Yeah. Uh is that actually a thing? I love BJJ, but I don't treat it like a religion like some do. Yeah, that's the thing, right? A lot of people do treat BJJ like it's sort of a religion, but yeah, that's giving you guys a little taste of my social media interaction. That was Conor McGregor and Jake Paul's nutritionist, by the way. So he happens to be a personal buddy of mine. And here we go. Now Cub Swanson and Andre Fili are now going to a decision. Let's see who gets this one. All right, Andre Fili wins this one. Good one. Good one, Andre. That's what I'm talking about, man. One for Sacramento. Yeah, very close fight. But yeah, Andre Fili deserved this one. And I'm obviously going to be biased about it, and that's what it is. So good job, man. Good job. Very happy for Andre Fili here. There's Andre Fili doing the NorCal dance right there. Oh, wow. So it is confirmed Brian Ortega really is out of the co-main event. All right. So we definitely have that one confirmed for sure. That's what's up. Oh, wow. How about this? A little surprise turn of events. Dan Ige has stepped in to fight against Diego Lopez because Brian Ortega is not able to make it. Shout outs to Dan Ige. Shout out to Dan Ige. That's what I'm talking about. Dan Ige. What a real company, man. What a real fighter's fighter. What is this? Hey, Hunter, I've been in camp for 3 months. I'm the healthiest I've ever been. I can fight this guy tonight and beat him. This is what legends are made of. I'm ready. I'm in shape. Please don't take this opportunity away from me. That's what I'm talking about, man. Diego Lopez. Wow. 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 Hey, but shout outs to Diego Lopez too. Look at it like this, right? He had to weigh in at 145, 146. Then Brian Ortega comes in. Now it's a 155 fight. Now Brian Ortega is out. Now it's a 160 fight against Dan Ige. What an amazing turn of events. Amazing. Amazing. I'm telling you, this is what I told you guys in my video as I was telling you. Let me show you right here. This is what I was telling you guys right here. Support from the hardcore mixed martial arts community, I got to tell you, there's a lot to be expected out of this guy. And now he's out, which, by the way, is now being replaced by the guy that knocked him out. And that right there, in and of itself, is a very ironic story for its own unique story and set of drama or set of daily soap opera that you can make out of that whole entire fiasco. And again, the UFC as a machine wins because as that machine goes, one piece is missing. They can bring in another missing piece in order to fulfill whatever is needed to facilitate the next card coming up, which is Robert Whittaker. Right. That was in regards to Ali Ekram and Robert Whittaker. But in regards to Dan Ige and Diego Lopez, now this is definitely what legends are made of. I hope that this right here is a lot more appreciated than what people really give it credit for, because Dan Ige really deserves all the credit. Diego Lopez deserves all the credit. They really did not understand where Diego Lopez was going to fight. He went from 145 to 155, now 160. And then they had to make Diego Lopez weigh in again. What is this now? They got Jeff Mullen talking to Megan O'Leary. Okay, so they said he's already in town. He's licensed, yes, because he is also a co-manager with Ali Abdelaziz, and he works as a manager on the side. So he's in Vegas a lot, Dan Ige. By the way, guys, right on the comment section, Dan Ige, give some props to Dan Ige. He deserves this one. Write it on the comment section right now, and like and subscribe onto the channel as well. Let's give Dan Ige the props that he deserves right here. This man deserves all the props in the world, all the props that we can give him. For real. For real, though. For real, though. All right, so they said there's a similar situation in Anaheim, California. Yeah, they're just doing all this state commission stuff. Let me go back to the video that I had played. Let me play it for 2 minutes and then head into covering the fights. Now, this particular video is not so much of a breakdown between that fight. It's not so much of that stylistic matchup and how it's going to go, or the competitive architecture in the UFC, meaning that if Ikram was to win, it would move him up to maybe the top 10 in the weight class. But then Robert Whittaker, if he was to win, it would do him absolutely nothing and no good. However, just like what I mentioned with the storylines of this being an entire movie where the good guy overcomes the odds, right? This whole entire thing, if Ikram was to win, could potentially give Khamzat an easy path to a title shot, meaning that his next fight, all he has to do is heal up, and it could be the championship fight next for Khamzat Chimaev. It could very well be a possibility. And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe as I continue on and give you some more details as to why Khamzat Chimaev is going to be the #1 contender if Ikram was to win. For one, Ikram is way beyond the top 15, I think. I don't think he's even ranked. To beat somebody like Robert Whittaker, who is a #3, #2, a clear #3, a clear #2, that would only mean that it would move him up maybe just a little bit further up top 10, if not just right there. But Robert Whittaker, if he wins, it would do him no service other than just win another fight for an unknown opponent. By the way, a very dangerous opponent. But nonetheless, Khamzat Chimaev already knocked out Ikram Ali Askarov, for those that don't know. And guess what? If the guy that he beat the top guy in the world, there is no argument for Khamzat Chimaev to be on top. All right. Well, there you have it. Okay, so if you want to check out that video again, it is called Khamzat Chimaev May Never Fight Again. It is on my catalog on the video section. So we now await Joe Pfeiffer versus Marc-Andre Berlut. That is the next fight that we are waiting upon right now. So Joe Pfeiffer is up next. All right. All right. Here we go. So once again, don't forget to like and subscribe. And let's see what is going on here. I'm going to try to share this this live stream with a few people. Let me see if I can share this. All right. Yeah, we're just now awaiting Joe Pfeiffer and Marc-Andre Berlut. I could see this one getting a knockout, honestly. This right here is going to be a barn burner of a fight, in all honesty. I don't see this going to a distance. Now, if you think there's a chance that this is going to a distance, you let me know, but I don't know, man. I think this is definitely not going to a distance. These two guys are just too volatile, and they're going to do the damn thing. So Wow, it's a long break right here. I'm surprised they're letting this break go long, considering that like this is about to bleed into 7 o'clock. But yeah, featured prelims. Here we go. 34-year-old Marc-Andre Barlout versus 27-year-old Joe Pfeiffer. Here we go. Pretty excited for this one right here. In the UFC middleweight division. Here we go. All right. Marc-Andre Barlout is just being announced right now. Joe Pfeiffer is being announced. All right, Joe Pfeiffer has now been announced. Here we go. Round one is about to commence. All right, round one. Here we go. Squared up, 455, 454. Joe Pfeiffer opens up with a leg kick. Marc-Andre Barlout throwing some parries there as Joe Pfeiffer's trying to throw some jabs. 440, 439. Oh, I can't wait. It is Ian Garry and MVP next. That's going to be awesome. But this is awesome right here. We got a knockout in our hands right here waiting to happen. Yeah, so Pfeiffer said he's going to try to take his time. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a technical affair as what we are witnessing right now, currently in this moment of time. So, all right, here we go. Oh, overhand right by Joe Pfeiffer. I think he catches him on that one. Wow. Now he's got him rocked. I told you guys this is going to be a very quick fight. Look at Joe Pfeiffer. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, Joe Pfeiffer. Wow, he really put his lights out right there. Good job, Joe Pfeiffer. By the way, another addition to the 185 division. How about that? Everybody's yelling USA right now. Good job. Hey, what if Trump just shows up tonight again? What are the chances on that? But he is in New York, though, so I don't know how much that is true, though. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me see if I can get some people to come up in here. Sorry, guys. Just trying to see if I can get some guests to come here. All right. Shout outs to Joe Pfeiffer. What a knockout. What a knockout right there. Yeah, Joe Rogan's interviewing him right now. How about that? He's calling out, what's his name? Paul Craig. That's a good call out right there. That's a real good call out. Okay, I like the call out right there. He called out Paul Craig. That's an exciting fight, right? I mean, it's literally like what do you call it? A fight between a striker versus a grappler. Obviously, you know the technical prowess of Paul Craig in being a Gracie Jiu-Jitsu fighter, but you also get a knockout artist like Joe Pfeiffer right here. It'll just take your lights out. I mean, come on, let's do this, man. Hold on a second. Wow. Yeah, I really like that one right there. I really like that call out. I'm really excited for that future matchup. I mean, that should probably be on an Abu Dhabi card or something like that. All right. I'm going to show you guys a book made by a homeboy of mine. He's, by the way, the official sponsor of today's uh, podcast and live stream. I'm going to show you just in a second as soon as he, well, okay, I don't know if he's going to see this or not. He'll see this later. So I'm going to Mark stamped this at 2:05. 2 hours, 6 minutes. All right. So hopefully he sees this right now, but if not, he'll see this later. So today, this live stream, as we are about to head into the main card, this is the official sponsor of today's podcast and live stream. So this right here is by Tony Lewis, A Fistful of Dreams. By the way, I have the first book that he made, Only at Solano's, right? Let me read to you what is read in the back of his book from Only at Solano's. By the way, this was from his first book. This right here is his current book right now. But Tony Lewis was born in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and raised in Stockton, California. After several years in prison, Tony gave up a life of crime and violence in exchange for a peaceful life. He spends time running his business, Blue Shirt Industries, raising his son, and giving back to the people he left behind. He now lives in Sacramento, California, and he is a personal homie of mine. And not only that, he is the official sponsor of this particular live stream today. And I wanted to take this time to sort of advertise it as we are heading into the main card. Now, what is Fistful of Dreams about? Let's read this together, right? So when Goldie moved from Richmond, California to Los Angeles, he just knew he was going to have made it in the shade. Pretty women, sandy beaches, and prominence as a rap star, Goldie figured he'd be at the top in no time. But after surviving gangbangers trying to recruit him, shootouts, and a 280-pound gorilla named Uncle Luke, Goldie found himself stuck in a hard spot. That's until he met Ben Reddy. With the help of Ben Reddy and famed producer Ricky Flo, Goldie is capitulated in superstardom, but at whose expense? Just as his road couldn't get any smoother, Cabrera Jones emerges on the scene, and she moves to Los Angeles to pursue her dreams as an R&B singer, but ends up giving up more than her vocals. Battling drug addictions and prostitution, Cabrera is ready to throw in the towel. But when Goldie steps in to help, the worlds collide between his friends and mentor and the women who captured his heart. Who will Goldie walk away with? Whose life will be destroyed, and who will win at all? And by the way, this is his official signature right there. Look at the details on my man's signature right there. Just perfect, right? Mature audiences only, by the way, for you guys to check this out. So yeah, that is the official sponsor of this particular live stream. And if you want to sponsor this live stream in any kind of capacity, hit me up. Let me know how you want to network or what type of business you want me to advertise out there. I will do it for you, just as I do it for my homie Tony right here, which inshallah he will join us somewhere down the line. I did hit him up. He's on his way home. We'll see what's up. But hey, in the meantime, check that book out. I have the link right there. Let me give you guys the link to this one right here. Hold on just a second. Okay, so yeah, look up Fistful of Dreams on Amazon right here. Right, real good story. Obviously, a great time to sort of delve into a book like this with the recent situation with Drake and Kendrick Lamar and things of that nature. This is a great book to definitely check out. So hopefully he joins us later on as the main card starts up. So, and hopefully he sees this. I know he will. He'll probably see it somewhere down the line. But yeah, now big news. Obviously, if you guys didn't know earlier, Brian Ortega is out. Right, so he's out. Brian Ortega is out. And not only that, Dan Ige steps in, and I believe they are going to do this at a catch weight of 165. So Diego Lopez all week went from 145. Brian Ortega comes in. They request a 155. Brian Ortega gets taken out. Now it is Diego Lopez and Dan Ige, who just happens to be in town. Number 14 in the world at his weight division. And here we are tonight. Now we are awaiting the main card, which is going to be started off by Ian Garry and MVP. All right. So, yeah, here's Dustin Poirier right here, sort of, what do you call it? Sort of taking the commentary role over here. All right. Man, I can't believe that's the first fight of the night, right? With Ian Machado Garry and Michael Venom Page. Here we go. Ian Garry warming up in the back right now, waiting for the main card to start. Shout outs to the 534 people around the world that have tapped in to this channel right now. So it is official. Michelle Waterson is definitely retiring from MMA. Great career, great night, and it's how it ends for most fighters, unfortunately, right? Very few fighters go out on top, and that's just a reality of it, but very few, very few. Khabib, George St. Pierre, not too many after that. Not even Dustin Poirier. This could be his last one, and that's that. You know what I mean? Like, so Anthony Smith versus Roman Dolezzi, that's a good one as well right there. Yeah, Dustin Poirier is giving this fight to Diego Lopez because he's the more prepared guy. Training camps do matter, and that's who he's going with. But, man, you never know, bro. Look at Michael Bisping and what he did to Luke Rockhold, who was in there ready and just, man, this is going to be a good one. All right, so while we're waiting for I'm going to react to this video right here while we're waiting for the fight to go on. This is from the Measy show. This is I'm just going to feature all the people that I really mess with, right? And the people that I really support. So shout outs to this guy. Let's take a look at what he has to say right here. Hold on just a second. Let's
before this whole thing came out with the race report, I said, look, I like Lefty. Out of all the Southern Hispanic rappers right now, he's probably the best. And lo and behold, he did some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna call him on it. You feel me? And so everybody in the comments got this to say and that's to say, defending him. You understand me? Saying, oh, he said that he says it, but he doesn't say it on rep. Shut your bitch ass up. The fuck, you're acting like a bitch. What for you to defend that? Like, look.
All right. So for those of you that are just watching this and don't understand the context, as we are waiting for the main card and Ian Machado, Garry, and MVP to hop in, we're talking about the up and coming rapper in LA named Lefty Gunplay, right? He's obviously a Mexican Chicano rapper, who, by the way, is part of the Sureño gang in Southern California. And he mentioned in a podcast that he would never allow his daughter to marry a black man, right? Which, by the way, is sort of strange because he's in a profession in the rap game that is obviously dominated by African Americans, right? And for him to say that, I think really sparked an outrage. So this is the context behind this reaction video that I'm watching.
Let's say back in Nazi Germany, right? Who's defending Hitler besides Jews? I mean, besides the Nazis? Nobody. There may be a couple of other people outside of their culture, but inside, nah. You feel what I'm saying? You're defending them because you probably think that way. You defending him because you probably think that way. Now, this ain't a big notable character. This is a rap, like he's a rapper. Let's say, for example, he was a president and he's racist. Oh, they all are. You dig what I'm saying? Let's just say it for what it is. They're all racist. All presidents will probably have an agenda. You get what I'm saying? We're not finna act like they don't. But we talking about a rapper. We talking about somebody that has rubbed shoulders and use a lot of black people to kind of wiggle where he at.
And that's the thing, right? He's sort of in an industry that is, once again, I said, dominated by African Americans. So for him to say that, you would think that that sort of limits his future business ventures, especially in LA, which historically is obviously a black hip hop dominated culture. That is, unless, of course, you want to talk about, let's say, Brownside, right? Who, by the way, is a Mexican rap group that was sponsored by Eazy-E. So if you really think about it, Eazy-E is the godfather of Mexican gangster rap, if you really put it in that perspective.
And you want to do a song with Game, and which people saying that he couldn't do a song with Game because Wack 100, he can still do a song with Game, bro. Game don't give a damn.
Look, here's the thing, right? So a lot of people are saying that Lefty Gunplay may not do the song with the Game because Wack 100 is the producer, or the producer and the manager of the Game and Blueface. Look, let me tell you something about Wack 100. He will do business with snitches. He'll do businesses with rats. Not only that, he will also do businesses with anybody that is willing to make him money. And that includes Tekashi 6ix9ine. That includes Snoopy Badass. That includes all these characters in the world of hip hop and anyone outside of it. This is a reason why he tried to use Keefe D as a way to build a TV show by trying to bail him out. So, by the way, right now we're just watching a cold open of Jiri versus Alex Pereira, the opening of the pay-per-view right now while we are reacting to this.
Damn about what that dude's, you know what I'm saying? They half the stuff they got going on, they don't agree with each other. You get what I'm saying? He just said it before. But for anybody, I feel like just sticking up, like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you are that, I'm glad that you said it. If you racist in that way, I'm glad that you said it, because that way I know where to put you in my mind. I know where to, you get what I'm saying? But don't say it and then double back and then say it. Oh no, I'm so close with black people. Bro, you just said that you wouldn't let them in your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me explain something. I feel like he maybe don't know about black people, black America, right? I ain't gonna say necessarily African. I'm saying black America. Black people are some of the most accepting people of other people. You get what I'm saying?
And he's absolutely right about that. And there is this YouTuber, another LA YouTuber by the name of Red Supreme. And by the way, this is one of the great things that you'll get out of my page as an MMA content, right? Not only will I offer you MMA content, I'm also going to steer you towards, let's say, the California YouTubers, Red Supreme TV, Haters World, No Jumper, all of that. I'm part of this particular culture. I just happen to represent the MMA side. So this is what I love to do. I love to encapsulate the MMA crowd from around the world and introduce them to our culture out here in California as we are waiting for the main card to start with Garry versus MVP. So, yes, going back to what he was saying.
Some of the most accepting people.
Okay, so he was saying, yes, black people are some of the most accepting people ever, right? So Red Supreme TV, check him out, right? He's one of the YouTubers that I check out as well. He says that this is the problem with them in LA is that they are too accepting. And now because of that, they're getting kicked out of their hood. They're getting violated by the Mexicans in terms of gang warfare, in terms of the way that they even attack innocent black civilians, so on and so forth. So yes, they are very accepting and sometimes to the detriment of their own safety, unfortunately.
The only time, so this is from my personal experience, and I came up not exclusive only around black people, but around a lot of black people. Okay, the only time that I've ever heard of them being racist is in a return to someone else being racist. They're the most accepting people. Is it black people?
Yeah, and he's right about that. And I tell you what, when you are in LA gang politics, I swear to you, you're going to have a certain level of animosity towards a different group. There's no way around it. And that's sort of what he's explaining here as we are awaiting the fight with Garry and MVP.
Or some of the most forgiving people, almost to a fault. You get what I'm saying? So why would they not let you in their house?
And that's what I said, almost to a fault. So yeah, that goes in multiple ways. Cultural appropriation or gang warfare. Yeah, that's basically where this guy is getting at.
That's not, that just show you ain't been around no black people. And so you're making your judgments based on maybe some trips to the county and your homies there. Hey, fool, we're not.
And here's the thing, something that I think a lot of people may not understand about California culture is that in prison, it is very racially segregated. Man, hopefully we get Tony Lewis in here later on so that we can get the guy who is the sponsor of this show today and promote his book. But not only that, have him talk about the racial politics of prison, which, by the way, is very different than the gang politics of the streets. And hopefully I can educate you on that matter further as we go on.
We're not getting down with the black us, fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. That ain't it. You get what I'm saying? And I've heard all the stuff that people say, especially being in the prison system and stuff like that. And by the way, you didn't even did no prison time. We didn't see the whole thing. You feel me? You maybe did 4 years, maybe. You get what I'm saying? But and then now I don't know if that good time and all that's accountable for that, but yeah. So you ain't just did a hell of time. You might have been to Pelican Bay for a quick little second, but come on, bro. Let's not act like you just some super veteran.
So here's the thing that's going on with lefty gunplay that I think is really interesting, right? Now, some of the situation that is going on with lefty gunplay, it's sort of like this. It's kind of like people are saying that he didn't do as much prison time as they. Here's the thing, right? What difference does it make if he did 6, 7, or 8? How does that make him more or less gangster? Or I don't know. But again, people are going to look for low-hanging fruits to get at you. Just like Conor McGregor, bro. He saw that one guy trained at his gym that just happened to do one horrific thing. And all of a sudden, he piles it on Khabib as if he is something that he's not. So.
Or you're like 29 or something like that, 28. You're a young fellow. You know what I'm saying? And being real, a lot of these older dudes, like these older type of real South Side type.
By the way, stay put. We're just waiting for Garry and MVP right now. We're just reacting to some videos, having fun before we get to the seriousness of the fights. So bear with me and enjoy the show.
Type of message. Ones with the big ones that, and the, you know what I'm saying, like tatted up in real. But they're not accepting you that way. They're gonna check you real fast. And I understand a lot of things have changed. A lot of things have changed when it has come to what's acceptable for Southsiders and what's not, right? a lot of things have changed in that regard, and I get that, right? But let's be real, bro. What you doing would not be acceptable to you.
So for those that don't understand what's going on, obviously Lefty Gunplay is a Mexican Sureño rapper. And for those of you that don't know anything about the Sureño gang culture, they have known to have been tied to racist organizations such as white Nazi gangs, which, by the way, for those of you that really don't understand California culture or California gang culture, that would really surprise the heck out of a lot of people. Like, why would Mexicans ride with white supremacists? Well, there's just different relationships and different ways people go about here in California, and we'll explain further as time goes on.
Years ago, even none of that. You feel me? None of it. You ain't never seen a South Sider with no whole bunch of, maybe a gold chain or something, but the whole chain with the hat with the, and then you can tell the mannerisms too. You know, they carry themselves a certain, like, especially South Sider, they're always a little bit more.
Yeah, there definitely has been. Hold on a second. Having some mic issues. Hold on a second. Someone's having some issues with their because I'm trying to invite Tony to get in here real quick. Hold on just a second. Here we go. All right, here we go. So hopefully we can get him in here. All right, so I think the first main card is about to start soon. Yeah, we'll continue. Okay, they're still doing commercials. So while they do their commercials, hey, this is our own little hood commercial we got going on over here. So back to the Lefty Gunplay thing.
Like, you know what I'm saying? There's kind of like North Angel, they're a little more like, yeah, man, yeah. Nah, Southside, they're a little bit more like, correct, dude. Like, they're just more, they don't carry themselves like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, yeah, man, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've been to Pelican Bay. Like, yeah, I've been to Pelican Bay and all.
Yeah, so if you don't understand what he's saying is that historically, Southern Mexican gangs in Los Angeles usually don't have this Black African-American swagger to them. But for whatever reason, Lefty Gunplay does. And I think that's just a testament to modern Chicano rap in which they have to adapt. Right? They have to adapt a certain style that I guess is a lot more familiar to an African-American audience, or in that matter, a worldwide audience per se. So yeah, let's just call it what that is. So continue on from here.
All that, yeah. Like, but that's your whole mannerisms, bro. And matter of fact, this is maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure all his little Captain Sable Lefty Gunplay. Ain't even really no black people where he lives. So what you emulating? And why are you racist toward them? And you don't even know nothing. Ain't nothing where you live. You feel what I'm saying?
All right. So Michael Venom Page and the Ian Garry video package is playing right now. So we're going to react right now to them. Check out that video that I was just reacting to. It is Lefty Gunplay racist fans come to his rescue because they feel how he feels about black people. That is from the Meezy Show. The Meezy Show. Check that out. It is MEEZE Show. Like, subscribe to his channel, and not working, trying to figure out. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Here we go. Let's share this tab instead. All right, because we are tapped in pretty soon to so the first one is going to be 2 hours and 30 minutes. Hold on a second. All right. So here we are tapped in. 2 hours and 30 minutes right in. It is MVP versus Ian Garry. In the beginning, of this fight right here, the beginning of the main card. Let's see here. All right. Exciting main card we got right here. Real exciting main card we got going on here. And we are trying to get my man Tony here. Let's see. All right. Ian Garry versus MVP. Here we go. All right. Michael Venom Page is now walking into the cage right now. Yeah, definitely. This is one of the most exciting things that the UFC has acquired out of Michael Venom Page because, man, the guy is a Taekwondo artist. Not only that, can move, dodge in and out. I mean, look, he just has swag in the way that he fights. Look at this. Savachi Financial is on princess fights. Michael Venom Page and Ian Garry are princesses in that end, huh? Shout outs to Savachi Financial that we got tapped in. By the way, I'm trying to get Tony in right now. Savachi Financial, Tony Lewis, right? Because I'm promoting his book right now in this live stream. He is the official sponsor of this live stream right now. Check out Tony Lewis, Fistful of Dreams on Amazon as we are now heading into the main card of MVP versus Ian Garry. And also as we await Tony Lewis to join us in the live stream, we're going to talk about some old school MMA because, man, we've had some big UFC fight parties back in the day. George St. Pierre fights. We've had fights with Anderson Silva. You remember back in the days. So we're going to talk all about that. But this is his book right here. Come check it out. As we are checking out MVP in the prep point right now, let me read to you guys this. When Goldie moved from Richmond, California to Los Angeles, he just knew he was going to have to made it in the shade. Pretty women, sandy beaches, and prominence as a rap star, Goldie figured out he'd be on top in no time. But after surviving gangbangers, trying to recruit him, shootouts, and a 280-pound gorilla named Uncle Luke, Goldie found himself stuck in a hard spot. That's until he met Ben Reddy. With the help of Ben Reddy and famed producer Ricky Flo, Goldie is capsulated into superstardom. But at whose expense? Just as his road couldn't get any smoother, Cabrera Jones emerges on the scene. She moves to LA to pursue her dreams as an R&B singer, but ends up giving up more than her vocals. bottling, drug addiction, prostitution, Canberra, is ready to throw in the towel. But when Goldie steps in to help, worlds collide between his best friends and a mentor and a woman who captured his heart. Who will Goldie walk away with? Whose life will be destroyed and will win it all? Mature audiences only, by none other than Tony Lewis himself. So check out that book. And Brazil, that's right, Brazil, by Savachi Financial. So Ian Garry really has a strong relationship with Brazil, right? I think a little too much in ways that Conor McGregor would disapprove of. I could picture Conor saying to Ian Garry, listen, young lad, you got way too much love for them Brazilians, yeah? You know, you're supposed to be with us, you bloody thing, yeah. You bloody shite, yeah. I could picture Conor McGregor scolding Ian Garry for being too friendly with the Brazilians, sort of calling out his lack of Irishness. You know what I mean? His lack of patriotism towards Ireland. Bro, I'm really excited for this fight right now, man. But I'm also excited to get my homie Tony up in here if he's just having a little bit of some difficulties right now. So what the F is a Proachka? Proachka is the guy that could potentially pull off an upset tonight, but you never know. So let's see. Bootleg check Karate Kid. Karate Kid, you mean, right? Yeah. Yeah, he is a little bit obsessed with Japanese culture in a way, right? Hey, Savachi Financial, did you see Prohachka call out Piera for witchcraft? Right? And you know, man, that's haram, bro. You know, us Muslims, bro, we don't do that. That's straight haram, jahiliya, pagan to the max, right? And Pierre is supposed to be a Muslim convert. But this is what was said earlier in the chat. Let me see if I can pull it up right here. Let's see where did he say this right here? Right here, this right here. I don't think he's Muslim anymore. He took his Shahada years ago, and now he promotes alcohol. Right? This is according to Mr. Bork, somebody that was in a chat with us earlier. So, yeah, shout outs to him. All right, here we go. Live right now. Here we go. The most exciting fight of the night right here. Bootleg Karate Kid. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Here we go. 6'3" at 170 pounds. Yeah, he's a tall welterweight. But you know what? So is Ian Garry, which is what makes this fight really interesting, right? Two tall, lanky 170 pounders, right? And according to Savachi Financial, he calls it princess fights. So here we go. Ian Garry being announced in the purple trunks. How about that right there? Purple trunks, Purple City, Grape Street colors right here. Ian Machado Garry. Here we go. And for those that are sinking in, we have Ian Garry. Was I right? Was this okay? So a little over. I said that they were going to fight just right before 7:20, and it's now 7:25. So here we go. 9 minutes later, after the start of the MVP versus Ian Garry walkout. Here we go. Round one, Ian Garry versus Ian Machado Garry. Here we go. And shout outs to the 700 people that have been tapping in to this live stream so far. Thank you to all the views and all the comments and engagement. Here we go. Michael Venom Page in his traditional karate and taekwondo stance, hands down low. Ian Garry fighting in a very traditional Muay Thai stance, looking like he's ready to check the kicks. Michael Venom Page is trying to throw some front kicks here, or no, not front kicks. I'm sorry, side kicks. He always looks like he's ready to throw a side kick from the position that he's in. All right, here we go. Front kick right there with 415, 414, 413, 411, 410 of the first round. Ooh, right there. He lunges in for that punch. Boom. Oh, okay. He just took Michael Venom Page down after that failed kick attempt. Ian Garry caught that kick and took him down, which I got to tell you, man, the wrestling advantage had to be on Ian Garry. Ian Garry can wrestle. You just don't see it because he takes on guys that are inferior than him in the boxing and kickboxing exchanges. But here he is with a guy like Michael Venom Page, who is a world-class striker. And as a world-class mixed martial artist, Ian Garry is taking him down and mixing it up. So let's see here. Same thing. Don't have Chrome on this device. Okay, let's see. Huh. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think he's having a problem because of Chrome. Okay, so now Ian Garry now has Michael Venom Page on the ground. Now he's got the body lock, which again, as I'm telling you guys, once you get this body lock position in, yeah, okay, yeah. Once you get this body lock position, oh my God, he's going for it. He's going for a rear naked choke. I can't believe it. Ian Garry is showing levels right now. He has to get out of here. Michael Venom Page is not even fighting the arm. He needs to go 2-on-1 in one of Ian Garry's wrists, and he's not doing that. Ian Garry has that body lock tight. He's still trying to fight it off. Now he's got it in tight. Body lock in right under the chin, but not fully. Okay, he's doing a good job at sort of answering the phone right here. You see this? He's preventing Ian Garry from clamping it in, but Ian Garry has it clamped in the way that Khabib had on Conor McGregor, but he's got his wrist fought right here. This is perfect. This is what I said. He's got to go 2-on-1 in one of his wrists. You see, he's got his elbows right there, pushing towards Ian Garry's arm while he's holding it at the same time. Okay. I'm in. Wait. Let's see. Did he say he's in? Hold on. Where is Tony? Let's try this again. Invite. Hold on. Just trying to get my man in here. All right. So Ian Garry still in this body lock position right now. And MVP is doing a very good job of keeping that wrist control while he has his elbows on Ian Garry. Because look, when you're in this position, one of the most important things that you got to do is go 2-on-1 in this position right now. And here we are. We are now tapped in and joined by my man, Tony Lewis. You know what? I got to get the camera on me because here we go. Yes, there it is on the set, cuz. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, now we're tapped in. We got the fight going on. We got Tony Lewis in the house. You know, by the way, the official sponsor for this live stream, by the way, A Fistful of Dreams. And by the way, since now I got the camera on, let me show you the original right here. You remember this?
Yeah, that was my
This is-
first book that I
That's
published.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
I met Tony. I met Tony when was this I think right after I met you, right? You came out with this, right?
Yeah, I paroled with that.
So Savachi Financial says salam alaikum. I think you know who that is, right?
Who was that?
Savachi Financial. I don't know. I don't know if he wants to be. He's one of the homies. You know him. You know how it is. You know, some homies don't want to. They don't want to be out there. But let me give you a clue. Man, what is distinctive about this brother? Man, how do I say this? Okay, Pakistani.
Oh, yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
Brother.
Okay. Yeah. The
Yeah,
tall
for
one.
sure.
The tall one, not the
Yeah,
short
yeah.
one.
For sure.
Yes. Okay. That's who it is. That's who's tapping in with us right now. So by the way, for those of you that are joining us right now, this is Tony Lewis, right? The official sponsor of this live stream right now. Listen, this has been a long time brother of mine right here, right? I've been telling this guy, hey, look, you got to do a podcast because I really think that a lot of people are going to tap into what you're about. And I think, hold on. Oh, wow. Garry just stunned. Garry just got stunned by MVP right now. So we're going to try to do two things at once. We're going to try to, get a conversation going with Tony while we promote his book and while we're covering the fights at the same time. Hey, listen, only an ADD maniac like me can, try to
Do
uphold
both
and do all. Yes. So we're going to do all of those at the same time. So right now it is 4:22 in the second round of MVP versus Ian Machado Garry. A great fight. It's always great when a British guy fights the Irish guy, and it's a white on black crime at that. So it's you know what I mean? It's a perfect kind of fight. And now MVP sort of looks like he's pretending to play basketball while he's throwing 1-2s at Ian Garry. Ian Garry back in his very traditional stance, while MVP is fighting with his hands down. Are you watching this live right now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
You want a link? I'll send you one right now. Hold on. Let me send you one so you can sync right in, just so you are tapped in with what we are looking at right now. So okay, this is perfect right here. All right, it's on your messenger right there. All right, so yeah, for officially speaking, I sent Tony an ESPN gift card, quote unquote. You know what I mean? On everything. Yeah. So this way he can stay tapped in with us and sink in right into the fights while we talk with him, because man, back in the days we've had some fun UFC parties too. It was during the GSP, Anderson Silva, Brock Lesnar era. I mean, yeah, those were some good times too, right? Some good times in MMA.
Yeah, for sure. You're the one that got me involved in MMA.
For real?
Yeah, I started watching MMA because of you back in like 2010, 2000, when I forgot what's his name, but he used to host these events. He used to host these MMA parties, and we used to always go to his MMA parties. No, not Obey. Obey was one of them, but it wasn't Obey. It was somebody else. He had like a BMW. I don't remember his name, but we used to go to his
Silvio,
house.
the Brazilian cat.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Silvio. Yeah, shout out to Silvio. Hey, shout out to Silvio. Some old school stuff right there. Right now, Ian Garry is doing exactly what I said that he should do when he's taking on a high-level striker, high-level taekwondo fighter in Michael Venom Page, which is body lock him into the cage. And what Michael Venom Page needs to do right now is sort of wizard or swim his way out of this position. And he's sort of looking at the referee to break it up, because obviously you can't stalemate in clinch positions. You can't do it in amateur wrestling, nor can you do it in professional mixed martial arts. But then Ian Garry goes and attempts a leg lock, which again sort of shows what he's been doing when he was down in Brazil training with Charles Oliveira. Oh, are you tapped in? Are you watching it right now?
Yeah, now I am.
Okay,
Bovada?
perfect. So now Ian Garry has the leg lock position, and now, okay, perfect. MVP scrambled out. This is where he wants to be. Now, look for the range of MVP right now while he's fighting with his hands down. See, a lot of people, especially traditionalists in the Muay Thai and in the Western boxing sense, they don't like this hands down stuff, right? But
Yeah.
what he's doing is luring Ian Garry in by putting his hands down, and nice little side oblique kick right there. Ian Garry's still staying in a traditional, really plotty Muay Thai stance, whereas Michael Venom Page is sort of mixing up a combination of, let's say, Western boxing footwork while he's doing the Taekwondo bounce that he's doing right now, which is helping him lunge right in like that. Sometimes he'll throw in a
Ooh,
lunge with
nice jab.
oh, okay, that's a good one too, right there.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Nice little spinning attack attempt by Ian Garry right there. Wow. Okay, man. You know what? After that, this could potentially be uh, a 1-1 fight, right? I know Ian Garry had the best of those grappling exchanges, but man, in today's MMA, bro, let me tell you, back in the days, you remember, speaking of old school stuff, right? George St. Pierre would just go and take you down, right? 5 rounds,
Yeah.
he'll win the fight. Today, not so much, bro. There's a lot of judges that are now giving the scorecards to the strikers, right? Especially if the striker is damaging you long enough. Ooh. Wow, we may see an
Yeah, caught
upset
it.
right here. We may see an upset right here if Michael Venom Page continues this one right here. That's going to be a good one next month right there. Shout outs to our brother Bilal Muhammad taking on the undisputed 170 champ Leon Edwards. And how about Curtis Blades versus Tom Aspinall? I'm going to ask you about what you think about the new guys that are on the MMA scene right now, because I know we've been really tapped in back in the old school days. But here we go. So round 3 right here, 444, 443 of the third round. Oh, nice front kick by Michael Venom Page right there. Yeah, that's true right there. What DC is saying, yeah, he's really leaving Ian Garry stationary right now, right? Like he's sort of like reluctant in throwing, really not sure of what he wants to do. And every time he puts his hands down like that, believe it or not, he's making him very nervous. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He gets a mount position on Ian. Is that a mount? No, that's not a mount. He's on the half side, half guard and full guard. Okay, he's in a full guard position now. He's trying to transition in a half guard while Ian Garry's got a wizard on the bottom of Michael Venom Page. Now he's got that body lock. Here's what a lot of people don't understand about that body lock, right? When you got a body lock like the way Ian Garry has on the bottom, what he's trying to do is disrupt your breathing. You see, like when you wrap that, so tight into your body, sometimes if you wrap it long enough, you'll be coughing like my man right there, right now. You know what I mean? But that's what Ian Garry is trying to attempt to do while he's in this inferior position right now with Michael Venom Page on top. Remember back in the day when they started bringing in all the Strike Force guys, right?
Yeah.
That's when we really started to find out, like, whoa, all these, I guess what you would call regional organizations or whatever, wasn't so regional at all. I mean, these guys were fighting at a world level, and we're sort of seeing that right now, right? Obviously, Ian Garry, is I wouldn't say he's a UFC original because nobody is, but the prominence of Michael Venom Page's pro career is in Bellator. And now coming into the UFC, he's sort of showing like, hey, look, this is the type of levels that you may not see outside of the UFC. Now they're back up on their feet right now with 220, 219. Now, for somebody like Ian Garry, who usually has good footwork, he looks more of the flat-footed fighter, which I've never
Yeah.
seen in any of Ian Garry's fights. He usually was the more elusive guy. Okay, now this is what he needs to do right here in order to try to solidify a win here. But Michael Venom Page
I don't see it.
is stuck. What's that?
I said I don't see it. He has 1:40 left.
Yeah. He has to really, he almost got him earlier in just right before you tapped in. Man, he had a rear naked choke on him, which is what he's attempting again right now in the third and final round here.
It's not locked in though.
No, not even the body lock, which I'm surprised he's not going for. He's usually wrap that thing, real tight. But I think what he's trying to do is put a lot of weight on the back of Michael Venom Page, which this is a lot of weight that he's carrying. This fight is contested at 170. Ian Garry right now is probably at 190, close to 200. So MVP is carrying a 200-pound backpack on him right now, bent over in this very strange position for his weight distribution. While Ian Garry is sort of throwing some 6 to 12 elbows while he's attempting to wrap his bicep around his neck. And Page could probably slam his head right here. I don't know if he sees it. He could slam his head right here, like pile drive him, if he just like pushes his leg back a little bit, but he may compromise himself. Yeah, Joe Rogan's right. He said, this round may have to go to Ian Garry. Okay. So once again, Ian Garry in another tough fight, just like he did against Jeff Neal in his last fight. They were expecting him to really run over the last guy because obviously he's a big prospect. He's sort of got the stamp from Conor McGregor. They originally put him in this card because obviously this is supposed to be a Conor McGregor card, right? Have the Irish go crazy. So this is supposed to be his show, but Michael Venom Page is that guy from the other organization coming into the UFC trying to make a name for himself. Let's see who gets the decision on this one. What do you think, Tony? You think MVP did enough, or are they going to give this one to Ian Garry?
Well, I kind of caught the fight at the ending of it, so I really can't tell you.
Okay,
but from what I've saw, I don't know, man. It's pretty close.
That's what I'm saying. Even from what I saw from the beginning, which was where he almost caught Michael Venom Page in the first round with a rear naked choke. So that has to be big points somehow with a huge submission attempt like that. But again, these new era of judges, bro, they're different. You know what I mean? It's not, they look for something different. And then some of them come from different martial arts backgrounds. So maybe they, prefer the boxing over the jiu-jitsu. Maybe they prefer the wrestling over the Muay Thai. Let's find out. All right, looks like not really a lot of bad blood between them, but you never know with Ian Garry. Let's see. Still undefeated. Oh, wow. They gave it to Ian Garry. Okay, so they really were looking for the grappling in that. Yeah, he definitely won the grappling exchanges, but close fight. I wouldn't have been mad either way. Still, MVP looked great. He made a great account of himself. He's still going to be in a lot of exciting fights, and you may probably see MVP fight Stephen Wonderboy Thompson next, right? Two karate guys, Taekwondo style. Ian Garry's going to move on to fight the top 5 of this division, if not fight. You know what? Colby Covington's ducking this fade, bro. This is supposed to be Colby Covington in this fight right here. You know, he's calling Ian Garry, oh, you're a cuck boy, you're a beezy, you're a bitch, this and that. You know, well, okay, he's calling you out. You know, and then Colby's nowhere to be found. He's like, I don't want to fight you. You're not really that well known. I'm like, I don't know about that, man. You know what I mean? So he's ducking the fade on this dude right here. And this is why, man, he's got good enough takedown defense to stop Colby Covington. And other than Michael Venom Page, he's got great footwork and can really tear you apart on the range. So he's definitely a bad matchup for Colby Covington. Who's he calling out? Let's see who he calls out. Okay, so he's just saying he's coming for that belt. No one really specific. Joe Rogan asks, was it a strategy to grapple with him? It should have been, because that's what you do to Michael Venom Page. Otherwise, you keep Michael Venom Page at a range and a distance long enough, man, he'll snipe you. You know, so he did the right thing by closing in on Michael Venom Page. So much love in my Brazil. Hey, you know what? I bet you Conor probably scolds him behind closed doors. Hey, listen, Eddie, you give way too much love to them Brazilians. You're not a real Irishman. You know, I bet you he scolds him behind closed doors like you need to give more props to your people. You know, you be riding with them. You down with the Brazilians. You ain't down with the Irish. Oh, man. But that was a good fight, though, man. Okay, so I want to turn over to my man's book right here, right? Because this is the official sponsor of the show today. Tell us about your book, because earlier I talked about it. I read the synopsis on the book. I sort of gave a brief biography of yourself. Introduce the world to yourself and to your book and what this book means to all of us.
So yeah, this is my baby, man. This book has been with me since I first caught my case in 2012. I started, and I had a dream about this book for 3 days straight. And the entire time I was fighting my case, you know, I started with the outline. Then when I went to reception to San Quentin, you know, I would stay up all night and keep working on the outline, working on my rough drafts. And then when I went to Susanville, we were on lockdown for like 4 months. So Marcelli and I would take turns. He would stay up all day. I would stay up all night. And during that time, I was just right. So then once I got to another prison, Soledad, I was able to get a cell phone. And from there, you know, I was able to put everything on file. And from there, you know, I started working on the cover, started working on getting it edited. And once I came home, man, I put it together, and I've been working on it since, and been putting it out, and it's a hell of a book.
Yeah, man. So tell us about that. Like, you obviously, like, because when I first met you, right, I'll give a little introduction to the world, right, how me and Tony met, right? So I met him in college. I believe I was going to American River at the time. We were at a speech class together. And, well, I met Tony. He told me his background. I was like, you know what, man, you know, I'm going to tap in with this dude right here. You know, this is an interesting fella right here. You know what I mean? And so, you know, we exchanged numbers. We hung out. You know, we've been homies since, you know what I mean? And so, tell us about like what that experience was like when, let's say, you transition from the inside and now going into school and stuff like that. What was that like in terms of like the time that you had missed out as versus like, you know how it is. Like, let's say you had a dude that was locked up in the mid 2000s, right? You know, obviously back then what was hot was The Game, 50 Cent. Now you come out, it's all these different kids, right, in the drill scene and this and that. And, you know, Tekashi 6ix9ine, you know, Young Thug, all these, you know, new guys, right? Like, what was your experience like? Let's say, being locked up from a certain time frame, maybe in the early 2000s, and then when were you released? Right around the mid 2000s, or walk us through that.
Well, I caught one case. My first case I caught in 95, I believe, and I got out in 98. And then I caught another case, I think in like 2001, if I'm not mistaken, 2002 or somewhere around there. I did like 7 years. But the thing about it is I've always had a cell phone in prison. So I didn't get stuck in the times. I wasn't in the time warp. You know what I'm saying? Like I was always fortunate enough to have the resources to get me a phone wherever I was at. If they had phones on the line, I'll get me a phone. So I didn't like a lot of the new wave music, like Playboy Cardi and all these new guys. Like I stayed abreast of them when I was inside. And that's what this book is about. It's about the music industry. It's about a guy named Goldie who moves from Richmond, California to LA to pursue his career as a rap artist and all the trials and tribulations he go through as far as fighting off gang members, selling dope, and everything he got to do to make it. And then on his counterpart, there's a young lady named Cambria moves to LA to try to be an R&B singer. One of them makes it, one of them don't. But it goes in depth about their struggles, and it's a hell of a book, man. I promise you, you will not be disappointed.
And what's interesting about that, right? You mentioned how certain artists, right, they make it and then some don't. I mean, this is really something that we also do see in the fight world. One documentary that I saw was, I believe it was about the fight industry. So it was one of George St. Pierre's training partner, right? I believe his name was David Loiseau. Now, obviously, and George St. Pierre was big in our era, right? If you remember all the fight parties that we had going on. So obviously he was the Conor McGregor, he was the Khabib, he was the John Jones. Well, John Jones is still John Jones years later, right? Which, is an accomplishment in and of itself. But then you had George St. Pierre on the rise, and you had David Loiseau, who had one title fight against Rich Franklin. And boy, Rich Franklin absolutely destroyed David Loiseau, and he was never the same. At one point, David Loiseau was the best fighter in the gym, right? And we often see this in the world of rap also. There was a point where, the dude that was, the head of your rap group or the head of the clique was the dude that was popping, and then out of nowhere, somebody else is popping from the squad, right? And so that's sort of what happened in that story. So there's a lot of parallels that I guess, the world of combat sports can really delve into this particular storyline. Now, I noticed the characters, right, was from Richmond. What gave you the idea to, let's say, make the character based from Richmond? Like, was there a specific story, or was there, let's say, a symbolic reason, or is there something about Richmond that sort of made you say, you know what, I'd like my main character to be from Richmond, as opposed to, let's say, the much more well-known hoods in the world? Like, you got the Comptons, the Queens, out here in the West Side, you have Oakland, you have Sacramento. What motivated you to do Richmond for your main character?
So Richmond is just the location where he was raised. In the book, I speak on a lot of parts of California. I'm from the West Coast, man. I'm from Cali. I'm a real California dude, man. Born and raised.
Shout out to the West Side. The West Side, man. Yo, we love this soil. I mean, me, obviously, I'm not. I grew up in New Jersey. I wasn't born in this country, but bro, I rep that dub. You know what I'm saying? And throw that, up in the air. I represent it with this podcast, and I love that, man. But go on.
Yeah, and inside this book, I speak on LA, different parts of LA, all types of gang banging in LA that the main character Goldie has to go through. I speak on Stockton, Modesto, Sacramento, Fresno, Richmond, all up and down San Francisco, Oakland, all up and down California. You know what I'm saying? So That's just the location where he was raised. A lot of the theme is going to be in LA because that's where pretty much where he gets his break from is in LA. So everything is going to be basically that's just where he got his start from. And I speak on Detroit because that's where I was born at. So Detroit is also in there. Detroit plays a part. So all the characters, all the locations have some type of significance to myself. You know what I'm saying? My celly may have been from Richmond. That's why I'm not saying that's what happened, but there's a chance that, somebody from Richmond had crossed my paths and had affected me enough to where I put Richmond inside of the book. You know what I'm saying? The Valley, that's my home. Sacramento, Stockton, Modesto, that's my home.
Shout
So
out
I'm
to the
always
Valley.
I'm always gonna put them in there somehow. But yeah, man.
So speaking of the Valley, Wack 100, right? Now, I got to tell you, right? You've heard what this brother tried to do, right? He tried to get Keefe D out of jail. Oh my goodness, bro. I was watching the hearing, right? The bail hearing. I'm sitting there. Bro, I was nervous watching that, and I'm not the one sitting there. I was nervous for Wack because, bro, I'm telling you, for those of you that know anything about Wack 100, this guy has an app called Clubhouse, right? He gets in there, he starts talking to random people. He'll get in there, argue with random gang members from across the country, a lot from California. And let me just say this, right? It's his home court advantage, right? So if he wants to drive up a narrative, he'll talk over you, he'll decimate you, he'll diminish you. Now, in the court hearing, he couldn't do any of that, right? But I'll tell you one thing that speaking of the Valley, one of the reasons why I find him intriguing was because Wack is from Pacoima, right? And the thing is that when I ask a lot of my East Coast homies, when they think of Wack 100, it's a common misconception that he's from Compton. And the reason for that is because Compton is just, I mean, let's just face it. It's a much more well-known city. Like they put their city on the map with NWA. Obviously, you look at Kendrick recently. The type of gathering that he had going on for his video shoot. So this guy. I mean, he accomplished something that we didn't think a Valley dude would do. And I think that a lot of people who are outside of California, not necessarily people in California, but they really underestimate the Valley. Like, for example, they don't know that San Bernardino is the #1 murder capital in, I mean, you would probably argue they surpassed Chicago, at this point. And Chicago has been at the top 2 of the United States for the past couple of decades. So, yeah, man, what do you think? As we are about to witness round 1 with Buena Silva versus Chazon right now, tell me, what do you think about this hearing and Wack 100's motivation, but also talk about how the Valley is also misrepresented in a lot of these Cali movies and media?
Well, the Valley is the Valley, man. I mean, like I'm gonna use Modesto or even Stockton as an example. Like they're just, when you think of California, when you think of the West Coast, the Valley isn't even. I don't even think the Valley is considered. The Bay, Frisco, Oakland, Richmond, and then you got down south, LA, San Diego, whatnot. But the Valley is the Valley, man. You either love it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? I've been in the Valley my whole life. So it is what it is. But, Wack 100 didn't threw shots at the Valley. He didn't threw shots at Stockton. You know what I'm saying? He didn't threw shots at Vallejo.
He did?
Yeah, he threw shots at, he called them like wannabe towns. And I think it was because of the issue he had with Jay Diggs. But
okay, that's yeah. They talk about selective politicking, right? So if that's the case, what does that make Pacoima? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
you would kind of think Pacoima is right there with Stockton, San Bernardino. They're just one of those unknown cities, outside of California, right? Because obviously no one is making Menace to Society movies about Pacoima, Stockton, or Modesto or San Bernardino. So it's like, man, that's surprising that he would say that. But yeah, that's, I guess, selective politicking on the part of Wack. You know what I mean? Oh, nice little spinning kick by Buena Silva there. But yeah. So speaking of which, so I wanted to ask you, right? Since you've been inside before, right? Now, I sort of wanted to prep this earlier. I was doing a reaction to a video that I was watching about Lefty Gunplay, right? Obviously, Lefty Gunplay is of the Sureño car, right? For those of you that don't that are outside of California, we call them Southsiders. There's a long history that would be way too much to get into about the North and the South with Mexicans, but in prison, let me just say this, right? I mean, I don't want to say anything that's like, but I mean, they do have racist politics, right? So, with
yeah.
that in mind, what do you think about the racist politics that they may have in relationship to, let's say, Lefty Gunplay saying something that I mean, let's just be real, right? This is something that we say behind closed doors, but he just flat out said, hey, you know what? I would never let my daughter marry a black man. But for the gang world, right? For people that are tapped into gang world, that's not shocking for him to say. But for people that are, let's say, social justice activists or people that are, racially sensitive, that seems like, like a very contested issue. What do you think about those comments and also the Southsiders' politics in relationship to that?
Well, hey, more power to him. Like shit, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like that's your
Right.
business.
No, that's
You know the crazy
exactly
thing
what I'm
about it?
saying. Yeah.
I like Lefty Gunplay. I fuck with Lefty Gunplay. I don't listen to a lot of his music, but a lot of the stuff he says, and uh, it's we grew up different, bro. We're from up here. You know what I'm saying? Like we grew up with, we don't have any issues when it comes to up here. We don't have those issues when it comes to North and South.
Racial politics.
I was raised with Southerners and Northerners, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I was in
Same.
prison, when I got married, two of my best men, one was from 18th Street, the other one was from Playboy Suit. The other one was a Paisa. You know what I'm saying? So, and a lot of that shit is generational. You know what I'm saying? It's passed down. You know what I'm saying? But as like this new generation, uh, it's starting to open the door and change the perception and change the relationship. I'm not going to beef with nobody because of their race. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not going to do that. I was raised, like I said, I was raised in Northern California, and we look at Northerners, Norteños, them are like our brothers, man. We're tapped in with them. You know what I'm saying? And regardless of whatever's going on in the system right now with the Northerners and Southerners, I look at them as brothers, man. And we fight as brothers, but when it all comes together, man, we're brothers, and there's a bigger threat. You know what I'm saying? There's a bigger threat.
Yeah.
There's always a bigger threat.
And that's a good point that you brought up because one of the common misconceptions that a lot of non-Californians have is that, yeah, it is a highly racially divided society that we have here, which isn't true. It just really depends on what neighborhood you come from or what region you come from and what type of politics they're under, right? It's not so much of like this really black and white type of one size fits all answer, right? It just really is it varies in different regions, cities, and whatnot. So yeah, it is important to sort of bring that up because if you try to generalize California, it would probably be easy to say like, okay, yeah, that's what it is. It's just that one way. These guys hate these guys. These guys are tapped in with these guys. It's a whole lot more complicated than that. And then on top of that, what a lot of people also don't know, or maybe they do now, that a lot of the Southsiders are tapped in with I mean, it's hard. I wouldn't call them white supremacist gangs, but I mean, I don't know how I would explain this to a non-Californian that there are white gangs out here that have swastikas, right? I mean, how do you explain that to a non-Californian?
As far as what, the swastikas?
Yeah, because here's the thing that a lot of Southsiders say. And by the way, I've experienced this too, right? First time I ever came out to California, I went and checked a few woods. I'm like, bro, I'm here with a group of these Samoans and black dudes, and they're cool with this guy. I'm like, what's going on here? Right. So they had to explain to me, like, hey, listen, this is what it is in California. They're not really racist. When they're locked up, they have to be with somebody. Right. So, like, yeah, I mean, what could you explain to a non-Californian in terms of those types of politics, if you could?
You don't have to get involved in that shit, man, if you don't want to. That's pressure, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's pressure. Like, I can't speak on how the Woods politics, Nazi lowriders, skinheads. I don't know their politics too much. I don't know. I just know Crip politics. You know what I'm saying, for the most part. But I know people that has went in there and they haven't aligned themselves with nobody. They stood alone. They walked the yard alone. They did what they had to do. Now, if it was a racial riot with their group and another group, then they're going to get involved. Because if they don't get involved, then that's on. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna push a line on them. But other than that, man, the only group that just the North and the South. If you're North and the South, you're gonna be something. You're gonna be something.
Do you think so this sort of goes into the storyline of your book, right? Because I know that there's a lot of rivalries that have always been going on in rap, right? Obviously, oh wow, there's a big cut on Buena Silva right now. The doctor looks like they are about to stop it. And is the doctor going to stop it? We have an ongoing situation right here. Okay, so the referee is telling Buena Silva to sit in a corner. The referee is talking to the doctor. The doctor is mic'd up. He's telling the referee, hey, the cut is very deep. Oh, wow, they stopped the fight. They stopped the fight. They stopped the fight. This, I tell you what, in the New York commissions, this is not unusual because they stopped the Nate Diaz. Speaking of Stockton, shout out to 209. They stopped the Nate Diaz and Jorge Masvidal fight because of the cut. So right now she's talking to Dana White. I think Dana White is probably soothing her, telling her, hey, you know what? It's all right. I'm going to give you a bonus for this one. I don't agree with it. Dana usually takes care of you if he doesn't agree with anything the commissions do, or if he doesn't agree with the decision or this and that. But okay, no, going back to what we were saying. So obviously today, right, rivalry, and it always has been a big thing in rap. Obviously in a fight game, a good rivalry is great money, right? Conor McGregor versus Khabib, biggest fight of all time. Even in boxing, Mike Tyson versus Lewis, great rivalry that they had going on there. A lot of shenanigans and what have you. And rap is no different. In fact, it's even more encouraged in rap than it probably is in the fight game. And in rap, it's not like these guys are obligated to get into ring or cage to fight anybody, unless, of course, they meet in the street for a fade. That's, a whole different story. But speaking of rivalries, obviously, the reason why I wanted to bring up the aspect of rivalry is because there's one man in LA right now that is sort of being accused of stoking rivalries, right? What sort of opinion do you have, if any, about, let's say, Adam22 and how a lot of people are sort of blaming him for people admitting certain crimes that they shouldn't have, but at the same time also stoking and provoking instigating gang wars and whatnot? I mean, what would you say to that in relationship to, let's say, what you may have put in your book?
Adam22 is doing what he's supposed to do, man. You know, if these individuals trick themselves, out of position just to get on No Jumper, then man, I don't think it's on Adam. I think it's on these individuals who trick themselves and put themselves in these situations trying to get views. It's crazy, man. You know, Adam is getting money, man. He's the real winner. He's a real winner.
Yeah.
He creates these situations with this dude, Brick Baby, and all these other people. Yeah, and DW Flame.
Yeah.
He creates these situations. He doesn't try to stop it. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because when the dude Crip Mac went to jail, Adam didn't do nothing for him. Adam just left him out to die, man. Just left him out to dry. So,
and again, I kind of agree with you on that, right? Because it is sort of his fault if you think about it, right? Because he's dealing with a guy that knows what kind of trajectory he's on, right? Now, look, there are certain guys that you can do certain things with, right? And anybody who's tapped in sort of understands that, right? Like this guy, you can't do anything with this guy. You shouldn't say anything to this guy or ask this guy for this. Adam is not anywhere in that type of trajectory that Crip Mac is on, right? He's not on that time. So, right, it shouldn't be a surprise that, okay, this happened to you and he, did nothing to, really help you, not even a visit, not even anything, right? Like that's literally what, yeah, I mean, that's just what you expect from a guy like that. But because you know that he has 4 million subscribers, you sort of wanted to use that as an opportunity, like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm going to get something out of this. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like your own self accountability, really.
I was watching an old No Jumper clip between Crip Mac, Adam, and what's the dude in Chicago? What's his name, man? He got the crazy little dance. But anyway, he had pressed Adam and he jumped up like he was going to do something to Adam. And Crip Mac stood up in his defense, like, you're not going to touch him, man. This is my friend. You're not going to touch him. You know what I'm saying? If you jump up and act like you're going to do something to get on you. And I thought that was genuine. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
is it
for
that,
Adam,
or do you think that was out of regional pride? Because being that, Adam is now, he's a California dude now, right? He's now the symbol of West Coast greatness, right? In terms of highlighting our greatness to the world through his platform, right? Is it that? Or, I mean, yeah, I guess he really did think that there was true, genuine friendship there with this guy.
yeah, not even a little bit. Like, not even a little bit. I mean, I don't know their situation. I don't know their relationship. I'm just saying,
Right.
speaking as far as what I saw on YouTube. But bro, well, at the end of the day, it's just entertainment. It's entertainment. And I don't think too much into it. I look at it as Adam as being a brand, and this is his brand. Because I remember at one point, he was going to take that whole platform in a whole different direction and get more political. But then who wants to watch that when they can watch two dudes, you know what I'm saying, go at it live like it's a soap opera every day. You're tuning in and see what the new beef is, and because beef sells. Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's really it's unimaginable, right? Because if you understand gang banging in the 90s and 2000s, it's really hard to fathom this idea, like, wait, what? So you have this guy who is a porn star who makes his wife do things with other men, and he's the guy that is stringing along all these gang members, all these dangerous people in LA. He's the one stringing these people along, right? Like,
Yeah,
this idea, like, if you really look at it from the context of the 1990s into 2000, like, this idea is not only strange and weird, but almost impossible. And yet it's happening, right? Like a guy who was like, if you look up No Jumper and you go to the oldest video, you know what it is? Have you ever
Mm.
tried? You know what it is? It's Adam and his boys doing tricks on a BMX bike. It's a BMX video. That's what it is. Like back in the days, they had skate videos, right? You know, where a
Yeah.
pro skater would promote his brand, like they'd, throw different music on it or this and that. They bust out different tricks and try to get sponsorships from different skateboarding companies. Well, that's what Adam was. And for whatever reason, it evolved into, okay, a hip hop channel. It makes sense. You're covering hip hop. You're covering it from an underground perspective, covering all the unknown artists, all the backpack rappers, all the battle rappers. And then somewhere down the line, when they became famous for hip hop, then all of a sudden they start bringing in gang members and they thought, man, we can create a Jerry Springer for gang members.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and it's just like, it's not anything that you would have ever expected. But
Yeah.
he did it, and he created a brand that, and look, here's the thing, right? You got to respect it. If you're a content creator, right? You don't got to agree with Adam's lifestyle. I mean, all of that is weird, right? I mean, look, let's just be real about it. If you're, a man of any type of integrity or any self-respect, you're obviously going to find Adam's personal lifestyle weird. But as a businessman and as a content creator, man, you gotta give your hats off to Adam. He created an avenue that was really different.
Yeah, he's the big dog when it comes to content creators. His platform, I think Joe Budden's platform, and one other platform is like academics. They're like the three
Academics
big.
is very big as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like they're like the top dogs as far as like this type of content. But I don't know, man. When you gotta create issues and instigate stuff to get content and to get views, then yeah, I'm cool, man. I don't like watching it. Honestly, it makes me cringe when I see that. When I see these two brothers going at it, ready to kill each other. You know what I'm saying? And Adam just kicking back, just laughing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, but it's entertainment, though.
Yeah.
It's entertainment.
You know what? There was one time where he did go into the defense of Brick Baby, right? Okay, so Brick Baby said things that he shouldn't have had said, right? And this happens a lot, right? You get somebody angry enough. Okay, you know what? It's one thing to get angry when the cameras ain't on, right? It's okay because then you can't capture anything. You don't know what I said. You don't know what he said. So he said things that were really unspeakable. Okay, so 2 days later, Adam defends him and said, well, you know what? What's the difference between podcasting and rapping? I get why he said that, but okay. I'll ride with you on this one, Adam. I catch your drift on that one. You know what I mean? Like he said, what's the difference between podcasting and rapping? Okay, for now, I'm gonna hold my opinion on that and just agree with you. Yup.
Yeah.
What is the difference between rapping? I mean, look, obviously, the intelligent aspect of it, I'm gonna, break down details of the difference, right? But for now, okay, he did the right thing by saying that. Wouldn't you agree? Or when you say that, like maybe he's just doing that because Brick is maybe his favorite guy.
Probably, because from my understanding, he's gotten Brick out of a few different situations. Brick is, from my understanding, is a very controversial individual. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Very entertaining though. I watch a lot of his content.
Oh yeah, he is. He is, man.
Yeah, he's very. There's a few of them that extremely entertaining. So I'll watch a lot of their stuff just for the entertainment. But some of the stuff, like I said, man, it's like cringe worthy.
But that's another thing, right? Look, back then, to be a gang member and to be famous, you either had to be an athlete or or a rapper, right? So when I try to explain to people that are not, in this particular, that are not really tapped into this particular world, right? How do you explain to them that this guy is famous? He's a gang member who's famous, but he's not a rapper or an athlete, right? Like or nor is he. I mean, like he's a. I guess podcasting is a thing, but once again, it's an unfathomable idea in what we understand traditional media to be.
It's the internet, man. A lot of these dudes would be nothing without the internet, bro. Like straight up, man. They lack the sophistication to do anything else. You know what I'm saying? But one thing they don't lack is charisma, man. You got to have something. You got to have charisma. You got to have personality to get people to watch your stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That separates them from a lot of other people. You can get online all day, but if no one's watching your content, you know what I'm saying? You're just taking up space.
Yeah. Well, bro, this is why I say that you should, go into podcasting. And this is a reason why I wanted you to come to this show and, do this live reaction with me, because I get most of my views when I'm doing a live reaction. Like right now, let's see. So right now we got 7 people right now, 7 to 10 people watching us, right? So today I had in this stream from the time that I started, 3 hours and 36 minutes. We now have officially, let's see here. What is the analytics here? Hold on just a second. 800. We've had 800. So we're on the way to 1,000 views on this, on this stream. And this is why I wanted to get you in, because I wanted to promote your book, which is this right here, Fistful of Dreams. And I want to encourage you to get into podcasting because, bro, I think you have a story that I think would be entertaining. And I think that you're also charismatic. You also have a very entertaining background, just like these characters that we mentioned in No Jumper. And man, I really would like to see you in this space because, bro, look, man, this is, we're not just internet buddies. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I have a lot of internet buddies, you know what I mean? That I've met through YouTube, that I've met through Facebook, but you're somebody that I've really interacted with on real basis. Right. And just by knowing all those things, I just know that you would be a great contributor to the culture and to this YouTube space, so inshallah, I hope that you take my offer on that and you start a channel. If you need help with it in any way, I'll help you, and then I'll get people that are even better than me to help you. Whatever you need, because I think that there would be a lot of people that would be really tapped into your story.
I appreciate that, brother. I really do, man. It's something I gotta think about. I got my hands full right now. I'm dealing with so much stuff with these liquidation pallets, promotion of my book, and then me working and then being a full-time father. So, but my lady and I, we've entertained the thought because we flip liquidation pallets. So we were going to create our own YouTube channel and advertise what we got from these pallets. And yeah, we've entertained the thought. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little camera shy. I think this is the first podcast I've done.
Well, bro, in your first episode, you're getting 1,000 views.
That's what's up.
In your first views, bro. Yeah, and this is the reason why. This is the reason why I really wanted you to tap in, because I was like looking at the projection for this show, and I was like, man, I got to get Tony in here, and if I can't get him in here, the very least I'm going to do is get his book on the screen right here. Right. Well, I got the best of both worlds. We got the 3 best of all worlds. I got you in here. I got your book in here that I got on the screen. And we got UFC that we're reacting to right now. We got Anthony Smith taking on Roman Dolidze next. And the unfortunate thing with the women's fight earlier, obviously, Silva, I believe, was winning that fight as I was watching that fight and as I was talking with Tony about his book at the same time. But unfortunately, the cut was so deep that the doctor just thought it was a safety issue, and they stopped the fight and gave it to Chazone as a result of that. But now we got a light heavyweight banger right here with these two big 205ers. Roman Dolidze is supposed to be a 185er, but he's stepping in at a short notice for this fight because obviously Conor McGregor was supposed to fight in this card. And I want to ask you about him, by the way, because for those of you that don't know, when Tony got in, the last time you were in, what year was that? Was that 13?
I went to prison in 12.
Okay,
and
so
came home in 19.
Okay, so in between that was when the Conor McGregor era was going on, and man, this is what I really wanted to talk to you about, right? Because I thought, man, you know what, my man was he was in during this time, and man, I really want to get his take on what he thinks about Conor. Because obviously he was, very big at the time that you were in here. So now that you're out and now that you've sort of seen some of Conor's catalog and the new promotion that he's bringing into the fight game, what do you think of a guy like this after, after being in and then seeing this new guy emerge into MMA after all these years?
Well, Conor brings fire to UFC, man. He's like the biggest hype man there is. Like, he brings that energy. He brings that aura. Like, he's like the ultimate badass, man. Even if he loses, win, lose, or draw, man, he's a scrapper. He's gonna go in there. He's gonna put on a hell of a show, and that's what the people want. And UFC knows that. He's gonna bring in the big bucks. You know what I'm saying? So, I think the last McGregor fight I saw was the one with him and Nate Diaz.
Okay, 2006. Wait, were you inside when you were watching that?
Yeah.
Damn, bro. So what was
If I'm not mistaken, Nate Diaz won, right? Didn't he win?
The first fight,
Yeah.
and then they rematched that summer. That spring he
Okay.
won, and then they rematched that summer, 2016. And speaking of which, round one right now is commencing with Anthony Smith and Roman Dolidze. It is 4:29, 4:27 of the first round. Front kick by Anthony Smith. So yeah, go on. So what was your thought process while you were inside and watching that fight? Like, well, I guess I don't want to ask too much details on how you saw the fight, but the important thing is you saw the fight. So what was what was that like? Seeing that.
I loved it. I loved it. My boy won, Nate Diaz. You know what I'm saying? I loved it, man. Anytime Nate Diaz fight, man, I'm gonna support it, man. I'm gonna watch it somehow, some way. You know what I'm saying? And man, it was good. But I like Conor McGregor too, man. Like I said, he brings life into the sport, man. He makes people want to watch it. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're against them or whether you're not. You know what I'm saying? He brings color to it,
And it's sad, man. Tonight was supposed to be his comeback against Michael Chandler, but obviously that's unfortunate. It's not happening because, well, supposedly he said he had a foot injury, right? But it was his pinky toe. And by the way, the guy who's replacing him tonight in the main event, El-Kheer, the light heavyweight champion of the world, he said that he goes in there and he's fought with a broken toe before. But to Conor's defense, now I'm going to put it into Conor's defense a little bit, right? The way that Conor fights is very elusive at his best, very elusive, very, like back bouncy, right? In order to fight like that, you do need your toes. Now, El-Kheer has a style where he can just plant his foot down and throw bombs at you.
Yeah.
Now, okay, if you got a broken pinky and you can fight like that, that's okay. But if you're a Tyson Fury, Prince Nassim, TJ Dillashaw, Dominic Cruz type of fighter where you're constantly like wiry and you're constantly in there moving back and forth, you need all of your legs intact, even your pinky toes. So I guess if Conor McGregor was to fight tonight, I think we would have seen a really elusive Conor McGregor. And it's just something that I've noticed in his training camp, something that I've noticed in his sparring sessions. He's sort of leaning towards that fighting style trajectory. So
Mhm.
unfortunately, we didn't see it tonight. But a credit to Michael Chandler. He's in the front row right there. He was just featured earlier in the front row. And I guess that's the least the UFC can do is give him a front row seat to a fight that he was supposed to headline, right? You know what I mean?
Man,
Like, and some of those tickets were worth 5 racks, bro. 5
serious?
figures. Yeah. And now those 5-figure seats are for watching Alex Pereira and Jiri. Now, no disrespect to them, but obviously they're late replacements. They've already fought. Pereira already knocked them out. Although Jerry did a great job on the wrestling department, sort of threatened Alex Pereira there. So, but unfortunately, in Jerry's last fight against Rakic, which wasn't too long ago, he got his legs kicked in. And here's something a lot of people don't understand about Muay Thai, MMA, and kickboxing is that the most underrated injuries or the most underrated pain that you feel between a fight is your legs. If you get leg kicked a lot, if you get
Yeah,
leg kicked enough, you're like, people don't see it. People only see the superficial damage of the face, or, if you have bruises or, lumps and stuff like that. That's all that they see. They don't see the legs. And he got his legs beat up pretty badly. So I don't really expect Jiri to be too elusive tonight. And I think you'll see that. But we'll see. That is the end of the first round with Anthony Smith and Dolezzi. I may have to give that round to, I don't know, man. That's quite an even round on that one. But I mean, Roman Dolezzi looks like he really belongs in the 205 division. This is a 185er moving up, by the way. So yeah, man, inshallah, I really hope you do. And by the way, shout outs to what is it, your girl or your wife that
it's
suggested that to you?
it's my girlfriend.
Okay, man. I think she's smart for bringing that up, because I mean that's what I saw. I was like, you know what? I really think that Tony could do a number in this world, bro. And like you said, right? You got to have the charisma. And look, you say you're camera shy, bro. You're like, I don't know if you notice, you're almost 2 hours into the stream already.
I know.
You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
You're getting game time right now. You know what I mean? Like this is,
Man,
so it's like you're a natural at it already. Look, here's the secret though. Everybody is camera shy until that live button hits. That's what I noticed, right? Because I'd be getting it too. I'd be like, oh man, I'm about to go live or this and that. No, actually, I don't, man. I don't get nervous at all. I'm just
not
gonna
even a
be
little bit. You've never been like that, man. You've never been like that.
no, you know what I mean? So yeah, but yeah, I mean, with anything, right? It just, it takes practice, and look, you got other things going on too, and I think it's a great complementary to all that, right? Because they all complement each other in that, in that same way also, with me, the reason why I wanted to do this is because I wanted to make, like, look, I see a lot of MMA creators out there, right? MMA content creators. Now, just my own personal opinion, I just don't think they're going to bring it the way I will, because I'm going to come at it from a different perspective. I'm going to come at
Mhm.
it from the streets perspective, from geopolitics perspective. And look, Khabib, right now he got, oh, wait, hold on. Roman, we're going to talk about Khabib in a second. He got raided by the Russians, but right now, Roman Dolezzi is reigning and raiding Anthony Smith right now. Okay, so now they're now on the ground, second round. 3 minutes and 29 seconds left into the second round right now. So yeah, do you hear Khabib got raided, by the way, by the Russian
Did he?
government? Because Yeah, because one of his teammates, I made a video about it, by the way. You guys could check it out on the video section of my catalog. One of his training partners, or supposedly a guy that trained at his gym maybe a couple of times, committed a terrorist attack in Dagestan at an Orthodox church and a synagogue. So they're blaming, I don't know if they're blaming Khabib, but here's the thing, man. You can't control who trains at your gym.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I don't know if this was I'm just saying, you know, I'm not saying I just think there's a difference between American law and Russian law. And I think for the FBI here to do something like that, they would need way more than just, oh, he went and trained at his gym. Because if that was the case, they would have raided the gyms of those dudes that did the Boston Marathon. You know, if
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, you know, they
Mhm.
had several gyms that they trained at in Boston. They didn't do anything with them. So, you know, it's like, yeah, man, I don't know. But with Russia, I mean, they operate under, well, he's with this guy, so we're gonna go in. You know what I mean? But hopefully he's okay. You know, I think they'll find out eventually that he had nothing to do with it, and you know, and hopefully you know, the brother is cleared from any of that, because, you know, I mean, the brother never espoused any of that or anything like that. But again, you know, you never know. You don't know what the Russians are thinking right now.
Yeah. Not even a little bit. Got his back.
Wow, man. Yeah, Roman Delezi doing a number on this position right now. But Anthony Smith is yeah, DC said he was accepting the position, but at the same time he had a 2-on-1 on him and then let it go. And now, yeah, he's gonna ride this position till the end of the round. Oh yeah, and he did take this on a short notice. Bang. Oh, that was close to an illegal knee right there. 36 seconds left into the second round. All right, now they're back on the feet. And Roman just going straight into the wrestling mode right after that. Now they're back on the feet. Double jab by Delezi. 10 seconds left. All right, and that's the end of the second round. Yeah, man. So yeah, it would have been different if you know, McGregor had fought tonight. They probably would have had a whole lot more celebrities. Trump probably would have came out. You know, surprisingly, he's been out in a few UFC fights. You know, he's been like this
Has he?
year, I think he's been at 5 alone. Yeah, man. 5 fights he's been at this year. You know, after he got indicted, it was the most gangster thing ever. The dude got indicted and he showed up at UFC New York and everybody was going crazy. You know what I mean? Like, man, he whooped Joe Biden in that debate, bro. Joe Biden, you know, just looked like an absolute zombie of a man, bro. That was
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah. It's they're not. Joe won't get see another term. I just don't see it.
And then what's weird about that is they're really trying to keep Trump out on top of it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
They're
Round
doing
number
everything
3.
they can.
All right, low kick by Delezi, starting it up. Yeah, so the co-main event of this card,
Mm.
by the way, so it was supposed to be Brian Ortega, right? And apparently that fight was canceled. So they went with Dan Ige versus Diego Lopez. So that's going to be the co-main event coming up next. So yeah, man, this has been a card that's had a lot of cancels along the way. First, it was McGregor, then it was Jamal Hill that got canceled, and then it was Anthony Smith. He was supposed to fight Jamal Hill, then that got scrapped. Then they threw in Brian Ortega just to add on to the card because they didn't want to make it too heavy when McGregor was on. Now he can't make it. Now it's Diego Lopez and Dan Ige. And for those that just tapped in right now, I said earlier that Dan Ige is the co-manager of MMA Team Dominance, owned by Ali Abdelaziz, the manager of Khabib Nurmagomedov and all the guys in Team Eagle. So it's pretty much the manager stepping in tonight to to fill in the spot. You know what I mean? Which is a real gangster move of Dan Ige. Shout outs to Dan Ige for that. Nice little counter by Smith there. Man, I'm glad I did this with you, bro. You know what I mean? Like this, this is like, because I know I talk with you on the phone and stuff like that. I'm glad that at least I got to, share this interaction with you, for the world to see as we're enjoying some fights like we did back in the days. You know what I mean? Like this is,
For sure, man.
you know what I mean? And while promoting your book too. So let me put it on the screen for those that are tapped in right now. Check out A Fistful of Dreams, which is available on Amazon, written by
And
Tony
Audible.
Lewis. And where?
Audible. It's on Amazon and Audible.
There you go. So if you're trying to listen to it while, let's say, you're on a road trip or this and that, that's the perfect time to do it. Just like I believe just not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, I was down in LA. Right. If I had downloaded this audiobook, I would have played that all the way and just let that thing ride like I did with the Joe Rogan podcast. And yeah, man, tap in on that on Amazon and on what was the other link again?
Audible.
And Audible. Okay, so Audible is an app, right? I thought that was just like the style of it. So okay, so Audible is an app. Okay, so
Yep.
Audible and Amazon it is. And also check this out. I got the original right here from back in the days. This right here, Only at Solano's, the first
Yeah.
book that Tony
That's
has.
my brother. Yep.
There it is, and I still have it right here, bro. You know what I'm saying? I've been tapped in with this man, and hey, this is guys. Let me tell you, this right here is what loyalty is about. Because let me tell you something, right? I could have easily just, done this show at another time where I knew that not a lot of people were going to be tapped in. But because I knew that this live stream was going to tap in with a lot of people, you know what? I decided I was going to bring my homie here and, promote his brand and show the world his work. And and it's a pleasure of mine to do it because, hey, you know what? I ride for my homies and my homies ride for me. And, that's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? So let that be a lesson to all those around the world. If you got a homie and, they're real tight and real solid, treat them as such and, put them on game and put them on whatever you're on that you think is going to be a positive experience for them, themselves and their family and everyone around them. And that's really what it's all about. You know what I mean? So amen to that, man.
Man, this guy, man, this was when I was inside prison. You were one of the only individuals, man, that really just kept in contact with me. You know what I'm saying? Tapped in with me, let me know everything was good when everybody else fell off. You know what I'm saying? I always appreciated that. You know what I'm saying? For sure.
And never forgot till this day, man.
Yeah.
And that's why I know that your story will resonate with a lot of people around the world. And this is why, like, I'm pushing, for this. You know what I mean? Because look, here's what I know. I know that if you do great in this, you know, that it's also going to help me, but then it's also going to help you, and we'll help each other. And that's what it's all about, man. You know what I mean? Is you know, is just recognizing what it is that, you know, your homies are capable of, and then elevating them to that. And, you know, and this is what I want to do. And guess what, man? Let's take a look at my video analytics right now. I know we got just 4 people in here right now. Shout out to them. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So let's see what is the total that we've had since the beginning of the stream. Okay, 827 and 25 watch hours right now from the beginning of the stream. So, man, your first episode, you got a 1K in your first episode. So there it is, my man. You know what I mean?
That's
So,
what's up. That's what's up.
oh yeah. Yeah, so
That's
we'll
what's
always
up.
remember UFC 303. You know, we've always had great times, you know, with these fight parties. Now we're just putting these fight parties on wax, as they say. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
and we're having a good time doing it too. So now we're gonna go on to the co-main event with Dan Ige and Diego Lopez, and it went to a decision card with Anthony Smith and Roman Dolidze. I think Roman Dolidze pulled off the win on this one, but then again, you never know with the judges. So we're going to go to the official scorecards right now. All right. 3 rounds. 30-27, 29-28, 29-28. Roman Dolidze. Yup, he got that. Man, so yeah, this is a guy that's natural. Well, usually a 185er. So I think he may want to rethink about I mean, look, sometimes I tell you what, it's better to move up a weight sometimes, because man, it's just, you know, cutting weight for so many years, it can be very drowning. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
only that, it can be very bad for your body. And, you know, eventually, you know, you might develop some liver issues, you know, with constant weight cutting. So, you know, but hey, man, he looks great at 205. So, you know, maybe he doesn't need to cut as much weight at 185. But man, and on top of that, he looks even way bigger than Anthony Smith. And Anthony Smith is a real 205er. So, you know, shout outs to Roman Dolidze for this win right here. And it was on short notice. Nice little side oblique kick right there. Boom. Joe Rogan asked him what weight class he would like to fight next.
What's up, bro?
Okay, he said he's ready for both weight classes. All right. He's calling out Khamzat. Okay, all right, that's what's up. That's a good call out. He called out Khamzat at 185. Yeah, Khamzat was supposed to fight last week in UFC Saudi Arabia. I don't know what is going on with him. They're saying that he's got a disease going on, or man, you know, pray for the brother. I hope he's all right, man. But you know, hopefully they reschedule him at some point. They're talking about putting him on UFC Abu Dhabi. There goes Mark Wahlberg right there. Juliana Pena. There's Brandon Moreno. Yeah, if McGregor was fighting tonight, they would have had all the celebrities out. They would have had Denzel up in there. You know what I mean? Like, all right, my man Conor. Yeah. You know what I mean? They would have had Shaq up in there. They would have had Donald Trump. Yeah, he would have definitely came out for a Conor McGregor card. But you know, obviously, I wonder how many people asked for a refund when they knew that McGregor was out, because they kept it a secret for a long time, bro. You know that? Like, they were keeping it in wraps because it was like they didn't want people to, I guess, have enough time to refund. Now,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, that's some shady move right there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they were trying to find a card equivalent to that. And man, right now Conor is so hot. Even if these guys are some of the best fighters in the world, it's not you can't compare to a Conor McGregor card. Like, you know what I mean? There's no other type of fight that could justify a 5-figure seat.
Yeah. And this is the co-main event.
Yep, this is the co-main event, and it was supposed to be Brian Ortega and Diego Lopez. They weren't even supposed to fight originally. But obviously, Brian Ortega couldn't make it. And now they brought in Dan Ige. He just happened to have been in town, right? And this is the advantage of living in Vegas, especially if there's a fight going on in Vegas, somebody gets called off. Like, hey, you want to fight?
You're
This
ready.
dude is, yep. And Dan Ige said he's been training 3 months. So I'm curious to see how he's going to, look in this co-main event. Add an extra light up in here. There we go. All right. There we go. I had to add an extra light in here because it's getting dark outside. Yeah, that's what's great about living in California, bro. It would be 8 o'clock and the sun would still be up, and it's about to be close to being 9 o'clock here in the West Coast, and the sun is just barely going down up in here. So now, how about this? Now, this is a fight. By the way, for those that are tapped in right now live, check out the video that I did with Dricus du Plessis and Israel Adesanya. I literally did a breakdown of the South African apartheid situation because, hey, guess what? The interest of this fight is predicated on the fact that Israel Adesanya said that Dricus du Plessis ain't a real African, right? But he's a white boy from South Africa. Bro, that is like, the perfect storyline for a fight, bro. You know what I mean? You got an African dude who lives in New Zealand. By the way, how exotic is that, right? He's an African dude that lives in New Zealand, right? Like that's just wow. You know what I mean? That's like movie stuff. And then he's fighting a white South African dude in Dricus du Plessis. Dricus du Plessis looks like one of them South Africans that Mel Gibson and Danny Glover were fighting in Lethal Weapon. You remember that? I believe it was Lethal Weapon 3, right? Where they were fighting the South African dudes. Remember that?
Yeah.
Danny Glover went up to the South African embassy and he tried to get a visa. He's like, well, I want to go to South Africa. And then the white South African dude, but you can't. He's like, well, why not? Because you're black. You can't go to South Africa. And then Danny Glover's like, yeah, man, Africa with my people. And this, oh man, that movie was hilarious, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
that's when they found all those Kruger ants in the trunk of that car.
Yep.
And they traced it back to South Africa. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yep. So that's what that fight is going to be in Perth, Australia, bro. With is that Perth or I believe Sydney or Perth? No, I think it's Perth. Israel Adesanya and Dricus du Plessis. That's literally what it is. It's Lethal Weapon 3 in MMA. And I don't know if you saw that, right? So they originally were going to do the fight last summer. Dricus didn't want to jump in. So instead they brought in Sean Strickland to fight in Sydney. Out of nowhere, Sean Strickland beats Israel Adesanya, and they didn't expect that. They didn't expect that white boy to put it on Israel Adesanya. They thought they were going to walk through him, and apparently, Sean Strickland won. He ended up fighting Dricus, but then Dricus beat him, and because Sean Strickland is a former neo-Nazi from Orange County, which, by the way, correlates to a lot of the stuff we were talking about earlier tonight. They're like, hell no, we're not going to give that racist white boy a rematch. You know what I mean? They're like, there's no way, he's bad for the business. Ooh. So instead, oh yeah, that was a good knockout right there. Yep, that's who we're about to see fight right now, Dan Ige. But yeah, that's going to be an exciting fight. When Savachi Financial here. When did Ian become a Machado? Yeah, bro. People are getting on Ian for changing his name to his wife's last name. And you seen that post I made earlier today, right? About these jujitsu dudes that marry into the Gracie family.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
they change their last name to Gracie because they're so infatuated with this family. Like, all right, bro, chill. Like, I get these dudes, train you, to be a beast and all that. But man, you ain't gotta, man, that's doing too much, bro. You know what I mean? But you know why I think they do it? I think because they have jujitsu schools, right? And so
hmm
if they name themselves Gracie, it's attractive to the students. Rather than like using their last name. Well, why don't you just tell people your wife is a Gracie? They're
yeah,
like, no, we don't want to do all that's too much work. Then we got to put her, all in the videos, all in the, promotional package. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I'll just be the Gracie. That was their thought process behind that. But yeah, shout outs to Diego Lopez, bro. This dude, this whole week, right? He was just being basically just thrown around like a pinball. They're like, all right, you're gonna fight at 145. All right, then they're like, we're not. Brian can't make 145. Let's do 155. Now Brian can't even make the fight. Then they bring in Dan Ige. Now they got it at a catch weight at 165. They had to weigh in today to make this fight happen, like a same day weigh in. And now here we are in the co-main event of the evening with Tony Lewis's first time ever on a podcast, which is an MMA podcast talking about his book. By the way, here it is right here for all of you that are tapped in right now. A Fistful of Dreams, available at Audible and Amazon. Also, the original copy I got right here. Let me show you guys. This is one of his first work ever, only at Solano's. It's about, best way to describe it, think of Oz. If you guys ever watched Oz in HBO back in the days, but a West Coast version. Because obviously Oz, I believe, is East Coast based. Because obviously, there's a lot of East Coast guys that were in that. You remember that show, right? With that dude out of BC,
Yep.
O'Reilly. Oh man, yeah, that was right up there with the Sopranos, with the HBO brand supremacy of its day. You know what I mean? That was when HBO was really on and popping. They even had the boxing in the HBO, but they had to let that go somewhere in 2016 or so. They had to let boxing go. But speaking of boxing, what do you think about the Saudis, bro? They're putting on these big boxing fights now, just throwing money around. They're like, hey, listen, you know what? You guys don't want to fight because of money? All right, we'll solve it right here. And now we're getting all the fights that we want in boxing. What do you think of the Saudis' job in boxing right now?
Yes, I think it's a beautiful thing. If they got the money to throw it around for some good fights, to sponsor some really good fights, yeah, for sure.
And then they got Anthony Joshua. They had a press conference yesterday. He's taking on Daniel Dubois next. That's going to be a good one. I don't know if you're familiar with the heavyweight scene in boxing right now, but Daniel Dubois was he's a black English fighter that fought Usyk, right, which is the current undisputed champion right now, right? They said that it was a low blow shot. But man, in my opinion, bro, Daniel Dubois is the uncrowned champion of the heavyweight division right now because he put Usyk down with a body shot, but they said that it was a low shot, right? And then he eventually ended up finishing Daniel Dubois later on in the fight, sort of like a Yoel Romero versus Tim Kennedy situation. For those that are tapped in that remember that fight from the MMA side of things, that's literally what had happened was, man, he was beating Usyk, but then Usyk ended up beating him, and now he went on to beat Baby Miller, and now he's fighting Anthony Joshua. So, that's the next project the Saudis got going on, and that's going to be in Wembley. So not only are they hosting fights in their country, They're also going to London, and then they're going to have a Terrence Crawford fight in LA in August. And then they're trying to work on Canelo and Terrence Crawford. So, yeah, they're really trying to make boxing into the UFC, you know,
Yeah.
but because boxers have a bigger name, I mean, honestly, these fights are way bigger just based on that alone, right? Just because boxing, I mean, let's just be honest, right? It's a lot more popular than MMA still, right? And with the
Yeah.
Saudis coming in, it just makes that even bigger with the production that they throw in. Damn, bro, this dude is literally walking in the cage a few hours notice. Just like my man Tony here, he came in here with a few hours notice too. So he came in here on a short notice call as well. And for those that are tapped in right now, this is the official sponsor of this live stream right now, A Fistful of Dreams, available on Audible and Amazon. Tap in. As we are about to tap into the co-main event right now. What were you saying?
No, I said tap in.
That's right. Here we go. Co-main event. So what I think Dan Ige is going to try to do in this fight, I think he's going to try to out-wrestle Diego Lopez, because if this was Brian Ortega, that is the original plan that I think his camp was going to go for. They were going to shoot in, take him down, maybe try to submit him. I think that's where Dan Ige is going to try to take this. But Dan Ige has hands. He's got power in those hands. You've seen in the highlights before these guys walked out. He's got knockout power. But I think Dan Ige coming in on a short notice, he may just try to out-wrestle this dude to either just get a quick submission or just ride out a decision. My official prediction for this fight, I'm going to go with Dan Ige by decision, split decision at that. Right there, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And that is why he is in this fight tonight right now, because he was just literally down the street. They're like, hey, we need a replacement. You want to hop in? He's like, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
man, that's a gangster move right there. You know what I mean? Just like, here we go. All right, round one. We're about to commence. All right, round one. Here we go. They said 4:30 Pacific is when he was called in. So that was literally right around the time that I started this live stream. Savachi Financial says, let's go. All right.
Let's go.
Low kick by Diego Lopez. Ige looked like a word that I can't say because we live in a very sensitive culture, but you read it right there. Ige looked like, how he looked like that, Savachi Financial? How you figure he looks like that, man, just because Lopez is a tall featherweight? I'll have you know that is an average. I mean, that's literally the height of most 145ers. Diego Lopez is just, you know, he's just a tall 145er. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Boom. Oh, he was swinging for. Okay, so he's really going for the swings on this one. Oh, okay. So he had a fight lined up already, which was July 20th was his original fight. That's sort of what they did with Ikram Aliaskarov last week. He was supposed to be in a New York fight night card somewhere next week or 2 weeks from now. And they're like, hey, you want to fly to Saudi Arabia and fight Robert Whitaker? So he went there, and we saw what happened last week. I mean, got a first round knockout, and, that's what it is. There's consequences to short notice fights. It doesn't always go your way, but hey, you know what? High risk, high reward type of situation.
Yeah.
So low kick by Diego. Yeah, definitely a much more technical, crisp approach than he did in the past with Diego Lopez. Dan Ige now switching stances back and forth. Sabachi Financial says midget versus. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Little people. Sorry. Mid bit. I'm sorry. I said mid. I didn't say it. Oh man, you made me say it, Sabachi Financial. I can't be saying stuff like that. M man versus mullet. The mullet. Yeah, definitely right. I agree with you on that's a fact right now. With the other M word you're talking about, man, listen, bro, Diego Lopez is just a tall 145, okay? You know what I mean? But he definitely got the mullet going on. All right, let me get this out of the screen before Savachi Financial gets us canceled up in here.
Hey.
2024 Kai. My man, 2024 Kai. That's right. It's a good year. It's a beautiful year. ABC Sports Guy Kai. Is that, is that how you view me? That it's like that? Okay. That's what's up though. ABC Sports Guy Kai. Oh, nice takedown. Oh, but Diego Lopez got a guillotine.
Oh.
Oh no, Darce choke. Darce choke. Oh, did he get out or did he let it go? He must have let. Yeah, what people don't understand about these chokes, if you grip hard enough, sometimes, man, it'll be way too much for your lactic acid to hold on like that. And man, I was surprised that he let him go, but I think that's the only reason why. Right? He may have held on a little too tight to where, yeah, I think he just really sort of gassed his arm out on that one. Dan Ige's corner right now is Eric Nixick, the same coach of Francis Ngannou. Yo, did you see the Francis Ngannou Anthony Joshua fight?
No.
Bro, I couldn't believe it. I mean, look, I know it's boxing, and we've seen McGregor obviously get knocked out in boxing, right, against Floyd. But man, bro, he got knocked out in the second round against Joshua, bro. That was the most brutal knockout I've ever seen in boxing. And it was against an MMA guy in Francis Ngannou who's a knockout artist, right? But that's what it is. I mean, Anthony Joshua is obviously more of the crisp boxer. He's got Olympic level boxing, which is just naturally going to make him the more technical fighter. And he wasn't that small compared to Francis Ngannou, so he could definitely match power for power with him. All right, so round 2 now with Dan Ige and Diego Lopez. Yeah, he stays on that low kick. I wonder how much of that is going to affect Dan Ige and his mobility as he continues on to volume that leg kick. 420, 419 of the second round. Dan Ige checks those kicks right there that time. Now he switches stances. Yeah, usually, if they're not naturally stance switchers, usually it's because if they're switching stances like this, is because something is bothering their legs while they're getting kicked like that. And I think, well, yeah, I think that's the reason why Dan Ige's doing it, but it's also a combination that he just naturally switches stances anyway. There's another one. Now he throws back himself with the leg kicks. .326, 325 of the second round. Damn, bro. They made him weigh in 3 times with 3 different weight classes. There we go. Attempts a kick, takes Dan Ige down in response to that. Now, Diego Lopez is in side control, but now he's got his back. Now he's in a backpack position. Dan Ige has a 2-on-1 on his arm with Diego Lopez stuck in a backpack position, rolls him down onto the ground. And Dan Ige is staying on that 2-on-1 position where he's got 2 of his hands against one wrist of Diego Lopez in order to prevent him from wrapping up a rear naked choke. And now Diego Lopez is banging away. He's got that body lock now. And again, as I was saying during the Ian Garry fight, when somebody has you in a body lock like this, their whole entire intention is to try to disrupt your breathing pattern in order to catch you slipping in one mistake, in whether letting go of one arm or this and that, to try to cinch in his biceps underneath for a rear naked choke. And that's what Diego Lopez is working for right now. With Dan Ige, he has to work on a 2-on-1 position with his arm while the problem is, if you try and go after the body lock, you're compromising the 2-on-1 in which you got to protect your neck by controlling his arm. What does Savachi here say? The mullet needs a weight class. Well, they gave him 3 weight classes this week, bro. You know, they said you're going to fight Brian Ortega at 145 because they had to add that fight because they had to add more flair to the card now that McGregor was gone. So now Ortega was like, I can't make 45. Let's do 55. So they weigh in at 55. And now on the day of the fight, Ortega pulls out. And they are like, all right, we'll just do 65. So he weighed in 3 times. The mullet needs a weight class. He did 3 weight classes this week. Savachi Financial. My man did 3 weight classes with 1 fight. 43 seconds left into the second round. Boom.
Yeah, those were hard hits.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? It's very difficult to throw hard in this position. And it's crazy how, yeah, man, he's throwing it with that kind of power in that position. But it's very rare that you could knock somebody out on the ground, though. I mean, Kevin Holland did it, right? Off of his back, he punched somebody out. Against, I believe it was Souza that he did that to. Souza was on top of him. He was trying to get up from a full guard position, throws a hook at him, and then knocks him out off the ground. But those are very rare to be able to do. Eric Nixick, the coach of Dan Ige and Francis Ngannou. Bro, That is one fight right there that got away from us in the UFC, bro, was John Jones against Francis Ngannou. But in hindsight, I tell you what, bro, I don't know why. I know it's boxing, but I feel like just based on that Anthony Joshua knockout alone, man, it just feels like John Jones would have beaten Francis Ngannou with ease. What do you think? Do you think Francis Ngannou could have actually beaten John Jones?
No, I don't think so. John Jones, man. John
Good,
Jones is
man.
the truth.
Yeah.
John Jones is the truth. I mean, I haven't seen him fight recently. I don't know. I don't know when the last time he's fought, but man, I'm not taking nothing from Francis, but John Jones, man. John Jones is the truth.
Yeah. Savachi Financial here says Ige does Randy Couture's in the morning. Well, yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, he trains at their gym. I think everybody at Randy Couture has to do Randy Couture workouts. It just seems like the requirement to be part of Randy Couture's gym. But yeah, shout outs to the Randy Couture workout, the best grappling workout in weight training, right? It literally simulates clinch positions and building your lactic acid while you're doing super sets and whatnot. So here we go, third and final round. Maybe I don't know. It's a close fight. Like I said, my prediction earlier was Dan Ige by a split decision. So it's a close fight right here. We did that ish at 24.
I think Lopez got it. I'm gonna give it to Lopez.
Yeah, man. Ige has to do a whole lot more right here. I mean, yeah, I could see the judges giving it to Lopez. My man here says Jack 3D. Yeah, bro, I don't know what, man, let me tell you something, bro. Jack 3D, in today's world, people would fail their pre-fight drug tests taking Jack 3D. For all of you that were workout heads back in the day, you know what Jack 3D is. Oh my God. That thing was crack. That thing was Joey crack, bro. You know what I mean?
Didn't they ban it?
That's why. Yeah, they banned that stuff, man. You know what I mean? Like it was effective, bro. Let me tell you, it was way too effective. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Shout outs to Jack 3D. You know, actually not shouting them out, man. You know what I mean? They are yeah, whatever. You know, I mean, I don't want to say nothing because if they're around, you get sued, you know, messing around, you know, talking about their brand. You know, Ryan Garcia is getting sued right now by Logan Paul. You know that, right? Because he trashed
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he trashed his Prime drink. He's saying that like it's full of sugar.
Oh, yeah. I did see that.
And then Devin Haney is suing him on top of it for the failed drug test. That shit was popular on Fulton. Oh, man. Yo, my man, yeah, he's definitely tapped in. You know exactly. You know it. Oh, Dan Ige rocked him right there. That's what Dan Ige needs right there. That's what you need, Dan Ige. Jack 3D shut the gym down. Here you go. Single leg attempt by Diego Lopez. All right. Yeah, these grappling exchanges definitely one for Diego Lopez here. Yeah, that's a good point by DC. He said that he's doing these grappling exchanges to stop Dan Ige from throwing bombs because the minute they start standing up, man, Dan Ige is going to come at you like a bowling ball. But now they're on Dan Ige's in full guard position right now. Savachi Financial says he thinks Ige got this. Tony thinks Diego Lopez got this. Even though I like Dan Ige, I also think Diego Lopez got this. But again, you never know what these judges will see. We got about a minute left into the third round of this co-main event. And then after this, we got the main event with the title fight between Alex Pereira versus Jiri Prochazka, the Czech samurai. You can't say
he dropped bombs.
You can say bombs. Well, Yes,
Can you?
because we're seeing bombs in a combat sports context, but the M word is the M word. You know what I mean? Although, you know what? Hey, listen, I gotta be real, Savachi Financial, in Scholastic Wrestling, and they probably changed this. There is a midget weight class. Okay, so by the way, I'm speaking from a Scholastic Wrestling weight class point of view. They do have a weight class called midget weight class. It's like if you're 190 and below. I'm sorry, 90 and below, not 190. And that is the end of it. All right. We will now
That was a
find out
good
who won
co-main
this
event.
fight. Real good. Real good. Especially because they really did not know they were going to be in this fight. And Diego Lopez thought he was going to be in this fight the whole week. 2 weeks, actually, after they found out that McGregor was not going to be here. But yeah, man, they both came in here very even. Very even. I just think that it was Dan Ige who had the fuller camp, I think, because he had a fight that he was already getting ready for in July 20th. Pereira is going to F this fool up again. Yeah, I think so too. Also, Savachi, I got to tell you, the last fight that Jiri did, which, by the way, these are all short notice fights, right? So Jiri was just coming off of a fight a couple of months ago against Rakic, and Rakic really racketched up his legs, okay? He won the fight, but you can win fights and still walk out with damage, and that's just what we're going to see out of Jiri tonight. So we'll see. Yeah, the grappling on Diego is really what won him this fight right here. Shout outs to the 878 people around the world that have tapped in. By the time we've done this stream, it'll be up to 1,000. So once again, in between the decision before it's announced, let's put up my man's book right here. This is A Fistful of Dreams by Tony Lewis. Available on Audible and on Amazon. Tap in. All right, so let's get the official decision right now.
Yep.
Diego Lopez. Yep, yeah. Rightfully so. Those submission attempts really won him that
Yep.
fight. And
That's what did
all
it.
right, that's what's up, man. Joe Rogan said he's going to interview Dan Ige also. Rightfully so. The dude looks like a Misfits guitarist, right? You know that metal band Misfits? Like,
Yeah.
he looks like a guitarist for their band. He said, whomever, whenever, wherever. Yeah, 4 p.m. Yeah, literally 4 hours ago. Right when I started the stream was when this fight was made. Right? That's how new this fight, that's how short notice this fight is. Right? Like of course there's dudes that do 1 day notices, but man, same day notices, bro. That's wild, bro. All right, on to the main event next, which is going to be a title fight. Now, if Alex Pereira wins this one, I think that they're going to try to move him up to the heavyweight division. Now, imagine if Alex Pereira and John Jones go at it for the
That would
heavyweight
be a
championship.
that would be a beautiful fight. That would be a beautiful fight.
Ooh. But I think John is going to out wrestle him. I don't think John is going to play around with any boxing or any kickboxing ranges with this dude. He's going straight for an ankle pick, and then once he gets him on the ground, he's gonna try to open him up with elbows and ground and pound. And yeah, man, I think Alex Pereira would really need to really get his wrestling up if he was going to fight John Jones. But even him and against Tom Aspinall would be a good fight too. And Alex Pereira is big enough to fight at heavyweight. So, man, yeah, that's going to be a good fight if he gets through it. Next month, they got Tom Aspinall and Curtis Blades fighting for the interim championship. Yo, check this out, right? In UFC Manchester, they're going to be fighting in UK London time. So get this right now. Let's look up what time it is in London, because they're going to fight in prime time USA while they're in Manchester. So the UK time right now is, if they were to fight in a main event, 5 a.m. in the morning, right? So if you are the co-main event or the main event right now in Manchester, you're going to be fighting at this time at 5 a.m. in the morning. That's what we're going to be seeing next month when we see UFC 304 in Manchester. Yeah, shout outs to Dan Ige. They gave him an interview too because, man, he deserved it, man. You know, there were no losers in this fight. Obviously, there had to be one guy to win in the official records, but man, Dan Ige gave a good account of himself on this one. Now, both of their teams are joining in on a group picture. Oh, there's Sean Strickland right there with Dan Ige doing a corner job for Dan Ige. Sean Strickland. There's David Goggins. He gave the middle finger. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Max Crosby. Okay, he's a Raider. Gilbert Burns. Chuck Liddell.
Chuck Liddell.
Some old school heads up in here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. So before we get to the main event, now, as I said, the official sponsor of our stream and live coverage of this UFC 303 today is by my man Tony Lewis right here, Fistful of Dreams. Tell our audience what this book is about for those that haven't tapped in earlier.
This book is about chasing your dreams, man. It's about a young man named Goldie, who moves from Richmond to LA to pursue his dreams as a rap artist, and all the trials and tribulations and struggles he has to go through in LA, along with a young lady named Cambria. She's pursuing her dreams to become a R&B singer. One of them makes it, one of them doesn't. But my description is not giving the book any justice because the plot is super rich. And I promise you that it's an exceptional book, man. I spent 7 years on this book as far as the editing, as far as everything, to make sure that everything fits in place perfectly. And, I'm not just saying this because it's my book, but this is an exceptional book. I love this book. And anybody who shares a similar story, the underdog story, that who has that winner warrior spirit, you're gonna love this book. You're gonna be highly entertained. I promise you. You're gonna be highly entertained.
And if you guys have just tapped in, be sure to rewind from the very beginning or the time that we had Tony on. If you want to check out the time that I've started talking with Tony, I believe, let me look at the time scale that I have right here. Fistful of Dreams. I started talking about 2 hours and 6 minutes of this live stream, which was 2 hours ago. By the way, congrats, bro. Your first podcast, you're already doing Joe Rogan hour numbers. You know what I mean? You've
That's what's
been
up.
on for 2 hours now. You know, we were
Yeah.
talking about your book. We were talking about some street politics that goes on in California. We were talking about some geopolitical stuff, and we were covering the fights at the same time, which is typical of what you're going to get out of his channel. So don't forget to not only like and subscribe to this channel, but also tap into my man's book right here, A Fistful of Dreams, available on Amazon and Audible.
Yeah, man.
Also-
Fistful of Dreams.
And also, I
Get
have the
that.
original first book that Tony did right here, only at Solano's. If you like Oz or any of the prison genre, tell him how we started the pod. Okay. Okay. All right. I got you. Okay. So we the conference call. So obviously, yeah, the conference call was the one that me and him started in Facebook, right? So you know that I'm very controversial on Facebook. Okay, so you know where this leads, right? Oh man, they shut down that page real quick, okay? Like real quick. They went Andrew Tate, on me, bro. You know what I mean? They went Andrew Tate, Alex Jones cancellation on homie, bro. So that's why I had to open up this page, on YouTube because, well, you know what? YouTube is not attached to my social media. It's its own thing. So here we are. And 300 some odd subscribers later, here we are and still growing. And on top of that, I'm trying to get my man to hop on the podcast game because I know he's got great stories to tell. And not only that, it's a great way to promote his book, which is what we are promoting right now, the official sponsor of this show and live stream today, A Fistful of Dreams, written by the one and only Tony Lewis, a great homie of mine, a homie that I've known for a long time, a homie that I will ride for till the end. And this is
likewise.
Likewise, man. That's right, man. And this is why I ride for this man and I ride for anything that he does. So tap in with what he does. And if you ride for me, then you ride for him. And you know how that goes. And yeah, man, we're about to enjoy this main event as we're on it. Yeah, Prohachka was accusing Alex Pereira of doing black magic or something like that. He's saying like, yeah, you're doing black magic or something like that. I don't know what all of that is about. I don't know if it's because like, this dude is from the Amazon in Brazil. I don't know if it's because they do stuff like that or what, My man Savachi Financial says, yee. Hell yeah, that's that Northern California call right there. Yee. I never heard nobody say yee, Tony, until I moved to Northern California. That's the first time I heard anybody say yee. It's kind of like the throwback to the Mac Dre days, where they do the little fizz dance that they do,
Yeah.
all of that. You know what I mean? That was my first experience in Northern Cal. Well, I mean, I've been out here before I lived here, but yeah, when I first moved out here to Stockton back in 06, 07, that's when they really started getting into that whole fizz movement out here. Jay Diggs was actually one of the first artists that I've heard about when I first moved out here, and we were just talking about him earlier. In regards to Wack 100 with his beef with Wack 100 and whatnot. And yeah, man. And obviously we know Wack 100 right now is trying to bail out Keefe D, bro. You know what I mean? Like, how wild is that, man? You know what I mean? Like, my
Yeah,
man.
he's probably Wack 100, man. Wack 100 isn't a dummy, man. He probably see a bag attached to it. So
Yup.
he's probably doing it for some form of financial reason. Probably get that dude to commit to like a book deal or something crazy. But yeah,
But
he's
he
another
has
culture.
a book. You ever seen his book? Keefe's book.
Keefe
I think
D.
it's called Street Legends. He literally admits to the Tupac incident in Vegas in there.
Yeah,
He said Keefe D snitched himself out. You know what? So Savachi Financial, I got to tell you about this, right? So this is what's interesting about this, right? A lot of people are sort of defending Keefe D by saying that he didn't really snitch on a dead person. But okay, here's the problem though. That LA cop, Craig Caden, asked him to go to New York to put on a wire to indict a person that was already living. Okay, try to catch a person that was already. It was a New York dude. I forgot the dude's name, but he was
I think it was Zip. That
Zip.
was Zip.
Zip. Okay, Zip. So yeah, man. I mean, a spade is a spade. That's what Keefe D is. I mean, even though the dude was a legend, even though he did his thing, back in his day. I mean, the dude was, he was his own Rick Ross in that kind of capacity, right, during his day, right? Keefe D. I mean, he did a lot of, yeah, man, he did a lot of legendary stuff, but by the end of the day, a spade is a spade, and that's what he tried to do to Zip, and we can't
He
deny
already
that.
got granted bail. He was already granted
No,
bail.
no, no, they're working on it. The judge is yeah, the judge said that they wanted to look more into it, because they're kind of skeptical about Whack 100's intentions here.
As
Because
they should be.
yeah. Yeah, because Wack, man, they were really grilling Wack at the hearing. I could tell Wack didn't want to be there, because he felt like he was out of his element. You know how Wack is, bro. He overtalks people. He if you overtalk him, he'll scream, hold on," or
Yeah.
he'll hit the mute button, or he'll hit the mute button on you. He probably thought like, man, I want to control this like I do in Clubhouse. I just want to hit the mute button, talk over this dude. Nah, there was none of that. You know what I mean? You're
None of
dealing
that.
with, real professionals in there. You know what I mean? And yeah, Wack was out of his element there. So what else did he say here? DJ Vlad off the book instigator, and off the book instigator. Well, Savachi, we did talk about that earlier in regards to Adam, right? Adam is doing what Adam does, right? Like you remember what'd you say earlier, Tony, about Adam? I mean, like he's doing what he's supposed to do, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I mean, bro, at the end of the day, man, is how I'm gonna get this check, how I'm gonna get the most streams, how I'm gonna get
Oh, you there? Tony, you there? All right, let me Tony seems to have a bit of some technical difficulties. Let me give him another link just so we can get him back in here. Hopefully it wasn't a battery issue or whatnot, but right now we are witnessing Alex Pereira walking out into the cage as we are witnessing what's his name? He is now in the cage right now. Jiri is now in the cage, so all right, so we lost Tony there for a second. So yeah, we'll get him back. I sent him a new link. Tony, if you're watching this, I got a new link for you. Hop right back in. So yeah, we are now waiting on Alex Pereira to walk into the cage right now. There it is with his little traditional stance that he does. And then there it is, the little arrow that El-Kheer is going to do. Boom! He releases the arrow, and now he walks. That little walk that he does, a little boom. Yeah, boom! The little arrow that he does. Hell yeah, let's go, Alex. Yeah, I got to agree with John Anik on that one. He definitely is one of the biggest superstars in MMA right now. And on top of that, man, this guy right here is stepping in when he needs to step in. And speaking of step in, my man Tony earlier stepped in. Let me show you his book right here, Fistful of Dreams. This right here is the official sponsor of this live stream right now, A Fistful of Dreams, right here by my man Tony Lewis. Rewind back from the very beginning. We talked about Tony Lewis's life, his experience in Northern California, growing up in the streets, you know, of course, down with the Crip politics and whatnot. And yeah, man, sort of all related to this particular book. Check it out. It is available on Amazon and Audible. Fistful of Dreams by Tony Lewis. Check it out. Tap in. And hopefully we can let's call him up. Let's I think we lost him there. Hey, brother. Oh, your laptop? Okay, okay, no problem. Charge it, and then yeah, this way we can you know, hop right back in, you know, just so we can yeah, finish the main event. But yep. I sent you, yeah, I sent you the link once again. So yeah, just do it the same way again. So once you get it charged up, yeah, just yeah, hop on, and I'll yeah, I'll let you in. All right, brother. See you in a bit. Later. All right, we got getting Tony back up in there. All right. So here we go. Jiri is looking straight dead into El-Kheer. El-Kheer is straight looking dead into him. All right, here we go. All right. El-Kheer at 36, 31 for Jiri. 6'4 versus 6'3, 79 inches, 80 inch. Here we go. All right, here we go. The main event of the evening. All right. Shout out to everybody that is tapping in right now. This live stream is officially sponsored by A Fistful of Dreams by Tony Lewis. Great book. And we are awaiting his arrival right now. He's just, what do you call it, charging his laptop right now. And now here we go. Around the world. Waiting for. Let's go. It's time. All right, Jiri, here we go. Jiri Prochazka, let's go. Undisputed. Ferreira, here we go. All right, here we go. The main event is about to commence. All right, now the stare down has commenced. Now we are about to head into the main event. Pereira could be the triple champ. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? You know, he wins this one right here. He gets a shot at Tom Aspinall or John Jones. Here we go, round one. International Fight Week main event. Pereira wearing the same trunks that he had for the last fight at UFC 300. UFC 300 at UFC 303. Here he is back to back. Five-hour mark. Main event. Boom. Little calf kick right there by Alex Pereira. So yeah, Tony's laptop died just by a battery. So hopefully he can tap in with us. If not, you guys know where to go for his book, Amazon and Audible, A Fistful of Dreams, available now. Tap in, check it out. Boom. Nice, powerful jab by Alex Pereira right there. Boom. Oh, wow. Okay, they're going in close boxing range right now. Crowd yelling, ooh, bomb away, which means something that I can't say and translate it to English right now. Yeah, these low kicks are piling up. Eventually, yeah, this is going to chew up his legs, bro. Oh, nice body kick right there. Yeah, Jiri is looking to stance switch right now, sort of doing little pump fakes right now. Boom, front kick by Jiri right there, misses. Oh, okay, somebody's hurt. Oh, I think he just hurt Jiri. Oh, wow, yeah, he's swinging for the fences on this one. Yeah, real nice knee by Pereira right up the middle right there as he's being pressed up into the cage right now. $955 people from around the world have tapped in with us right now. Like and subscribe. Yeah, what people don't understand, this particular type of fighting right here, just grinding up against a cage, this can get really tiring, especially if you're not used to it, right? Like just some serious lactic acid that you're going to build up in this one. Okay, now they're back in, what do you call it? Squared up now. Yeah, that's true. You can't be too reckless when it comes to the type of power Alex Pereira has. The thing with Alex Pereira is you almost really have to be perfect in the way that you approach this fight, because otherwise he can just land a bomb on you at any time. Oh, wow. He knocks him down at the end. Huge knockdown at the end of the first round. How about that? Jiri doesn't even know where he is. Herb Dean and one of the officials had to really guide Jiri into his corner. Now look at Jiri bouncing up and down, wants to stand. Yeah, wobbly. Savachi Financial says wobbly. Yeah, he's definitely wobbly on this one. Look at this. Look at this highlight right here. Boom! Oh, wow. That's a nice little check hook right there. Like a Mayweather to Ricky Hatton type of check hook. Yeah, that's the same check hook that Mayweather landed on Ricky Hatton. But Jiri's got a chin on him, though, man. You know, he took that like a champ. Wobble, wobble. Let's see how that affect, man. I'm telling you, I can feel a finish coming on in the second round with this one. That's it. Official prediction right here. Second round knockout by Alex Pereira. Right here. This is where he finishes him off. He knows he got him hurt. Now he's going to capitalize on that pain that. Oh! 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 Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I told you. I told you. I told you that was going to happen. I told you that was going to happen. No, yeah. DC said you should have not let him stand up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Till this day. To this day. To this day. Yeah, to this day, Alex Pereira is still knocking people out. Hey, did I not predict that mid-fight? I said, watch, he's going to knock him out in the second round, and here he is. Here it is. Yeah, he just put his toe back in place. How about that? How symbolic. He puts his toe back in place, and the reason why Conor is not fighting right now is because of that toe. Imagine that. Let's take a look at this right here. Boom. Yeah, he hurt his toe on Jiri's head, bro. He hurt his toe on Jiri's head. Bro. Yeah. That's the thing about kicks. You know what a lot of people don't understand about kicks is that the kicks can sometimes hurt you when you throw it, right? That's why I notice a lot of people always say, yeah, why don't you throw kicks more often? Or they'll say this to other fighters or something like that, right? But, man, the reality is kicks can hurt you. Conor's a pussy. Well, I tell you what, you know, here's the thing, right? This is what me and Tony talked about earlier, right? Why Conor could not make it to the fight tonight, because he was planning on fighting Michael Chandler in a very elusive manner. So because of that, he did not want to take any chances whatsoever. He wanted to come in here healthy as a horse. And that's why Taekwondo is important. It is. It is. And that's the type of style that Conor McGregor was looking to use and implement tonight. This darting in and out movement, similar to what you saw out of Michael Venom Page. But shout out to that fight, too. I mean, Ian Garry, yeah, he won that fight just based on the grappling. But at the same time, Michael Venom Page will always have great Taekwondo. So, yeah, he's still trying to put that toe back in place. See this comment right here? This is what a lot of the people around the world think of Conor right now. You know what I mean? And how symbolic, really, right? He pulls out of this fight for the same reason that Alex Pereira just popped his toe in. I mean, come on, the symbolic of this. The real Taekwondo, not K-pop Taekwondo. Yeah, man. Here we go. And still undisputed light heavyweight championship of world. All right, let's listen and hear what Alex Pereira has to say. All right. It was the demons. No Chill MMA said it was the demons. It's like that, bro. Like that. Prohachka looks like a rugrat. Which one? Which rugrat? Cynthia? Tommy, or who's the other one? Chucky, the redhead? Which rugrat does he look like? It was the demons. Yo, No Chill MMA said it was a Yo, listen, you really got No Chill MMA. I'm Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA. You're No Chill MMA for a reason. That comment right there, you got no chill in you. Yeah, what is next, Alex Pereira? Are you looking to go into heavyweight? All right. We officially just hit 1,000 people tonight. Savachi, it was the Dua. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It was a Dua, right? Yo, hey, Alex Pereira is our Muslim brother, right? We did see him take the Shahada, so he is one of us. But according to Jiri, he says that he was doing some black magic voodoo or something. And I don't know if he's saying that just because of the stereotype of being from the jungles or whatever, but he says he's here, he's available. Yeah, man, he literally cemented his legendary legacy tonight, right? And again, I think that there is an argument for Alex Pereira to go up the heavyweight division. The real Triple C. Well, the thing with Triple C is that the reason why they call him Triple C is because he won in the Olympics and then he won 2 belts in the UFC. You know, some can argue that the Olympics is a lot harder to win than the UFC because it's only like every 4 years, whereas with the UFC, you can sort of get an opportunity at any particular time. So, yeah. $303,000 they said for the bonuses. What does trauma mean? He's asking him what trauma means. I guess that's in reference to Jiri sort of accusing him of witchcraft. I'm not superstitious, but Alex Shirley did rituals. Well, No Chill MMA. Check this out, right? Alex Pereira is from the jungles of Favela. Now, look, I'm not really that familiar with their culture, but you would imagine there is an aspect of that that's being practiced there, right? It's always has. I mean, it's just prevalent in indigenous cultures. They do that. So, yeah, DC said we are literally watching history. I agree with him on that one. Yeah, like training. Savachi Financial, is that in response to No Chill MMA? Yeah, I believe it is. Alex Shirley did rituals. So, MMA Chill, what do you think about that? What if maybe his rituals are this? Just training, right? Maybe that's just what he did. Maybe he just trained really hard. And, I mean, that's not far-fetched, right? I mean, look, Alex Pereira's got Glover Teixeira as his training partner. That must do dividends for his skill set, especially transitioning from MMA, coming from world-class kickboxing. I mean, all right, we now officially just hit 1K just right at the end of Voodoo Magic. Hard work. So is it this or is it this? Let's go back and forth. Is it this or is it this? So let's take a poll. Is it this or is it this? Is it the Voodoo Magic or is it hard work? Yee, a mix of both. No Chill MMA says a mix of both. A mix of both. Yeah, shout out to Alex. So this was definitely his night. Whatever it was, 1K Kai. Yup. We just reached 1K right now. So, another video, 1K video in the books. Dedication. Hey, that's what it is, bro. You got to, work hard and grind, just like what I do for this channel, right? I have now come up on maybe more than 10 videos that have 1K on it. A few videos that have 8K, a few with 3, a few with 2. Hey, I'm getting up there, man. Slowly but surely getting up there, till this day. And by the way, shout out to my man, Tony Lewis, for finally tapping in with me. I've been wanting to do this with him for a long time. I've been wanting to put this brother on and, start him off in his podcast career. And we got a chance to promote his book. We got a chance to talk to him. We got a chance to react to the fights together. And we had some of the homies from back in the days tap in also on this live stream. So life can't get any better, man. That's what it's all about. So alhamdulillah, we started this gangster shit. And and thanks I get. Yeah, we started this gangster shit. And this is the motherfucking thanks I get. Hello. The world is fucking ghetto. No. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh man, you're about to man, I don't want to. I was going to play that song. I was that close to playing that song. Nah, don't do it. Don't do it. There's just some songs you can't play on here, man. You'll you'll get canceled. So all right, man. Gangsters make the world go round. That's right. Gangsters do make the world go round. You know what I'm saying? And we had some of our homies up here, up in here. Man, we had nothing but a gangster party up in here. Race to 500 subs. Yup. I'm on the race to 500 subs right now. No Chill MMA. I'm at 333 right now. The lucky 3, right? How about that? The lucky 3. And not only am I looking to get to the 500 subs, I'm looking to get to the 1,000. I'm looking to get to the 10,000. And I want to put my homies on. That's why I had Tony come tonight, because I want him to do a podcast. I think he has great stories to tell. I think that he'll do really good on the hip hop and the genre of the streets in the YouTube aspects of that particular genre. I think he'll do great. And me and you, let's race to 1K, brother. Oh no. Let's I'm only in a race with myself, brother. But hey, it's nice, healthy competition, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah, why not? Where is No Chill MMA at right now? Let's see where you are right now. No Chill. Okay, you're at 400. Yeah, man, you'll beat me. You're already at 400. You're at 404. You're at 403. Let me make it 403 right there. There it is. Just subscribe to No Chill MMA. Come check out No Chill MMA. This is his channel right here. Since I'm promoting my homie tonight, I'm going to promote my other online homie right here, which is No Chill MMA, who is a big supporter of this channel. You only got 5 videos with you must have more videos than this. You must have probably erased some of your videos, or maybe you're just relatively new. But either way, all right, that's what's up, man. Live fight reactions. Oh, shoot. Okay, you did a fight live reaction tonight too. Okay. Yeah, guys, tap into No Chill MMA. Like and subscribe to his channel just like you subscribe to mine. That's what's up. No Chill MMA. Yeah, man. That's what's up. No hate. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is all about, man. That's what it's all about. All right. Thanks, bro. You have some of the most out of box awesome takes I've ever seen. Yeah, brother. You know what? That's what I try to do, bro. I try to offer something different, right? I try to offer it from a different perspective, from a different way of looking at things, but also from an educated perspective in whatever it is that I can offer in that note. So yeah, man, it's great. That's what it's all about, bro. That's let me tell you who won tonight, right? Aside from everybody else that was here with us tapped in tonight, who won tonight was MMA. Let me show you what I wrote on my social media page the other day regarding this fight, right? And I don't know how applicable this is, but let's just be real. Obviously, this fight would have done bigger numbers on the pay-per-view side if McGregor was in it. But yeah, this is what I wrote in response to that. Let me see if you guys agree with it, okay? Let me see if I can pull this up right here. By the way, we're going to do a post-fight show. By the way, stay tuned. So, hold on a second. Where is this? Yeah, shout out to Dan Ige. He definitely did gain a lot by taking this fight. And hey, listen, not all losses are losses, if you know what I mean. So, yeah. DC said this was about as special as any. Yeah, that's what this man means when he said that DC was getting emotional again. Right here. This is what I wrote right here. Tell me what you guys think of this. Well, I wrote, this weekend is going to prove MMA doesn't need McGregor. Now, you can take that how you want it, but this is just what, let's read the comments. And there's Conor McGregor's nutritionist right there, Eric Trilogy, a guy who I've trained with. This is what he wrote. MMA doesn't need anybody. Famous and popular fighters come and go. Chuck Liddell, Matt Hughes, George St. Pierre, the list goes on. Conor just happens to be one of the biggest names. If he was on the card, it would be viewed twice as much as it was going to be viewed. That's just the fact, and numbers don't lie. Yeah, that's definitely true. Rashad here says, they don't need him to make it today, but they don't need him anymore. Everything you said is perfectly well spoken. That's exactly what it is. In our humble opinion, of course, he will always draw money, but that's exactly what you mean. McGregor has disappeared for 3 years and is carrying on just fine. McGregor was needed to make the UFC a multi-billionaire behemoth, but he is not needed anymore. Yeah. And then Tony Crane says, who? Oh, some Irish guy, but there's this other Irish lad named Ian Garry. I heard he's good. Yeah, he definitely did good tonight. Conor started it. Now he can disappear. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to right there. So yeah, that is the end of it right there. That is the end of the fight. I'm going to come back. I'm going to play some videos, but I'm going to come back for what do you call it? A post-fight live stream or whatever, I guess. We'll just do it right here, right? So I will be right back. I'm going to play a video from one of my catalogs, and we will be right back. Okay? We will do a post-fight show. But first, we're going to... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This was what I wanted to show you guys right here. Hold up. Here we go. This is what I wanted to show you. So this was 7 months ago, right? Regarding the Conor McGregor and Tommy Robinson situation. We will be right back. I'm going to play this for you guys, and we will close off the show when we come right back. The first time I heard about the riots that were going on in Dublin, automatically I thought to myself, how is Conor McGregor involved in any of this? Not that initially there would have any evidence to indicate he was involved in this in any kind of capacity. But the fact that, yes, it is Irish related, it does deal with, let's say, things that are going on in Ireland. I said to myself, you know what? Maybe there's a chance. And then lo and behold, guess what happens? They charge Conor McGregor with incitement just based on the fact that, well, let's say there was this migrant from the Slavic region that had been living in Dublin for some odd years now, maybe even a decade or so, from according to the reports that were being mentioned. And the unfortunate thing about that is the reason of, well, unfortunately, somebody got taken out in a very negative and a very brutal fashion, right? And we're talking like with a knife, we're talking things that involve gruesome details, basically a school teacher nonetheless. So what does Conor McGregor do as in response to any of this? he goes and says something to the extent, and you guys can look it up. He has it on his Twitter, and if he has deleted it based on the fact that he's being investigated by the Irish government, the Garda, for incitement, well, you can probably find it somewhere online with people screenshotting it. But basically something along the lines where we're at war because of this thing that is going on, and this is a prevalent mindset that a lot of people in the Western European world are feeling. Not so much with Ireland. Why? Because, for one, you got to understand Ireland was a country that fought an imperialist nation such as Great Britain. And because of that, they sort of gained what you would call a little bit of, let's say, a liberal leaning stance when it came to, let's say, immigration, which is why Ireland is very prominent in allowing a lot of immigrants to come to their country, and to even their own detriment from what is happening right now. The simple fact that, well, they don't have to work, there's no incentive to work, and we don't even understand or know the reason behind why this Slavic man decided to go out and kill a teacher. Nonetheless, it was enough for a lot of people to be very upset. And then on top of that, you have people that are, let's say, in the right-wing space that are saying something to the extent, well, you know what? They are worried about this, but they're not worried about the actual killer, meaning they're worried about what Conor McGregor is saying and how they're going to try to tie him into some kind of incitement when they're not even worried about the killer. Well, the unfortunate thing that I have to say about that, in all objectivity, is the false equivalence that comes with that. For one, of course this man is going to get arrested. There's nowhere in the world where you can just go and kill somebody unless, of course, it has something to do with extrajudicial, let's say, covert ops missions and whatnot. But you can't get away with murder in any society. They're going to lock you up, and so they did. I'm sure this man has been locked up. Now, the punishment, obviously, is going to be debatable, whether he gets life or whether he gets prison, and all of that is a variation, and really is just really dependent upon which state has certain types of laws that will dictate what the punishment may be. Now, with that said, with the false equivalence, something that you guys have to understand with this Conor McGregor situation, right? Over the years, I've noticed that Conor McGregor, well, let's just say he was a little bit left-leaning. And this is my own observation. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, if you've noticed things different about Conor McGregor in, let's say, the earlier times, let's say around 2014 or so, right? What was Conor McGregor known for in Ireland? I'll tell you. He was a big proponent in legalizing gay marriages in Ireland, which is important to understand to sort of grasp where his mental mindset was at politically during that time when he was just coming up, okay? Also, you got to take into consideration he's gotten a few, let's say, back and forths with Donald Trump. If you guys don't remember, back in 2015, before Donald Trump became the U.S. president, Donald Trump made fun of Ronda Rousey for getting knocked out. And Conor McGregor, of course, came to his defense saying, oh, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not a fighter or this and that. You're just a big mouth, basically slagging off Trump in defense of Ronda Rousey, because Donald Trump said that he was glad she lost because she wasn't a very nice person. And I think a lot of that had to deal with the fact that Ronda Rousey at the time was a Bernie Sanders supporter. And Bernie Sanders was, well, a pretty big opponent for Trump, if not the entire Democratic establishment that wanted to, let's say, get a Democrat president in office at the time, which obviously backfired because Trump ended up winning. And yeah, that's neither here or there. But the point of the matter is, this is where Conor McGregor was in his political ethos at the time. So what is significant about this? I got to tell you, I've always mentioned and claimed that Conor McGregor was a big proponent and a big contributor in bringing the hip-hop culture to mixed martial arts. I've said this over and over and over again, probably more so than, let's say, any African-American fighters or any British African fighters or any fighter that comes from any, let's say, urban community of some sort. That and Nate Diaz, which obviously is sort of the reason why the fight between him and Nate Diaz was as big as it was, because it attracted a multitude of different audiences, and some of those were crossovers or somehow lapovers with Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor fans that come from the hip-hop community. So, in other words, let's just try to understand this in perspective. Would you say that the hip-hop community sort of leans a little bit left, right? At least for the vast majority of them. If you remember Nipsey Hussle, one of the biggest artists to come out of California, by the way, from Slauson down in L.A., he had a song in 2016 before he died called F Donald Trump, right? And guess what? A lot of people were down with this song. A lot of people in the hood were bumping this song. And from the time that I remember, even this song was played in Conor McGregor's after party in New York after he had beaten Eddie Alvarez. So you see the picture that I'm kind of painting here, right? Well, let's go even further with that. The other picture that I'm trying to paint, and something that I need you guys to understand, is that there are people, let's say, that are within a hip-hop community, like, well, he's not necessarily in a hip-hop community. He sort of played a character, but I'm talking about John Cena. Let's talk about him, right? If you notice, earlier in his career, okay, the guy was sort of a hip-hop aficionado, a freestyler. At the time when John Cena came out, the movie 8 Mile was hot. And he was a battle rapper, and so he ran with the whole entire gimmick. And guess what? It made the John Cena that we see today. But over the years, as you notice, John Cena sort of started developing a little bit more of a conservative, pro-military, pro-America type of persona to him, but still kept a little bit of that essence of his hip-hop mojo that he developed in his early career. Well, guess what? I think that's really interesting to point out, because a lot of guys that I know that come from the hood sort of, well, they're not rappers, they're not famous fighters, they're not famous entertainers, but guess what? They all deal with the same transition within their lives. I've known plenty of guys that have spent time in prison, that have lived that life of crime, and then when they came out, they were staunch conservatives, Trump supporters, or just maybe overall conservative, not necessarily Trump or Republican-centric to any degree, but within that same way of thinking. Another guy that I knew that was like that, a guy who, by the way, I've been a feature of in his show, his name is Matt Spear, right? He was a former Navy intelligence guy, right? Very fascinating character. And I was very privileged enough to be part of his show one time, to call in, to be part of a guest, to talk several times, maybe about twice or maybe 3 times I have. One of them was a phone call. But one of the things that I find fascinating about Matt is that he has a show called Don't Unfriend Me, right? And it's a great concept because, again, it really deals a lot with, let's say, people having differing opinions and differing worldviews, but with the theme of saying, hey, you know what? Don't unfriend me. We may think differently. Maybe there's some things that we can come down the line and say, you know what? We have something more in common than we do the opposite. Okay, that's literally the theme of the show. But what's interesting about him, aside from the fact that he's a former Navy guy, aside from the fact that he's a former Californian who now lives in Colorado and has had these corporate jobs with Comcast and Apple and things of that nature, was that he also grew up in the Ventura area. And even in one of his shows, I remember he said that he's been around gangs before. He is no stranger to the culture of the Northaniels, to the culture of the Bloods and Crips. And yet you look at this guy, he is a staunch conservative. He is pro-America. He cares about the borders of America, which, by the way, is very important to understand this particular content. Because guess what? What was Conor McGregor fighting for in terms of what he was tweeting about, or what the Irish government was trying to hone down on him as some sort of incitement, which is what? Telling the Irish people, you know what, you guys need to go out there and protect yourselves, maintain safety, maintain vigilance, but also, he also sort of condemned the violence, which you sort of have to, right? Now that they're trying to crack down on him. Well, now, the other unfortunate thing about this is there are no arrests being made with Conor McGregor yet, right? However, what they are trying to do, as they are currently investigating him, Ireland, what they're trying to do is create laws that sort of prohibit certain speeches on the internet. Now, why is this significant to try to understand? Because right now there's no crime. But later down the road, as they're investigating and as they're trying to put these bills through and these laws passed, guess what? It may change somewhere down the road. And then here's the other insane kicker of it all. Conor McGregor has mentioned he wanted to run for prime minister or president of Ireland. Now, why is that significant? Because guess what? What's going on with Donald Trump right now? Well, I can tell you that he wants to run for president again. He wants to become the biggest son of a gun of them all. Why do I say he wants to be the biggest son of a gun of them all? Because he's already number 45, and he wants to become number 47 after he beats the number 46 Joe Biden, if and when he does, which, by the way, is highly debatable at this point based on the criminal charges they bring against him. Which brings me to my point. This is the reason why Conor McGregor has an issue in his hands with the Irish government. Because the Irish government knows that he wants to run things, wants to change whatever it is that he wants to change in terms of policies, domestic and foreign, when it comes to Irish politics. And guess what? The establishment is going to have a serious problem with that. And I'm going to tell you why. Conor McGregor comes from a working class background. And for those of you that don't understand about Irish society, they look down on the working class. And I'm talking about the middle class to higher elites of that society. Why? Because let's face it, the working class have a very hard life in that particular part of the world, not just Ireland, but also the UK and the entire British Isles period, right? They just have a completely different society than we do here in America. So as a result of that, guess what? A lot of these young men who come from these working class backgrounds, guys that are plumbers, guys that are construction workers, guys that, let's say, do, I don't know, labor jobs of some sort, right? Many of these guys turn to a life of crime in order to sustain a certain type of living or to maybe move themselves up to another class of, let's say, tax bracket of some sort or lack of tax bracket, but that's neither here or there. But either way, they are demonized because of that. And this is also the reason why, believe it or not, mixed martial arts, for as popular as Conor made it, is not as followed by, let's say, their mainstream media. And why is that? Well, for one reason or another, perhaps maybe you could say that the Irish have a lot of different sports. Not really, not as much as we Americans have. Or do we have, let's say, more, yeah, we definitely have more sports here, right? For you to not cover MMA. But then, yeah, you look at MMA here in America. Yeah, it's nowhere near what you have with, let's say, hockey, baseball, or the other sports, right? If, in fact, MMA is a baby when it comes to that. But you would think in Ireland, what do they have? They have Gaelic football, which is a form of rugby, and then they have rugby, and then they have soccer, which is English football. And then that's basically it. And then maybe a few Irish people follow the NFL here and there with whatever TV deals that the NFL has going on in that side of the world. That's about it. That's all that you have. Either way, they should be covering mixed martial arts more often based on the fact that, well, Conor McGregor really made the sport a whole lot bigger than what people would have ever imagined it to be. Now, why is it not? Well, it's the simple fact that Conor McGregor just does not fit the image of what the Irish want to be portrayed. They don't want to be portrayed as thugs. They don't want to be portrayed as maybe even right-wing people to a certain degree, right? Well, here's the thing with Conor McGregor. He causes a lot of controversy, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that he's always wrong about certain subjects. Is it wrong for a person to be very wary of the fact that you have somebody living in Ireland for 10 years and out of nowhere he ends up stabbing somebody while after this country, this kind country of Ireland, looks after them? Now, here's a question that I want to leave off with this. Does it matter that this man was an immigrant for 10 years and never contributed to Ireland? If so, what does that have to do with him randomly killing this woman? And number two, what is the ideological drive behind this killing? Because this woman doesn't seem to have any issues with anybody, doesn't seem to be a gangster, doesn't seem to be a political figure or a military personnel of any kind. This is an innocent civilian. So what is going on? But more importantly, what is the motivation behind all this? But more importantly, what is the motivation of the Irish people for them to cause this type of riot and this type of chaos? Was it a long time coming, or was it just this one particular incident that made them think, you know what, we're not going to stand for this? One is too many, and we're just not going to allow it again? Or was it something that has always been happening and has always been a serious problem to where it's just became a boiled over problem now? But either way, like and subscribe. I hope you guys love the content. This is the most that I could really bring out as far as information and as far as comparisons of what this particular incident can bring in terms of news and the coverage and everything around it. But either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for all those that been watching the lives, been watching the videos. Don't forget to tell a friend, and hope you guys enjoy. Hopefully I can come back with some more updates on this particular matter at hand. But for now, this is what we have in terms of the coverage that is going on with Conor McGregor and his issues with the Irish government. What does all this mean leading up to his potential fight in UFC 300? Also, what do any of these mean for Ian Garry going into UFC 296? Why is this important? By the way, this is the second part that I want to mention in terms of Ian Garry and why it's important to bring up Ian Garry in this particular matter. Ian Garry, as you know right now, the little scandal that he has going on with people calling his wife a gold digger and this and that, and then the fact that he took the last name of his wife's ex-husband, who, by the way, is their live-in roommate and is also his nutritionist, which to a lot of people really seems strange, but to the mind of Ian Garry seems normal because only he's the one that's in that relationship to really understand what is going on. But in the eyes and how it looks to other people, obviously it's just not going to look good. And you add to the fact that the mixed martial arts community is, for better or worse, toxic, right? Toxic for better, because sometimes you do need a bit of a gut reality check when it comes to certain subjects, when certain things are going on unchecked, right? Like, for example, certain scandals that fans are going to be outraged by and then are going to protest and make a big fuss about it to create some change, whether it would be matchup or cultural practices within the community. Okay, that's the better part of that toxicity. The worst part of that toxicity is people jumping into conclusions. They may not know what's going on. Now, for me, I can really honestly tell you, as a Muslim man, it is quite strange for me to see a man like Ian Garry change his last name, okay, based on the fact that, well, he is the man. And even in the Islamic context of Orthodox practices, the woman isn't even allowed to change her last name because guess what? According to Islamic theology, the woman is not part of the lineage of the man that she's marrying. So it makes no sense for her to change her last name. But either way, men are never going to change their last name in the Muslim community, which makes the Ian Garry situation a lot worse. So why is it important to bring up Ian Garry in this particular question with Conor McGregor and this quote-unquote right-wing uprising? Well, because Ian Garry, if you noticed, seems to have grown up in a very upper middle class liberal Irish family, unlike Conor McGregor, who grew up a little bit hard in the rough parts of Dublin, whereas Ian Garry grew up in the richer parts of Dublin. For make of that as you will. But it affects a person's personality, it affects their worldview and how they see things. But also, with Conor McGregor, another thing to really understand in the light of that concept is, as you get older, your views start to change when you get a little bit of money, your choices become different. Your outlook of the world, especially when you have children and the overprotective nature that you have as a father, you're going to lean a certain direction, whether that would be politically, religiously, or a certain creed or ethos that you want to live by. And this is just what we're seeing right now. So the fact that Conor McGregor wants to run for president, wants to run for prime minister, well, I got to tell you, that does affect the entire reasoning behind the Irish government and how they're going to charge him, on top of the fact of how they're going to rearrange laws around this particular incident and how they're going to deal and punish people that they need to punish based on, let's say, chaos control. Now, let's move on to another particular person that sort of fills into this whole gap of this story with quote-unquote right-wing rising in Europe. How about Tommy Robinson? Recently, he was arrested during a protest in London because obviously this man has always been part of protests with nationalists versus the Islamists. Now it's Palestinian supporters versus nationalists. But obviously, as you guys know, Tommy Robinson was kicked out of the EDL by neo-Nazis that infiltrated the group. A group, by the way, that he created himself only for him to get kicked out of his own party. But that's neither here or there. So he gets arrested in recent times, and I got to tell you, it's quite strange considering that, well, Tommy Robinson was going to do a podcast with none other than his old-time friend, Andrew Tate, who, by the way, till this day, from the years that I've known Tommy Robinson, it's really strange to see that this guy grew up with Andrew Tate, and they actually know each other. They've actually trained at the same gym that Andrew Tate has trained out of for him to win his championships in the kickboxing world. But either way, what's interesting too about this, right, is the fact that what's interesting about this also is the fact that Tommy Robinson was arrested just before he was going to do a podcast with Andrew Tate. Now, why is that significant? I'm going to tell you why. Because the UK and Ireland, just like what I had mentioned earlier, does not want to deal with a riot, with chaos. And can you imagine if Andrew Tate either converts Tommy Robinson or he somehow gets him on his side without really converting to Islam, but yet gets him on his side on the political side of things, which, by the way, is already happening because you see Tommy Robinson work with other Muslims when it comes to tackling, let's say, child grooming situations, or let's say child molestations, or unlawful graping of some sort, right? So this is something we have to try to understand, right? Now, if he was to meet with him and influence him in any kind of way, whether it would be to the point where he converts him to Islam or whether it would be to the point where, let's say, he just brings him onto his side, it's a big problem for the UK government, and they can't allow it because guess what? They have a lot of economic problems going on. The budget that they would have to deal with in terms of having to pay cops and riot gears and things of that nature is just going to be very exponentially dangerous for their economy and their response to, let's say, the chaos that can possibly ensue as a result. So this is what is going on. This is literally what is going on. And again, I could be wrong. This is my own subjective opinion. Of course, these are subjective opinions with basis of understanding certain baselines of how these governments operate, as opposed to, let's say, the United States. So this is all that I really have for this particular subject. I can't really think of anything else that I could add to this particular matter at hand. But so far, this is what we got as a recap from the 25 minutes that I've been talking. So Conor McGregor possibly being investigated for incitement, okay? Plans on running for office in Ireland. Big problem, because now Ireland wants to create new laws to, let's say, hamper down on whatever momentum he has going on inciting, let's say, whether it's the right wing or just normal Irish citizens that have concerns for these unlawful killings. But either way, they want to do something in terms of damage control, in terms of, let's say, chaos control, and they also want to put out the fire before it can inflame into a bigger mess that they can't put out. So that's one. And then also, two, how does this relate with Ian Garry? Obviously, Ian Garry is probably going to be seen as, let's say, a less of a man, somebody who's sort of a wimp, somebody who's not within the ethos of the red pill community in that kind of context. So relating all of that, how is this going to affect him and this particular distraction going into UFC 296, where he has taken on an extremely violent opponent such as Vicente Luque? So all of these things sort of correlate into that. And then I brought up Tommy Robinson based on the fact that he got arrested just before he was going to do a podcast with Andrew Tate. And what that's going to come out of that, well, possible influence. So let's talk about the fact that, let's say, if Tommy Robinson was to even become a Muslim. By the way, that's not far-fetched. I know that a lot of people say Tommy Robinson is the number one enemy of Islam, the number one proponent against its ideology or its way of life in any kind of way. I understand that. However, you got to understand, in Islamic history, this would not be unusual or something out of the blue, because some of the greatest warriors in Islam, Khalid bin Walid, was one of the biggest opponents for Islam, spoke out against it. Sound familiar? Went against all Muslim figures, fought against Islam. Sound familiar? Because this is Tommy Robinson in a nutshell. And then all of a sudden became one of the biggest leaders in the Muslim world after becoming one of its greatest conquerors to have ever lived in the entire history of Islamic military campaigns. So that is something to think about. This is my 30 minutes that I had offered to you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to share, like, tell a friend to tell a friend, and also continue to watch all the way until the end. Thank you so much for giving this time and effort to listen to this particular content. And I hope in the future I can drop more hot content for you guys in order for you guys to get an objective point of view of understanding mixed martial arts news, of taking a look at different perspectives, not just my own, but also entertaining you with my own opinions while also giving you the subjective facts. The objective facts, as well as my own subjective opinions, and also labeling it as such, which is an important matter that a lot of people don't do. They do not label anything that they say. In other words, they'll say, well, this is what I feel about the situation, but it's a matter of fact. But it's not a matter of fact. It's your own opinion. This is a difference between me, and this is a difference between other content creators. They want to entertain you with their own opinions. I can do that as well, but I also want to educate you with objective facts. And I think that is the most valuable thing that you can take from content, whether it's MMA, whether it's current events, whether it's other sports, or whether it's talk radio of any kind. But either way, for this particular channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right. So in just about less than 1 minute from now, I will give you the final thoughts that I have for UFC 303. Okay, we're going to wait for the 6 hour minute mark, which is the 6 hour minute sharp of this particular live stream. That's going to be 30 seconds from now. I'm going to talk to you about UFC 303 and my final thoughts on it. So, Michelle Waterson Gomez, versus Gillian Robertson. Long night. So Gillian Robertson wins this by unanimous decision, but Michelle Waterson finally goes and retires. Well, I got to tell you, this is one of the special aspects of this night, was getting to see Michelle Waterson and her contribution to the sport But once again, sort of proving that the reality of this sport is that many athletes leave with a loss. Very few leave with a George St. Pierre Khabib situation where they go out on top. Very few people. Andre Arlovski still doing it after all these years, but once again lost. Gave a good account of himself. That fight was pretty even, very close. You could have given that fight to anybody, but the striking percentage was just on the side of Martin Buday. He won that one. Ray Tatsura taking on Carlos Hernandez. Carlos Hernandez was in some really tough positions there, but once again, really proved that he was one of the toughest fighters in a flyweight division. And by the way, a training partner, Bilal Muhammad. But Ray Tatsura is an up-and-coming fighter, up-and-coming star from Japan. And I think we're going to see a lot of great things from him in the future. Ricky Simón, in the beginning of the night, lost to Vicencius Oliveira. Great range usage of Oliveira. Great striking. Ricky Simón's been in there with some of the top bantamweights in the world, and Oliveira made it look easy just based on his height alone. So, great night of fights and a great way to start the card with that fight. Obviously, wasn't something that I was covering earlier, just came in just a little bit later. Peyton Talbot finishes Yanis Gamori in 19 seconds. Straight punch. That was all she wrote. Yanis barely even threw a punch. Like one punch he threw, and I don't even know if you could say that had connected. Charles Jourdain gets knocked out by Sean Silva. Good knockout. Andre Fili gets a unanimous decision win. Joe Pfeiffer gets a knockout just right before the main event. The main card starts. The main card starts with Ian Garry and Michael Venom Page. Michael Venom Page shows that he's still right up there and belongs in the top echelon of the 170 division. But Ian Garry just proved why he belongs in the top 5 right now, if not on the verge of getting a title shot soon. Mayra Bueno Silva, during this fight, while this fight was going on, me and Tony were talking about his book. We were talking about a whole bunch of things while I was also paying attention to the fight. But at the same time, look, fighter safety is what it's all about, right? TKO victory by Macy Trezone just based on the bad cut that the referee had just decided to stop it. Anthony Smith versus Roman Dolidze. Roman Dolidze walks out with a unanimous decision on this one. The striking was sort of on the percentage side for Anthony Smith, even a significant side, but Roman Dolidze showed his grappling prowess, and I think that's what literally won him the fight, was in a clinch exchanges. Diego Lopez taking on Dan Ige. There was no loser in that fight. But Diego Lopez won in the end, and Dan Ige showed up in some of the strangest circumstances. I mean, first day weigh-ins, same day weigh-ins, and he fought him. I mean, there had to be a winner. Diego Lopez was the winner, but there were no losers in this fight. Alex Pereira, as soon as he rocked him at the end of the first, I knew that he was going to finish him in the second round, and 13 seconds in, he did exactly that, and that was all she wrote. So, even though Dan Ige lost, even though Michelle Waterson lost, they were winners by the end of the night because Michelle Waterson had an illustrious career that she can look back on and be proud of. Even Dan Ige, he can look back at this and be proud of everything that he did. Mayra Bueno Silva, she's going to live to fight another day. I'm sure that she's going to be compensated for this. Anthony Smith, the same thing. Another guy that's going to fight another day. Michael Venom Page is going to fight another day. Ian Garry advances on. Jiri Prochazka is taking a whole lot of damage in his career now, but he'll live to fight another day. Alex Pereira has got new opportunities in other weight classes now, way beyond 185, way beyond 205, maybe even in a heavyweight division, and maybe new challengers will emerge in the 205 division at some point. But that is all that we have for tonight and UFC 303. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it. This is one of my favorite content that I did, and I'm glad that I got decent numbers out of it while also helping to promote my homie and his brand and his book that he's got out. Tap in, check it out. I will see you guys in the next content to come, inshallah. That is all that we have. God bless everybody, and I will see you guys in the next video.